I started this stream. I totally forgot that I needed to take a shit. Yeah, now I have to deal with that for the time being. Hello everybody. I am back. We're waiting on some people to come in, so we may do something on the side. Uh, Another thing too is that I don't know. So today is a little bit weird. We got the others. Well, the others came in and they're just like Dungeons and Dragons, and I was like, fair enough, you know. Like, you know, I don't mind doing a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons is good. So same thing as always. Hold on, I gotta fucking make sure that I have everybody ready to pop up at a moment's notice. Okay, so yeah, we got like a dungeon. They want to do Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder. Either war comes up. This is probably gonna be the first time I play it. We are probably gonna be working on characters. So they're encouraging me to do Goblin, but I'm also thinking about doing I guess weird. What the fuck? Well, if we're doing Dungeons and Dragons, it's
Sahagin.
not Sahagin.
Well, that's one of the options. There's a lot of options for fish people.
Guy. Nope, not that guy. Not the Kutao. The Kuatoa.
Well, the thing too is, you can pick whatever stat block you want and then look slightly different if you want.
Playable fish guy.
Yeah.
But it's like no, there's like one specific that I remember. I don't remember. They're talking Kuotoa, Lokathan. Playable fish guy. What's a sea person?
Yeah, I just looked up fish races. There's a scoon.
Oh, it was a Triton. That's what it was, a Triton. That's what I was trying to build the last game. I love D&D characters. I drew a few for my homies. Nice. I was a
they're like
fucking Triton orphan. I was a bard during that time because I wanted to like min-max a certain aspect of it, and I was like, oh, I can do bard, but I didn't want to be like the one that like fucks everything. So I was like, oh, you know, tragic backstory.
Like this idea.
It was so like think of it as the backstory of a rogue but put in a bard.
I like that. Well, and also in Pathfinder you can pick like a background and it gives you different like bonuses and extra skills based on what your past life was. That's one of the things
I remember one of the past lives gave me like into.
Yeah.
Because it was like that scaled with charisma, and I was just like, oh, that'd be perfect, you know, because I'm supposed to be charismatic, and the whole idea was that like, he was abandoned as a baby, put into an orphanage. During the orphanage, he was bullied by the other orphans. Had one friend who was there with him. It was a human girl. And he ended up getting close to a bard that would come by every so often, like a mother figure to him, basically. And when they grew to a certain age, the girl, his best friend, fucking summoned a pact with the demon. She killed all the orphans, the people who are in the like the staff of the orphanage, and the bard too. And like without killing the main person, and all that was left was just like the last words of the bard herself to the Triton orphan. And then after that, he was just like, he is super against fucking like, he's super passive. He doesn't attack anything because he's scared of the violence that it comes, right? But the whole idea was that he uses a lot of his powers to buff his homies, but like debuff other people. He doesn't believe that violence is bad. What he believes is that if he were to go to do the violence himself, he'll end up just like the girl who fucking murdered everybody.
He doesn't want to cross that
Yeah,
line.
he doesn't want to do it because he's afraid that if he were to kill anybody, he will end up being as bloodthirsty as the other person because he like they went through the kind of the same thing. But technically, the what goes wrong is that he's making other people do the dirty work anyway. So it's kind of like you're doing the same thing. So it's in a way
Yeah.
that is what is wrong with him. Like he thinks that just because he's not doing it, the blood isn't on his hands. When in actuality, yes, it kind of is because you're influencing the whole thing that is going on.
Oh, I like this idea.
Yeah.
This is a good idea.
And like I was like wondering if at any point that I would use the character, but I never ended up using that character, and it kind of.
The fact that you have so much background is really good because I can weave that into any like story or campaign or fights, and I can make there be characters, that would challenge you as a character and
Yeah.
give fun interaction. Also, if you like the idea of using skills like diplomacy and stuff, that's a direction that I can like. I did one campaign where the DM was like, "Do you want it to be combat heavy or skill heavy?" And the group decided we wanted it to be like skill and roleplay focused.
Yeah.
So we still had all of our combat abilities, but he designed a lot of the encounters to always have an option for us to talk our way out of it.
Yeah, I love that.
And that was really, really different and fascinating to me.
I had a game that I was DMing with my fucking room. We weren't using the D&D thing. We were using a custom one that I had made up on the spot because I was just testing it to see if it worked out. And it was kind of just like all roles and everything kind of just went with the D20 for the time being because I was just like, I don't know what I'm going to be using for the time. And it kind of like it started out, it was a little funny too because it was kind of like I ended up allowing so many fucking things to happen. So during that time, the whole party was a child assassin, a fucking a dragonborn kind of like a fucking like paladin type thing, your average warlock, and a cat cowboy.
I love this. I love the crazy group like that.
Yeah, and we were like going through with it, and I think it was funny too because I had to make sure that I had to make I had to balance them out, right? Like, 'cause, like I'm not gonna have like a fucking child be like the strongest fucking thing in the party. So I was just like, oh, there's certain like things that go against the whole thing, and I think because of that, one of them quit because they were just like they got really bad rolls.
Oh yeah.
And they basically just got captured. Like I was gonna be like, well, they still have morals. You can't kill a kid, you know. And he got like captured, and he was just like, I don't want to play this anymore. I was just like, okay.
Oh.
So that didn't last long either. I would get into it. I get like really close to like fucking starting up some games, and then like later on just having people like, I don't want to do it anymore, or like I think the other one. I don't even know what happened to the other one. I remember I was supposed to be a Triton. By the way, I was a femboy too. By the way, so that was kind of just.
I like it.
I think that was like one of the reasons why he got bullied was because he was like really feminine looking. And that one I can't remember who else was gonna play that one, but I had like made the character and we were gonna do the sheets, and then we kind of just whoop gone. Like okay. My homie wants to DM a game, but everyone kept dropping out. Bro, I swear to God, every time. Like I wanted to try the new fucking the new, I guess you could call it tabletop engine with a couple people, but like I didn't have the patience to kind of go through the math of it all, and B I just like cuz like the main part of the engine itself was that whenever you hit they were called criticals. Whenever you hit a 20, you would roll again to see how far that critical would go. You get 20/20, you would basically just wipe whatever the hell is going on, right? Like you like make a scenario where it's like odds of it would be insane. But also this would work
that's a newer thing that's only been in like the last couple generations of D&D. It used to just be roll a 20, you get a crit, and you deal double or triple damage determined by your weapon or spell.
Yeah.
I also have a thing that you would like. I have to find it, but I know I found it since the move, and then I put it on a shelf somewhere. I have a deck of cards that is for critical hits, and it's random effect, and also for critical fails. So if you roll a 20 or if you roll a 1, you can determine how your attack or spell fails or succeeds. So do you do triple damage, or do you do normal damage, but you've also lopped off the enemy's arm and they can no longer use their right arm? Or did your spell critically fail and accidentally turn your enemy into a frog instead of dealing damage? Or did it accidentally turn you into a frog for 1 round? Just random effects, and I always say, like, we'll pull a card, see the effect. If you don't like it, just do double or triple damage. If you do like it, then you get whatever weird bonus it is, and it's just it adds a funny level that you might enjoy.
The way that I kind of went about it is kind of just like you have the critical rating, and then after that you would kind of just like go through with an action, and depending on how creative the DM is, they kind of could take advantage of that. It was kind of just like if you're like in a normal battle stance, let's say you go for something and somebody was just like, I'm gonna punch him in the dick, and then you roll a 20, and then you roll another 20, and then you punch him. You absolutely you punch through and you punch straight through. And and it just God, that shit's God. You just literally just castrated a man. But then he would go for like critical fails, right? So like you'd go like a 1, and then like let's say you go for like for critical fails is a little bit different because it's kind of just like it depends on the situation. I mean, you're trying to convince somebody, right? And then you roll and you like you fucking like convince yourself of something stupid, right? Because like at that point you're just critically failing. So like a 1 in 1 would be the worst failure, while a 20 in 20 would be like the best critical like you can get, right? And that's kind of what it went on. So it was the one thing that I wanted to add to it, but I could never fucking like. It was just patience. I'm gonna be 100% with you. It was all patience. I had somebody helping me with it. It was Mike. Mike was helping me with it because he knows a lot about making. He knows the math of it all. And I was just like, if I had somebody to do the math of it all, I can basically just about do everything that I need to do. But it's kind of just like sitting there, and it's like the thing that I keep telling people. It's always the progression of it that kills me. So it's always like, if I'm drawing, I don't mind starting it, but like when I go through the drawing, that's when I'm starting to die inside. And then like I always want to rush it towards the end without getting into the finer details of it all. Like, I swear to God, like, I'm so impatient when it comes to that kind of shit. I want to change it, but it's so fucking hard.
I have accidentally tapped my earbud, and it started playing audio, and I have no idea where the audio is coming from. So now I'm like, going through all of my 8 million browser tabs that I have open. There we go. It was the tabletop simulator.
Where is it? Where is it?
Well, and it was like this epic battle music. So you're talking about D&D, and suddenly epic battle music comes on, and I'm like, okay, this is fitting, but it's also distracting.
It's funny because like none of my music.
Oh, you should change from art to just chatting for now. God. That's so funny.
I fucking added just chatting and not did the thing set.
Oh, I'm excited. I found an aquarium store that let me basically pre-order fish for their next like shipment order that they do. Nobody let me do that back in Georgia, but I called the store and I was like, "Do you have this fish in stock?" They said, "No, but I'm placing an order within the next week if you want me to like order something." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, yes."
Fish?
Wait, how much are they? Yeah, you can order fish.
That's crazy.
They place their orders like once or twice a month, depending on like the store. And so it was a fish that they like to normally keep in stock anyways. So it's like, even if I ended up not buying the fish, they're sure that they could sell it. But it's one that's really pretty. It's called a German blue ram. And they're like a peaceful cichlid, but they're super colorful. So I ordered like 6 of them, and they're only like $9 a piece, as opposed to the other fish I was looking at getting a group of was like $30 or $40 a piece. I'm excited because they're really pretty little guys. Even the girls are pretty, and I'm excited.
It'll be fun.
Send it to the group. I'm so excited.
What do we? So the idea today is we're actually gonna make the characters.
I'm not sure. Or at the very least, we can like talk about what we want our characters to do, so I can start formulating the world and the plan and stuff like that. And then like, so Triton is like a D&D copyright race, but there are equivalents in Pathfinder, which I think Pathfinder is easier simply because I have all the books we would need.
Yeah. Well, I don't like. I just say D&D as kind of like a. I just say D&D as a broad statement of the tabletop itself. If we were gonna play a tabletop RPG, I wouldn't mind it. This would probably be the first time that I play as a player. And
Yeah.
considering that this group is always going along to like this day specifically, we basically have a set day that we can do it every day. You know?
Exactly. That's why I thought it was a great idea when you brought it up. I was like, oh my gosh, we have a great number of people for it too. Plus, I've DM'd anywhere from like 3 people to the biggest group I ever DM'd fluctuated between 9 and 11 people. That was crazy, but there was only one guy who made it complicated, and he was this kind of dick who was like best friends with the guy who requested I run the game.
Right.
His whole shtick was he just wanted to be Deadpool, who had accidentally wound up in this world, but he didn't want to put in the work of actually making a character sheet or rolling dice. He just wanted to come up with crazy scenarios, and it's like, we had decided in advance how the game would run, and then he just became a problem. It's like, it's okay if you want to be Deadpool, but you still need to make a character sheet. And
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
it's okay if you want to be able to have a bow and arrow that can like shoot grappling hooks, but you have to have like acquired that item. Like, you could have chosen
Also, there's the
your character what item.
I wonder if he knows about the rules of cool too, because that's definitely applies to that. Like the separate amounts of like roles you'd have to do some of the things that you would want to do.
Yup. Exactly. Exactly. And he didn't try to learn it, and it was a shame because I thought it was a really cool idea to build Deadpool using D&D rules.
Right.
And I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many ways. And I was like, I wonder if he's gonna go bard, or if he's gonna go rogue, or if he's gonna try and do some other type of class and just manipulate. Like, he could have done a ranger that's two-handed weapon specialist and just had either 2 swords or 2 clubs or sticks or something and just batter people with both arms. Or he could have gone monk and just been punching people left and right. And he didn't even want to pick a class. Day 1, his girlfriend ended up making him a quickie character sheet, and then he decided he didn't like it and wanted to change class, but then he didn't make a new character sheet for himself. And so it was a shame.
He just sounds fucking annoying. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
He was annoying. Yeah, it was really a big bummer.
Fun
Then on
fact.
the flip side, we had this girl, Charlotte, who she was like, okay, I've never played before. Just give me the books. I'm going to read all of them. I was like, no, you're not. There's 50. She's like, I'm a speed reader. She read at least 20 books. And she ended up being like a Githyanki assassin. And she found all the like specialty items and stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, she was so adorable. She got so into it and picked like one of the weirdest races that she could find. And she had this special armored corset that gave her like bonuses to acrobatics, but also like AC bonuses for extra defense. It was so cute, like in a really badass. I say cute for everything, but it was badass as fuck. Yes, Junkie, she slayed. It was great.
But yeah, if anybody wants to learn the rules of cool, it's got to be the fucking most annoying thing you have to go through when it comes to these fucking things. Because what it implies is that, let's say this is the one that was in the video that I was watching during that thing. So like, let's say the whole thing that you want to do is you want to stand on your horse and you want to fucking, like, I don't know, jump off the horse and shoot an arrow towards somebody, right?
Yeah.
You have to make separate
legit.
fucking checks for each and every one of those actions. But the thing is I think
Yeah.
you're limited on your actions depending on what you're doing anyway. So it's kind of like, it's tedious. It's fucking tedious.
It is. It is. And luckily, like, I've DM'd enough games, whether they
There it
ended
is.
after 1 session or went on for 10 sessions. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, Ida's also a big, like, D&D experienced person. So I'm sure he would enjoy watching and throwing his feedback in. And if I ever had questions or wanted to bounce ideas, he would easily be a person I could go to. But yeah, I love when they're like, I want to do this action, but I don't know what to roll for. I'm like, okay, you're gonna need to roll this and this, but convince me why you can do it, and the rolls can be fudged, and I can lower the bar for succeeding based on your character's background, like the actual moment, you know. That's why I like the idea of using Tabletop Simulator instead of something like Roll20, because it's hard to quote fudge the rolls in Roll20 and customize it to the players, I've always been a fan of let it be a little more freeform. If they come up with a cool enough idea, I want them to be able to pull it off. Like, okay, my favorite weird thing that I did for Rule of Cool. We were playing Shadowrun, so it's all cyberpunk. I played an elf shaman with this thing called orthoskin,
Right.
and it's like a biological skin implant that makes my skin armored. And I got the eel skin upgrade, so I had these electric eel zapper things all down my arms and hands. And we're fighting these people, and then we realize that they're androids. And I'm like, okay, I want to grab one on the face and electrocute him with my orthoskin. He's like, okay, your orthoskin doesn't normally do attack damage, but that's really cool. And his head is a robot head, so I'm gonna let you do it. And I was like, yes!
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I would think anybody with the rifle in mind or for RPG would understand that. Yes.
Exactly.
Like, it's like if my arms had the ability to conduct electricity, I would literally just be like, hey, can I just walk up to this guy and just tase him?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, my arms are tasers. And yeah, to answer your question, Ida, Shadowrun has the cybernetic implants and biotech implants. Biotech do not blunt magic, so I was very limited on the implants I could get. So like I think my main two was the orthoskin and then cat eyes or something. Yeah.
Rules of Cool makes stuff fun. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. I do believe that. But it's kind of just like the number, like to do the action and then to write out the action are two different things. You know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever you kind of think of things in your mind, because mind you, I've written stories before with like in collaboration with artists, and it's kind of just like you want to make sure that make things as clear as possible. When I write something, I have to write every single detail so they can understand the exact single thing that is going on within a page, right? So it's like even the smallest thing, like I had to make sure, like going up to one of the artists that I work with, that like mind you, all this is my character walking into a thing and being told that the crown isn't worth shit, and then him basically having a straight face, but in the back of his head, all you hear is the kind of thing, right? Like fucking panicking, full blown. And you have to like slowly as you're doing it. And mind you, I have to write this in like pages so I can hand over to the artist. I have to write that like I hand over the crown in a specific way. The guy gives a specific look. I get the crown and I have to describe what kind of look that I'm going for, right? Like face has to be straight with a kind of cracked smile, while in the background it's full blown panic, with kind of like an opaque kind of way, so it kind of shows that this is more of a conscience than it is a physical, like a physical thing, right? So the scene looks to par. This is the same thing that it comes to the actions of D&D and the Rules of Cool. It's while the idea outward looks fucking amazing and the story will come out great, that is only the finished product. It's until you get into the specifics of things where you're pulling your fucking hair out, because let's say you go to somebody who is by the book. Oh, I want to do a backflip. You rolled a 5. He's not going to smudge the numbers. You landed on your head and you took damage. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, it always depends on the person. It always depends on who you're talking to. It's like, it all depends.
Yeah.
Like it's always like that. And I mean, don't get me wrong, doing a backflip, landing on your head, and taking fatal damage sounds fucking hilarious in general, but it's definitely not what you wanted.
Yeah. I would let people argue, well, what if I want to fail in a slightly different way? What if instead of landing on my head, I just want to break my ankle? I'm like, that's fair. Okay, you have broken ankle now.
That's another thing
now your movement is slowed by, 10 meters out of 20.
That's what I love about tabletop RPGs, because it's not only just stat-based, it's also debate-based. Like, I can argue, well, because I'm a goblin and I'm smaller, I can be a lot more agile with my motions, right? So it's kind of just like, yeah, I could get away with a couple things that other people won't be able to. But because of that, now they can say, hey, you're not strong enough to tip over this golem. This golem is like fucking 3 times your weight and your height. You're fucked. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna make a rogue with acro and death roll backwards without extenuating circumstances. The full plate pally in the other hand.
Yes. I've been told I can't climb walls in the past, and that I'm just like, well, then why is the party going this way? It's like, well, you better ask them if they have any rope. And so then I played a bird person after that.
I think we're gonna end up having to wait for whoever Dato's definitely coming. I wonder, is he at work right now?
But he's very excited. I think he's at work right now. He keeps DMing me about how he's very excited about the idea of us playing a D&D group because he's wanted to do it for a while. I was like, there's so many ways we could build Data as a character. Like, we could either, and my two favorite ideas is say reptilian, but make the anime rule where the female reptilians all look like sexy humanoids and the males are the ones that just look like lizard people. Lizard folk. Or we make her a human or an elf were-alligator. And because their Pathfinder has stats for non-wolf were creatures.
Right.
And so that would be another really funny and weird way to go about it, because then we'd have to think about like the moon phase, or does the moon phase matter for a were-alligator? Maybe he changes when he gets too wet, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so many like fun little ways we could go about it. So, and it's like if I combine like my D&D 3.0 and 4E and D&D 5e and Shadowrun experience, then it might add up to how much experience I have in Pathfinder.
I'm gonna be 100% with
like,
you.
Yes.
If we're going based on our actual morals, you guys are not gonna. You guys are gonna put into some really bad situations, because I believe in grave robbing's okay.
Oh, I mean that's fine with me. I'm a it's one thing, it's really complicated if you have straight up chaotic evil alongside straight up lawful good.
That's not evil.
So the scenario has to enable it, but I'm a big fan of neutral / chaotic aligned characters. That's what I tend to play personally, so that's like what I'm used to, and because that's right in the middle, I'm fine with people going
They hydrated indoors because apparently there's someone outside named Heat and they're stroking people. I'm staying hydrated. Because like I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of interested in both, because obviously as somebody who has an interest in voice acting, I would love to be able to act outside of my own fucking like personality, but at the same time it's like I kind of want to see how it would feel like to, you know, myself being a self-insert kind of way.
Yeah. I mean, D&D will force you to think about things that you wouldn't normally encounter in real life, so that's when you have to decide, do I try and figure out what I would actually do, or do I try and just embrace whatever this character has gone through? Not to mention, the longer you play your character will experience things that will change the way that they view with and interact with the world, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I had a druid who had her animal companion murdered, and so she became, like, bloodthirsty, I want to murder all poachers, and she used to be just, like, plain animal-loving cutie pie. So yeah, that's another fun thing. My characters are always, at least, like, 50% me, if not more than that. I have trouble making someone that's totally different from my own set of beliefs and stuff if I'm role-playing it. It's different if I'm DMing, I can make any kind of character and play it temporarily, but if I'm a player and it's like long-term, they always end up having a lot of my personality in them, because that's just...
Yeah, I mean, it's you. You're the one controlling them.
Yeah, exactly.
Some previous DMs had it, having so many deaths. It was announced that I would have a character die in the next game, the sheer amount of assholes I did. I would be in a random joke item at level in everything.
Oh my gosh.
It ended up backflipping off a dragon onto a T-Rex polymorph of a Goomba stomp and the big bad evil guy dragon. It was a Chronomancer human variant and a mage with
Oh, with
Basic.
Lucky.
I would love to have the lucky feet. That shit sounds funny as shit.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. That's really funny. I like that. I'll post the link in our group chat to my Dropbox with all the Pathfinder books that everyone can just kind of browse if they want.
God, I
And
have to
you can
read.
ask me. Well, that's the thing. You can ask me where to find the information you're looking for, and I'm happy to spend an hour figuring out which page of which book you need to read, so that you don't have
I've
to
done
read
a little voice acting. Voice acting job.
Ooh. It is that little emote. I love that. I have way too many windows open. I should close some of these, but I need them. One of them is all of my fabric links. One of them is YouTube, Twitter, and Dropbox. One of them is jewelry. But like, well, no, it's cosplay stuff. Oh, this is my cosplay supplies list. There's the one with Yuffie on it. There we go. Let's see.
As a time wizard with a bag of potatoes, I could make vodka too. Or just throw the potatoes and pass them at the party.
Fan for Fantasy Starbucks. That's funny. That's funny. I love this. Alright. That's not my password. I think that's my password. Yeah. Authenticate? What do you mean authenticate? Bitch, I'm authentic as fuck.
My familiar was a potato with spider legs that also had a drinking problem. DM quit so hard we divorced.
Okay, I had one of those. I was dating someone who was DMing a group, and we got in such a big argument over the game, and he fudged rules in a way that negatively impacted the game and the players, and I got really pissed about it, and he broke up with me.
That's so dumb. So fucking
He made us draw from a deck of many things because he thought it would be interesting. In hindsight, I think he just didn't know where to take the story after we beat his bad guy. Because I don't think he thought we would beat the troll chieftain or something like that.
Yeah.
But so it's like, it's one thing to be like, hey guys, please pull from the deck of many things, it'll make it interesting. Okay. Then he made a rule, well, you all have to draw the same number of cards. So one person wanted to draw 5 or 6 times, so he was like, okay, everyone has to do that. I was like, but I don't want to. I'd only want to draw, like, my character would only draw once or twice. He's like, well, you're all drunk, so you decided to do it. And I'm like, alright, fine, whatever. But then he let us have duplicate effects. So multiple people, and it was only because he wanted to use a physical deck of cards. So instead of following the rules of, once someone draws a card from the deck, that card disappears and can't be drawn again, and therefore the deck gets whittled down, and when the deck runs out of cards, it poofs from existence in front of you and reappears somewhere else in the world as a complete deck. That's what it's supposed to be. Instead, he wanted to use a physical deck of cards, refused to remove them, so we had a lot of overlapping effects. Me and 2 other players got the effect of, you can no longer take levels in your chosen class. You must now change classes.
That sounds terrible.
It was really bad, especially because we were around level 6, so we were all really close to multi-classing, but I had to be level 7 for any of the multi-classes that were available to my base class. I think I was a ranger in that game. Only one of the 3 of us was still able to multi-class, but he had to change what he was doing completely, and the other 2 of us couldn't do anything. The other person was annoyed, but they were just like, whatever, I'll just not play the game because that's okay. And I was like, no, I'm not okay with this. I don't want to quit the game of D&D because he broke the rule in a stupid way. Like, if we're allowed to get mad at other players for breaking rules, it should be okay to get mad at the DM. but he was really stubborn about it, and yeah, it was really lame.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he was weird because he was like, "No, I'm a stickler for the rules. You have to do what it says." And I'm like, "If you were really a stickler for the rules, then we wouldn't have overlapping things like this." There was even another overlapping thing. Like two people got the, um, a tornado will appear within 30 meters of you once a week, um, and act like a random tornado. You can't control it. It's just a tornado appears within 30 meters of you once a week. Um, yeah, there was some really random shit. And some of it was funny. Like one person got an army of ant soldiers, but it was only an army of 2. And they were really stupid, and because they weren't familiars, they weren't good at taking orders. That was a funny one. Arguably the tornadoes could have been a funny one. But the "you can't take levels in your class" bullshit was just like, bruh. Fine. And then, because I was like, okay, if he wanted to, keep his foot down, I was like, fine. You really want this? Okay, then I just won't play the game anymore, and that's okay, and you can keep playing with the other 3. That's what really made him mad. That's what really set him off, and I think that's what made him really want to break. He's like, "Oh, you're just gonna give up? Well, I might as well give up on this relationship."
What the fuck? How does that even work, bro?
I don't know.
Oh,
Anyways,
so
fast forward
stupid.
like a year after that, and his 2 roommates and best friends reached out to me, and they're like, "Hey, so we kicked him out of the apartment because, yeah, he just kind of turned really lame and shitty, and we're sorry we stopped being friends with you. Will you be our friend again?"
Why did
So
they
I
stop
got to-
being
I
friends
got
with
to be
you?
friends. Because they thought it would be mean to him if they invited me over to all the house parties and everything, because they had all been, like, elementary school childhood best friends.
I mean,
They were,
fair
like,
enough, but it's
all
gotta be,
moved
like...
from the boonies to the suburbs together, and they were, like brothers from different mothers kind of situation.
I don't know,
But
man.
then I guess after they moved, he was the one guy that, like, he didn't get his shit together. He didn't try to get a job or go to college. And they just kind of, it took them a little while to
Surprising.
get sick of him. But then they did, and then I was invited to all the parties instead of him, and that made me feel very loved.
Very surprising.
Yeah. Where I lived in Georgia, it's a very common thing, for people to stop being friends with one of the 2 people after a breakup happens. That's pretty much the standard.
Hey, sometimes
know
that
if that's
happens over
people
here, but it
everywhere.
also depends on like what it caused up to be.
Yeah, no, back in Georgia, in my experience, it doesn't matter what caused the breakup. People feel like they have to choose a side. I was never good at that, and so I had people choose to stop being friends with me because I said I wouldn't pick a side. And I was like, why would I? That doesn't make sense. If you want, I'll not invite both of you to the same things, but your breakup is your issue. It has nothing to do with me, so why would I have to pick a side? Like, okay, you got in a fight because you have different music tastes and he didn't want to go to a concert with you, and it led to a breakup. Okay, well, I don't go to concerts with either of you, so why would I stop being friends with you? All we do is hang out at conventions.
Fucking, I don't know. Making friends sounds a little shallow.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like certain communities, like cosplay community is a lot like that. Certain fandoms are a lot like that. I haven't been in enough fandoms to just say it's a fandom thing, but yeah. Especially because, like, in all honesty, a lot of time people telling me to pick a side weren't even close friends. They were more like acquaintances that I hung out with a couple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, vibes be weird, man. Yeah, it really threw me off when people would like try and force me to choose. It's one thing if I want to choose because I'm like, oh, I've decided I think the way he treated you is abusive, so I'm not going to interact with him anymore. But in those cases, I usually didn't interact with them to begin with.
Mm,
Yeah, see, that's a totally different situation, Ida. At the same time, I have friends who have been falsely accused of those things. So it's like, you know, if they're a good enough friend that I want to keep around, then I will just become nosy and ask the questions and decide if it's worth it to put up with people giving me shit for being friends with them.
Friends.
friends.
Friends!
Pick myself.
Hi, Lest.
Hi,
Did you
friends.
get any of our conversation about playing D&D? I wasn't sure how long you were in chat.
Ah, I've heard some of it. Yeah.
Okay, good. Have you ever played or thought about playing D&D or any sort of tabletop game before?
I have never played D&D before, and nor do I
Okay,
know much about it. I know of it. I
okay.
don't really know a lot of it.
Well, I'm getting the link to all of my books so that I can send them to y'all and you can either read them or just read the descriptions of the books and see what you think. But basically, you can be anything you want. Especially with the format that I have, which is called Pathfinder.
Hmm.
Because there's just dozens of books, and I have a lot of PDFs. It's like if you want to be real generic and be like, I want to be an elf archer, then I'm like, okay, that's called a ranger, and you get an animal companion. What do you want your new best friend to be? And you can
This is a
either pull off.
reminder. Check the litter box.
Oh, echo off. And I can either give you a list of things, or you can pull ideas from your brain, and I can find it in the book and say, okay, this is the stats for the thing. And you can be as like studious or as casual with it as you want, because I am used to both kinds of people. Also, I'm like, you could be like, I told Dido, I was like, we can make Dida. And there's like at least 2 or 3 different ways that I can think of to make Dida as a species, whether we say she's a sexy humanoid lizard folk, or she could be a human were-alligator, and there's different stats
I mean,
and abilities for both of those.
if he goes for the lizard folk, don't lizard folks literally feel like no emotion?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's so long.
Okay. Mind you, I'm going off of D&D. A lot
True,
of
yeah,
lizard folk work on instinct. So, like, let's say one of your homies dies, right? And they're just, like, on the floor and all of you are grieving. The lizard folk would look at it and be like, well, I mean, he looks pretty tasty, and just start eating him.
Damn, that sucks. But yeah. No, see, Ida, I'm that ranger that wants an animal companion, and I build my characters more to roleplay ability rather than making them as strong of a version as they can be. But also, like, even if you want to be a sorcerer, I know, because you're into, like, wizards and magic stuff, aren't you, Lest?
Yeah, more like fantasy stuff.
Yeah. So, I
Really?
mean, D&D, Pathfinder's like all fantasy. Sorcerers get a little, a familiar. It's different from an animal companion because it can help you cast spells, and when you get strong enough, it can deliver. You can be like, okay, I have, flame touch or icy hands. Normally, you have to touch the enemy. If you have a little animal familiar, it can run 30 meters and go, or 30 feet and go touch the enemy for you so that you don't have to go near them. You'd be like, okay, my bird, go deliver this spell for me.
So you're telling me I can have a palico?
You could, yes, we could design you a little palico. In fact, there's
You're
probably
gonna
already
be
a
Monster
stat one.
Hunter. John
Honestly,
Monster
You
Hunter.
could be like, you could just be like, I'm gonna be a
John
monster
Monster-
hunter. Okay, here we go. How do we want to build it? Actually, you could do a ranger that specializes in like swords, because two weapon fighting is a thing for rangers, like a classic thing. They don't have to be using bow and arrow. So that would be a really cute way to go about it. It's just like, how do you want to fight? Also, rangers get spells. They get like nature magic, and they're not like as good at it as a druid, but if you like having a lot of different things that you can do at your fingertips, that's why I tend to play rangers, because I like being versatile. And I don't know, it always feels right. But I've played almost every race. I think the only ones I haven't played is like a paladin, or maybe a warrior, or a monk. But I've played sorcerer, wizard, lots of druids, lots of rangers, a barbarian, I played a cleric, but she was like a war priestess, specifically a war priestess of Pharasma, which is was like the goddess slash god, non-binary god thing of like the cycle of life and death. So she was really into killing undead and stealing their bones to make jewelry out of it so that they couldn't come back to life.
That's wild.
And she had a giant war axe, and she looked like an Oni.
That's crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah. It was like, I didn't know that that was the character I was going to end up making. I started with the idea of a big muscle lady Oni with a giant battle axe. And someone said, you should look into war clerics. And I was like, huh? And then I fell down the rabbit hole, and I was like, oh. So yeah, it's really fun. That's why I'm like, think of like ideas and things that tickle your fancy, or think of like something you want to be able to do. Like, do you want to be able to be good at disguising yourself? And then you can decide, do you want that to be a racial thing, like you want to be a shapeshifter? Or do you want it to be like because of your class, like your certain magic or a skill ability or something like that? So, yeah, there's so many different ways you can go about starting, like...
So you're telling me I can have a palico and be a wanderer that can will
Yeah.
magic and blessed by the power of the moon?
Yes, literally! Okay, here we go. Share folder. There we go. Should be a link to specific folder. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There's a ton of stuff in there, and there's like character sheets in there too. Don't worry about prestige. That's for like once you get to level 20. You'll want to look at, let's see. The beginner box would be easy, but I feel like y'all are smart enough to not need the beginner box. So you'll start just looking at core, and I think that's where like the core rule book and advanced player's guide, and then ultimate magic is just extra spells. Ultimate combat is like extra weapons and attacks. Advanced race guide and advanced class guide are cool because it's just more options. So you could even be like, I want to be, you know, instead of just a wood elf, you could be, instead of just an elf, you could be like, I want to be a wood elf, or I want to be a moon elf. You're not limited to just elf or dark elf like standard D&D is. You can be like, and same with like orcs. I think there are specific subtypes as well. Yeah, so it's fun. Very fun. Psionics is psychic stuff. Yeah,
Advanced race.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. He's not dritzed. Oh my gosh. Dritzed is a famous character. Also, fun fact that y'all may not know, so like D&D is made by Wizards of the Coast. Pathfinder is made by a bunch of guys who quit working for Wizards of the Coast in D&D. They worked on, like, 1st edition up through 3rd edition, and they didn't like the way that, like, the company was going and the way that the game was evolving, and so they split off and they designed Pathfinder. And they basically, that's where they diverged, and D&D started simplifying itself over the years with future editions after that, and Pathfinder kind of went the opposite way with giving you more books and more guidelines and more options. So like, they say, some people argue that D&D gives you more freedom, but in a way it also makes you do more work because there's not as many like charts or things to reference. Whereas in Pathfinder, if I go brain dead and I can't think of what to do, I can find it in the book.
Right.
Or if you're like, shit, I don't know what animal companion I want, you know, there's a bigger list in Pathfinder than there is in D&D. Or if you're like, I really want to have this animal as a pet in D&D, they just don't have it. And Pathfinder, they either have it, or they're like, here's how to make your own custom animal companion so that it's not like crazy weak or crazy overpowered. Just fill out this chart and like, it just, I like that. So yeah. That's a good point, Ida. Yeah, people who play psionics are either don't know what to do and constantly browsing the book, or they know what to do and are overpowered.
Sorry, I've been silent. Trying to fix my fucking my overlays and shit because something went wrong for me.
I
You're
know a
fine.
thing or
You
two.
looked like you were doing something based on the way your model was moving, so that's why I figured you'd interrupt me if I'm talking too much.
Yeah, no.
I know a thing or two about
Talking
silence.
enough. You were talking enough. I'm gonna be honest, because I was gonna be silent for the entire time because this shit was pissing me off.
Good. I'm that friend that can fill the gap when you need to do something else, because I can just ramble about shit.
I'm quite acquainted with silence.
But we must keep the people entertained!
Twitch chat.
I'm still confused as to what the decision is.
What we're doing today? I don't know. Curry's at dinner. Oh my god, they just left! God, her family is chronically late for everything.
It's
That's a lot of books.
Yeah, just look at core first. Focus on that.
Focus on it's the process that kills me.
That's valid. That's understandable.
Once the process is over, everything becomes easy.
Right. Let's see here. I mean, we could just browse the books and stuff on stream even if you want to like stream looking through the books and thinking about stuff.
Right.
Especially because if you're interested in Triton, then we have to pick what in D&D would be like the stat sheet you use. You could do Undyne, which is a water elemental, or you could go Merfolk. And like they have their own art, but the art doesn't matter too much. You can decide what it is in your world. If you say
Yeah,
like I'm
because
gonna
it's
be a
like-
Merfolk, but it's gonna look like the Triton.
It's all just like how the fucking it's all just use of the engine.
Exactly.
World.
Exactly. That's exactly how I think of it. And I'm
Like-
very much also a like, it's okay if you want to make your own world. The Undyne kind of look like Triton. Even though the water elementals, the Triton vibes with like webbed hands and fins and pointy ears.
I mean, like I kind of did it for D&D, but I don't know if I'm going to be using it for whatever we're going to be doing.
Yeah. Spear from Neblin. See that they're dark. Oh, Suli were cool. They're like descendants of genies. So they're like pseudo elementals. Oh yeah, okay, so merfolk are like can have actual mermaid tails. Nagaji are like a weird kind of lizard person. Grippleys! I forgot about them! They're just little frog men! They're so funny looking! They just look like tree frogs wearing armor, kind of. And walking on two legs. But their heads are just straight up tree frog. They make me laugh. Oh, I forgot that's a thing. Oh, Gilman would probably be pretty close to the Triton. Yeah, humanoids with the aquatic subtype. Yeah. It's cute. It's like art is like a pretty lady with gills walking out of the water. Amphibious, enchantment resistance, water dependence, fresh or salt water, Must fully submerge themselves in water once a day. Oh, they speak Aboleth. Interesting.
Hmm.
I missed this part of the book. What is Satha Trox? Gathlane? What is that? Weird fey creature with wooden wings.
That's weird. And it even fly?
It looks like it. They're
It's
giant.
crazy.
Well, it's a fae, so like they look wood but magic. Oh! These strange fae creatures have a symbiotic relationship with an ivy-like plant that serves as their wings. The relationship is so close it's impossible to separate fae from plant. Gathlanes are sometimes helpful, often mischievous, and native to deep primeval forests and jungles, but are also prone to wanderlust and adventuring. That's so cute. Kasatha are weird four-armed guys, hunters and raiders of the wastelands. Trox, I don't even know how to describe them. Large and horrid burrowers native to mountains and highlands, but often enslaved to serve as terrifying shock troops and marauding armies or gladiatorial spectacles. They're like giant hulky muscle men, but then they have like 4 alien arms sticking out of their abdomen.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Bug.
A weirwood, aka basically a wooden golem. That's pretty sick.
Yo, wooden
Wait,
golem?
Baron. Yeah. It's called a weirwood. The original weirwoods were created centuries ago to serve a wizard as spies and
Wood?
motionless apprentices. Yeah, W-Y-R wood.
Huh.
Oh, a wizard's downfall came about when he granted them free will, which, in addition to their cold, calculating intelligence, heralded the birth of a strange new race. The Weirwoods murdered their former master and stole the secrets of their own creation, which they jealously guard and rigorously control.
Say that's one weird wood.
Ah! Ooh, Waverin, a fusion between a kobold and a wyvern, aka a kobold with wings. That's pretty sick.
What?
That's cool. Yeah, this is all in just the advanced race guide. What is that supposed to be? That's cool. Ah, okay, custom draft.
Eared.
If
Get ready for the eared.
Kobold, Sulis, I do
Oh,
love
or the
Sulis.
sim. Could always pick the Verdant station. I remember when I used to play Magic the Gathering up. When they had the mutation,
Tengu.
mutation one. Creatures that just got stronger, the stronger put things down for you.
Yeah. If you wanted to get obsessive, you can add stats for aging to the characters.
For aging?
Yeah, so Pathfinder has options for like if you want to have stat adjustments at middle age, -1 to strength, dex, and con, +1 to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Okay, shit.
Yeah, so you can have that stuff evolve. That's just another like they just give you options for extra modifiers that you can use, and you can decide how much of it you want to use or not use.
Okay.
You can roll. You can either decide your height and weight, or you can roll for it. There's charts for like minimum height and weight, and how to use dice to roll to calculate it. If you want to just roll dice for everything.
All these really, really specific things. I'm curious as to like how, like why do you need to be?
It's basically, think of it as like all the ideas everyone's come up with, they just decided to write them down in case other people want to look at them and use it as inspiration for their own ideas.
Pathfinder is open source.
Yeah, pretty much. They have huge wikis full of like custom content. They really encourage
Fucking
people to make their
funny.
own custom content. And they encourage people to even like you could write your own fan book that's using Pathfinder and publish it with no problem. If
Right.
you try to write your own D&D module, they'll cease and desist you.
Makes you roll for everything, including dick size, which matters.
And
Don't
roll
ever
for
play
that.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
The fuck is fatal?
I don't know. I haven't heard of that acronym, but I
What
bet
if
we
I
spell it out-
accidentally roll low on everything except for fucking cock size?
Exactly.
I'll just be like a fucking makeshift fucking sex toy at this point. Born to
Or
fuck.
you could be.
You can choose your dick size.
Roll for your dick size.
I mean, technically, yeah. Either or. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, you can roll for it if you want, or you can just decide it. Kitsune can shapeshift into humans.
We're ready for the they call him Lancelot.
Oh, I get it, haha. I get the joke.
What to make an assault character?
Oh, racial archetypes. I forgot that. Certain like
my magic
bloodlines and like special subclasses if you're a certain class and race combination. Oh yeah, so do you have any ideas what kind of world you'd want to play in? Do you want to do like piratey oceany adventures?
I
It doesn't
think I
have
want
to
to
be
stick.
pirates to be ocean, but you like land adventures? Okay, that works. Okay. Do you like more like mountains, forests, or do you like finding mysterious dungeons and ruins to explore?
Here's
do you like-
Dungeons and Ruins too.
Okay, I like that idea because I have one that I haven't gotten to use very much that I recently found the drawings for.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty fun idea. Oh, is this? Oh, alternate racials. Gutter rat, trailblazer, country folk.
I just realized I find this really funny. I'm watching the specials for a fighting game called. Funny because like they added a guest they added Isaac as a guest character from fucking Binding of Isaac, and it is just a naked child just crying. It's fucking wild to see like all these like, oh, this guy has like tech, he uses a gun, and then you have like a sword assassin and all that. And it's like, this is a crying child. Like, what the fuck? Fatal is an acronym of fantasy adventure to adult lechery. First edition
Okay.
from Another Time, Another Land. Second edition is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game published in 2022. No,
Somebody copy
By
pasted the
Fiddle Game.
description.
why does it but like what's the whole like what's the gameplay of having a fat cock? Like what like is it good or bad? Is it having a small penis better or
Probably
having a big penis better?
Both. It's probably both.
I'm gonna be the best diplomatic person ever. I'm gonna fuck my way through everything.
I had a friend who did that. It worked pretty well. Except one time they like their character got too drunk and they like peed all over the inn
Oh
and our
god.
whole party got in trouble.
Okay, just take a small blurb from the wiki. There's a rule for the R word. There are rules for the R word. There are no rules or mentions for consensual. It's under combat. What the fuck? Oh no, you can
Alright.
make fear and hunger a thing. Oh god. In fear and hunger, there's a status you get for having your hole ripped open.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Oh god, it's basically you get bleeding, but like you can't cure it. So fucked.
Okay, this is a funny one. Being a You could be a cavalier, which is, a warrior that rides on horseback. But you
Okay.
could be centaur cavalier, so that you
always
are your own. Well, if you're a centaur, you are the horse.
Okay.
And
That does make sense.
I've always found that idea funny. I've never played as that or had anyone play that, but it makes me laugh as an idea.
That's so fucking wild. What the fuck?
Right?
Okay. Give me a moment though. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Maybe snack on.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I'll drill less to think of more ideas for what he'd want to do. Oh yeah, you said something about praising the moon.
Yeah, that's really interesting though. I could do like write a whole lore of a character and just, hey Vex, look at this, and then you suggest me, oh, in that case you should choose this and this or this.
That's been done. Yeah, me and my friends used to do that. Write like a couple paragraphs of backstory to like a whole page, and then get help from the DM building a character based off of that. I'm trying to find. There's a list somewhere. I can't remember which book it's in. Of deities, because clerics have to have a chosen deity, and so do paladins. But any race can choose to follow a deity and get like boons or different effects from them.
Like blessing from your things.
Basically, yeah. Or a special item. That's another option for if you follow a deity. I'm a fan of custom items. I always find that.
It's
to be fun
goddess
to
deity
play with.
exists though. Well, a fantasy god fantasy deities, I assume.
Yeah, there's an actual list somewhere, and there's one that is associated with the moon. I'm just trying to remember if it's in this book or a different. It might be in this book.
Though it does seems like takes a lot of works and efforts.
Yeah, but I've done it so many times that it's like I can guide and help, and I enjoy doing that. Let's see here. Skills, classes, magic. Oh wait, not divine. Prestige. Oh wait. I know where to find it. Haha. So let's see here.
But I think like there's
So,
like specific rules that you have to follow. You can't just like create like a whole original
Have to
character.
is a
right?
loose. Have to is a loose phrase.
Hmm.
You don't have to follow any of the rules when I'm the DM. I think of the rules as a guideline to help you play the game the way you want to play. Wait, what's Ida saying? She's talking about you. There's problem with Lest being Moe is I can't refer to him as Moe Lest.
Uh-oh.
What?
The problem with less is being
Oh,
I can't
molest!
refer to molest. Yeah, that's
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Gosh, which one is the moon one? Is it? It's not Lamashtu. Lamashtu is like nightmares and aberrations. Oh, but I do love Lamashtu's logo. But I just want the list that has brief descriptions of them all, not just names with no descriptions. Oh wait, I know how I'll do. Ha.
Oh.
It is Wednesday, my
Fucking-
dudes.
fucking flamed. Okay. Hey, Yuffie, I'll send you a link to a wiki page talking about Fatal where you get halfway through off of Oh no.
Let's see.
Trying to figure out whether it's at a tedium or something else. Oh.
Yuffie, how's the drawing coming along?
Going okay, I guess. I don't know if we're supposed to post like things about it.
I believe
She said
no.
don't post whips, but we could talk about it.
Holocutist greeting card rule 34 artist
I have a
tuber pop
chibi face going
Nemo.
on right now. I basically completed it with the time that I was okay, so
Oh, you're gonna love this, Lest. Tsukio, Jade the Moon Spirits.
Jade.
Yeah. Their featured race is the Samsaran. Are they the monkey people?
I had
or
a
are they the
greeting
magic
card, by the
people?
way. I'm just a regular person.
Magic
You
people?
dick.
Let's see here. Their primary domain is Darkness, Good, Law, Madness, and Repose. Their subdomains is Ancestors, Archon, Insanity, Moon, Night, and Souls.
How are goblins in this?
How are what?
Goblins?
What do you mean, how are goblins?
Like what? How do they act? What?
Oh, goblins are one of the versatile ones.
Really?
So like normally they have tribes, and are looked down upon. But they're kind of a versatile race, other than the fact that they're small makes them not very good at like armored
Yeah.
things. Like a goblin paladin would be unusual in the sense that he probably wouldn't be good in slow plate armor, but they have good AC. So you could be like a dodge paladin where you focus on getting out of the way.
Right.
But because they have like less of a strict cultural setup, they're easier to have like as wanderers or throw into kind of any player setup.
Right. Just dudes you bring along.
And people will underestimate a goblin a lot. That's another fun thing that you can play
What?
with in role playing. People will
Okay.
think that a goblin is just kind of there as a pack mule or as like, you know, a body
Is
block. They
there?
won't think that the goblin is a fully capable character, even though when you're keep in mind when you're playing as a character, you're playing as a like more heroic version of that race. You're
Right,
better
right.
than the average, you know, character of that race. So if you're playing a goblin, you're allowed to be stronger, taller, sexier, smarter.
Okay. Real question here though: is there such thing as gravity magic?
Yes.
Okay, how big can a weapon be?
How big can a weapon be?
Yeah, like what's the biggest weapon you've seen so far?
I mean, it scales to the size your character can hold. Ida's right. The answer is yes.
Okay, so hear me out. I'm a goblin with gravity magic and a weapon bigger than our biggest character. And the only reason why I'm even able to wield it is because of gravity magic. Most of the
But
time
you
that I'm
can
even swinging
have
it,
be
it does.
an enchanted weapon that is like an anti-gravity weapon itself.
So what I was thinking about it too, right? And I was thinking like, well, the thing is I'm kind of like, my mind is always set on realism when it comes to these, even if it's just magic.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just like,
Yeah.
well, if you use gravity magic on a weapon, technically all that's gonna happen is kind of bounce off something. So I was thinking like, there's an effect that I can do, just turns the gravity magic off every once in a while. So the best way that I fight with it is I swing it downwards, and as I reach the peak where it goes down, I deactivate the gravity magic. It just slams the fuck down onto people.
Yeah. I mean, there's also, I'm pretty sure there's spells that adjust the weight of an item for specific characters. So it's, for example, Thor's hammer
Large weapons
is
have disadvantage.
heavy for everyone except for Thor. And it's not because Thor has super strength, it's because Thor is the special guy. You could have a
Period.
weapon for which you are the special guy.
Okay.
So that's like another way you could get the exact same effect.
Well,
without worrying about it.
I expect there to
Grab
be
search.
a disadvantage. Like I know there's gonna. It's a fucking weapon
Yeah.
larger than
Forward
the
to swing
tallest
it and
character in
be
our
able to
party.
hit. Yeah.
Like that, obviously there's gonna be disadvantages into it, but it's kind of like the character would be party based because I would have to need I would need help, and B, it would be really fucking funny to just see a giant blade just pop in and then just being wielded by what looks like a child-sized character.
Ida's thinking too much about how the rules of the game actually work. I'm thinking you get a weapon that's enchanted by a deity that likes you so that it works in the way that you're describing and you don't get the disadvantages. It
Mhm.
changes the way it works from a normal version of that weapon, and other people can't use it in the same way as you, which is in and of itself a disadvantage because sometimes you lose your weapon in a fight and your ally has to throw it back to you.
You
If
can't
your weapon
throw
weighs
it.
a lot to other people in your party, they can't throw your weapon back to you. So I'm like, yeah, you could, quote, follow the rules and say, well, the weapon would be adjusted weight and have stats of a weapon of a different size. I say, nah, enchanted weapon. Ignore all that, make new rules. Because realistically, that's what D&D 5th edition says, is ignore those details, make up your own rules for it. I see a rule set as a guideline to help you do what you want to do. It shouldn't limit what you want to do unless it makes you too much stronger than the other people in your party. It's okay if you're overpowered for a level 3 character, as long as everyone is overpowered for level 3,
Yeah.
then I know to put you up against higher leveled enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I don't
'cause
want to play
I'm used
God,
to
but it'd
doing
be
that
funny as fuck.
anyways. Yeah, like, if you were generic, like, standard strength version of a level 3 character, then you would go up against a CR3 enemy encounter. But if you're all overpowered versions of level 3, then I could throw you up against a CR6 encounter, and things can be more interesting because there's, like, weirder monsters and shit that you can fight. Like basilisks that could turn you to stone unless you're wearing mirrored sunglasses or some shit like that.
The reason why I don't want to be a wizard goblin that can do that is because I want to remain dumb as shit.
Sorcerer. Sorcerers have they cast based on charisma, not intelligence or wisdom.
That's even
Yeah,
funnier.
that's a pretty fun thing to think about. Sorcerers can be like dumb himbos that cast ultra powerful magic.
My mom was a dragon, therefore I deserve this power.
You could be dragon blood. You can have that as a thing. You
Fucking
can have
hilarious.
a pact with a dragon. Depending on like there's a lot of fun things you can do. There's so
With
much fun.
automatic proficiency, it'd be so funny just to shout like, I inherited this power, therefore it is mine, and just have
Yeah.
no skill with the powers.
Yeah, yeah. Well, dude, okay, so my friend Cody, he's played many a drug addicted character. There
I
are
think I
rules.
remember this.
Pathfinder, yeah, I've told you about him. His character was addicted to Elven Leaf. Fun fact, this was before he started smoking weed. He was playing a character that was addicted to Elven Leaf, and he would, in order to properly play the character, if his character was high at the time, instead of choosing where to cast a spell, he would close his eyes and point somewhere on the map and say, "This is where I cast Fireball." And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That's where your new ally, the baby silver dragon, is." No, and he's like, my character's on drugs. That's what he does. And I was just like,
You could just all be really fucking terrible people in like the funniest fucking way.
Yeah.
Exactly. That makes a funnier game, in my opinion. I mean,
We could make a
I had
group
a
of
friend who
freaks.
played a character whose best friend was a sock puppet named Mop, and the character was clinically insane and thought of Mop as a real person. But they were good at fighting, but they acted like Mop was their animal companion. But they would occasionally just go off and like say, "Stop! You're offending Mop. He's very sensitive."
I think I would go for the route that I've gone in real life, where like any small amount of like any small setback will piss me off to a point where it's just tantrums.
Well, then it sounds like you should take some barbarian traits, because they get rage that boosts some stats and lowers others.
Even better, just be a wizard with really explosive magic.
Oh my gosh, I love it! Yes! So many options. There
Just
really
a wizard
is.
with really destructive magic, because it's the only way I could release my anger.
Oh my god.
Blowing things up is therapeutic, you know?
You make me.
Yeah, it's Megumin, dude. It's a really spoiled sorcerer, you know? She's a brat and she's really short.
I love these ideas. These are all great ideas.
I kind of like thinking like, because you're telling me to like, you know, since I have goblin if I can just be a goblin, and I was like, I don't mind being a goblin, I'm not gonna lie, because it's kind of just like by technicality I act like a goblin in general.
It would work really well for, you know, you had the question of, do you want to play more as yourself or as the character? It can be both.
Yeah, exactly.
They
Because
can
I have the tendency in video games to act upon my own desires, and goblins do that a lot.
Exactly. Or to make so like I have a tendency to maybe not think things through and to do things that other people see as illogical. And so me playing a satyr worked out really well for that because Fae don't follow the same logic as, you know, non-Fae races.
Yeah.
And so they'd be like, "Why are you trying to dig the teeth out of that wolf's mouth?" And I'm like, "In case we need them later."
Yeah, I would kind of ask, like, what do you mean need them later? What would we even kill with it?
Yeah, well, they don't have to be for killing. What if someone wants to trade teeth for food?
You know, if your satyr and my goblin would get along really well, I would just have to ask a question, you'd answer like that, and be like, "Oh, money, yeah, sure."
Yeah, exactly.
Money.
Dude, that's kind of how my bird character worked too. Was kind of I don't remember if it was a vulture or a crow, but I remember my animal companion was a vulture. But I was raised by a wood elf who was very pragmatic and didn't get along with elven culture because he was kind of greedy. And so I'm very much a collect all the baubles so that we can sell them for money or trade them for things that we want more.
Wizards are nerds and become world enders. Sorcerers are magic jocks but have some limits. Warlocks are magic sugar babies with daddy's powers.
Oh, it's true,
Their
yeah.
invocations make some of the hilarious combos. The main reason why I wanted to do, I had like the idea of doing the bard warlock line was because I wanted to see what I can do with charisma in general, because like it's such a weird stat to use in combat. It's mostly used in diplomatic situations, and I wanted to do that, and then I wanted to get into a Fae. I wanted to do a Fae, and I wanted it so I could try to meet up with this Fae. And there was this little fucking there was this little thing that was I watched it in a video where this guy was just like offered the powers for his firstborn child, and obviously because I'd be a single person without a child, I'd be like, okay then, when are we gonna do it then?
Yeah.
You want my firstborn, right?
You want my firstborn? All right, let's get down to business.
Let's get to brass tacks. You want my firstborn? Then you'll have my firstborn.
I love it.
And then just end up having my firstborn be the main enemy of the fucking.
You could pick the stat block for either the goblin or the hobgoblin.
I think I just do a regular goblin just for like, you know, the things that I want to do, like a little bit of thieving.
Oh,
It
they
depends,
get
it depends.
Goblin-based traits are interesting. The generic goblin, which there's probably subclasses somewhere else, but the generic is +4 dex, -2 strength, -2 charisma. Fast but weak and unpleasant to be around. I like the idea that you're sexy goblin and you could easily get the charisma bonuses from something else, or say maybe you have like massive tits, so instead of +4 to dex, you only have +2 to dex because the boobs get in the way, but you get a better charisma stat.
It's funnier too because the reason isn't because of my physical complexion, it's because of my personality of just having really bad fucking moral compass.
Yeah.
Like, damn, she's hot, but why did she have to pick the body from their fucking remains? It's like money. I like money.
Sorcerers get an extra +1 spell known if you're a goblin sorcerer.
Wait, what was that again?
Goblin sorcerers get +1 spell known, but the spell has to be 1 level below the highest level spell they can cast. Oh, and the spell must have the fire descriptor. So basically you get a free fire spell as a goblin.
What?
That's pretty funny. Witches, similar thing. They get an extra spell list for their familiar.
Right. So
Yeah,
they
it's
just
pretty funny.
really like fire, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking
Ooh,
wild.
oh my gosh, there's an alchemist subclass called, for the goblin, which is the fire bomber. They're just really good with and love fire bombs.
Okay, I was going in a different direction. I thought it was gonna be alchemists because they're so fucking they just do drugs or something. I was wrong. No, they're just a bunch of Ted
They
Kaczynskis.
like
Okay.
explosives. Yeah, they just like explosives. Oh, and there's even list. I forgot this is a thing. All the races have like specialty equipment for that race that you can start with.
Right.
Like a bomb launcher is one of the specialty goblin items. Horse
Bomb
chopper
launcher.
is a specialty weapon
A
for fighting
grenade
horses.
launcher is what you're telling
Yeah.
me. Hi, Aski. How are you doing? Yeah, dude,
Just
just be a fucking goblin who just has a grenade launcher.
There's a lot of fire
Wait, but
inspiration.
like,
in
can I?
goblins. This is pretty funny. I forgot they were so fire centric in Pathfinder. One of the feats is just
Suki's
called
being Suki?
burn,
Makes
burn.
sense.
Take the
This is
goblin
also
level
goes
hearts
for
into a
blood
whole new
hunters.
level.
Wait, so like, let's say, like, I can understand why like pyromancy would be like the main area, or like just doing things with fire, but like with that alchemist subclass, would I still be able to, I don't know, just craft like a random drug or something?
100% yes.
Okay. So, but the
Yeah.
main specialty is just fire.
Yeah, you would just get extra basically being one of those specialty subclasses gives you access to different stuff.
I'm really
Get
close to
all the
thinking that I
normal
want to
stuff,
be.
you get access to different stuff. Like
Yeah.
fiery cocktail at 4th level, whenever a fire bomber uses a discovery that deals damage other than fire, he can split the damage dice evenly between the bomb's primary damage type and 1d6 of fire, so you can have a bomb deal 2 types of damage at once.
Ooh, I really want to. I kind of want to be that.
Yeah,
I kind of want to
pretty
try that now.
cool idea.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, bonus feat. Yep.
So like the main probable thing would probably be like taking account for my ammunition, right?
Yeah, I tend to be a little bit looser with ammunition counting. And when it comes to Alchemist, it's more like supplies. We would decide as a group if we want to carefully track ammo. Or if we just want to say, every week you spend X amount of money restocking your ammunition.
I've been treated poorly my whole life, Ita. Don't worry, I know how to get around it.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's true. It's true. Racism is interesting in D&D games. But also, we could go to like a port town that is mostly worked by goblins and orcs and like undines, and so instead of the goblin in the party being the one people are racist against, they could be racist against the elf and the human. And the elf and the human, you could be like, "What's this? What do you mean I'm not allowed in this bar?" And they're like, "No tallies allowed." Short people only goblins and dwarves allowed in our bar.
Wait till you get locked up for entering a city and have to stay in jail cell until the party leaves the town.
Or you want to disguise yourself. You could put on a costume and pretend to be a palico, or pretend to be some little
child.
animal.
Or a child. Why does that child have a grenade launcher on him?
That's
Oh,
another
he just
one I like,
holds my
is having,
guns.
Like, halflings or goblins just pretending to be children. Oh, why does he look a little green? Oh, he's very sick. He's a little contagious. Don't get too close.
Force vomit off will. Just be like, oh god, you are sick. roll for I don't know what you would roll for if you just wanted to force yourself to just puke.
Just
Yeah.
It's funny too because I can actually do that in real life.
Oh my god. Hey, okay, and here's another thing. I'm a fan of, if you can do it in real life, you can do it in the game.
Oh, thank God.
So if someone has a unique real life skill that they want to be able to have in the game. So for example, for me, we played a campaign where we were the Cartographers Guild. So we decided that me and Cody's characters know how to draw for the sake of map making and don't have to use any skill points to get that ability because we could do it in real life. And similarly, like, we had a friend who was trained in karate and knew how to use, sorry, not karate, kumdo, and knew how to use swords. And so we're like, okay, so maybe you get a little bonus, or you don't have to take a feat to be able to use katana, you can just use one like a short sword. or something like that. So it's like
Mhm.
if you have unusual, talent that is like, especially if it's something that there isn't necessarily a thing for built into the game, like being able to draw maps or being able to
Right.
comment on command. No, I don't do the base stats on real life. That's a bad idea. That's when you end up with an unbalanced party. Basing bonus skills off of things you can do in real life, that just adds fun and versatility. But we have to make sure everyone has something. Like, if you get the ability to vomit, then we have to find something that Lest can do. Or Curry. Maybe since Lest and Curry are multilingual IRL, maybe they get a free bonus language in-game.
Oh, that's a good idea.
It's
Yeah,
like if we're
there's a
using
lot of different ways
self-inserts
to
in a
do
kind of
that.
way.
So,
I
Yeah,
could,
Like imagine a
exactly.
stat against someone like Baku. What the fuck would Baku be able to do? What?
I could take care of
nothing.
15 cats.
Just draw. He is a small, slightly overweight, bald man. If anything, he would roleplay a great dwarf. But he wouldn't have the
dwarf
strength.
artisan.
Whereas he has like an IRL giant barbarian Viking hybrid.
A barbarian artisan, man, just likes to make, art and whatnot. Likes
Yeah.
to draw chicks
I
with
think-
fat dicks and tits.
Actually, Baku tends to play bards. He's
Oh,
played
interesting.
multiple bards. Which is funny because
Bard.
he's very sociable, but he doesn't always have the best charisma. People in college did not like him, and they thought I was weird for being friends with him because of insert random rumor that they made up.
Oh,
And
okay,
I'm like,
of course.
but
Yeah, I was
he's
just like,
cool
he
and
never
he's nice to
seemed
me.
like. I talked to him while we were doing the whole design for Iron Gold. It was just like I got
Yeah.
nothing. Like I didn't see any ill intent or anything bad.
Yeah, he's chill. He doesn't have ulterior motives for anything, but in college people would often assume that he did. He was one of the more normie people in our college. And he was one of the few non-queer people, in art
Right.
school. So he just kind of got shit for being too normal, I think. Also, his hair started thinning at a pretty young age, and so people would just insult his looks randomly.
Well, that's just fucking
And I'm
rude.
like, well, that's just stupid. Exactly! They're fucking bitches.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You should insult their looks and intelligence and everything.
I just kept that to a verbal, me and the friends making fun of them. I mean, well, or alternately this one girl falsely Me Too'd Baku, claimed that he, I don't remember if they claimed that his ex-girlfriend was underage, or that he essayed her, or what it was, but it was a total lie, and the girl came forward and was like,
Wow.
"We're the same age,
That's some
this never
serious
happened." But because of all the, how well-known this girl was, she got him fired from a comic company that he was doing coloring work for.
That's so shit, dude.
He ended up getting a comic deal shortly thereafter, and she was non-binary and on the autism spectrum, so she really used that, told them that they should use that as a marketing tactic, and that hiring her would be representation, and that they should get rid of the normie cis white guy. And fun fact though, that comic project she did then was like the last comic she got published. She's been doing like nothing ever since then, and that was
Okay,
like 10
good.
years.
What the fuck? She
Meanwhile,
deserves to be
Baku
jobless.
has like independently published work, grown a career as an independent career as an independent illustrator with people that patron him and actually like the stuff that he creates, like of his own volition. And like, yeah, it pisses me off that she did that, but he really has become the more successful artist between the two of them, from my
Fucking
perspective at
dude.
least.
There's
He's
nothing.
got fans. She doesn't. She has her name on a couple of books, but he's got fans. So I'm like, that's like, fuck you, bitch. Anyways,
Dude.
yeah. She had the she was, I don't remember if she was married in college or just engaged, but her partner used to hit on me and a bunch of other people in our department, and she said she was cool with it, but that doesn't mean we were cool with it. none of us wanted to fool around with her weird boyfriend, fiance, husband thing. And he just very, I don't know if pushy is the right word. He's pushy in that passive way, in that if you don't maintain the conversation with him, he'll just stand nearby awkwardly.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable. Insistent, that's a better word. Yeah. I kind of felt bad for the guy, but I'm also like, I think after a certain point, he knew that he was doing creep stuff and hoped that we would just accept it after a while, and I was like,
I
no.
do my creeps.
He also wasn't cute enough to be doing that shit. Like, he just wasn't. He just wasn't cute enough to get away with that shit.
I don't
She
think
was
any.
cute.
I don't think anybody who does do creep shit is attractive. In general,
But some
I mean, I'm
people
wrong.
are attractive, and then they do the creep shit, and there's that whole, like, hot girls get away with more than ugly guys thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess there is that double. I kind of see it as just.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a weird normalcy thing. It's a weird normalcy.
Yep. Well, it's like the, like that whole, you know about the Cody Ko situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like how people want to make up more excuses for him because he's popular and he's better looking than, say, the girl that used to be one of Mr. Beast's friends and got
Yeah.
called out. Yeah, it's like, if you're popular and good looking, people are gonna want to make more excuses for it. And also, the girl would use the excuse of her being autistic for a lot of random shit that had nothing to do with her being on the spectrum.
That's weird.
It was weird. It was really weird. She was a piece of work, as my mom would say.
So I would say she's a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what it means. That's
Yeah.
the gosh, what's my mom's generation called? She's like 70.
Trying
I
to
have
think
no
that-
idea if there's even she's younger than a baby boomer, but she's got all these funny little phrases that are like sound more polite, but definitely have modern equivalents.
That sounds like Gen X. No, wait.
Be before Gen X.
Or Gen X? That would be. Let me see.
Maybe. What is the generation after baby boomers? It is Gen X.
Yeah. Because before that was
Okay.
baby boomers. Yeah.
It is. Yep, that's it. Oh, it depends on the chart. Okay, some charts have her listed as baby boomers, some say Gen X.
I think my mom.
My
was Gen
my
X.
grandma was the silent generation. Her mom was the silent generation.
I'm a millennial.
She's on the Yeah, okay.
I'm an early millennial though.
Yeah, and I'm like a right in the middle millennial.
I was 94. It says 96 last year. My brother
Yeah.
might have been like the last, like last in that.
Interesting. This chart says Gen X ends at 80,
Oh,
but I've heard a
wait.
lot of people say it goes through that Gen X includes the 80s.
Oh, I think my brother might actually be Gen Z.
Could be.
You and my sister are definitely. I kind of get where the name comes from.
My
Like-
mom probably fits more in with the Gen X generation than with the baby boomers, if I'm
Mhm.
being honest.
I'm like looking at the chart and I'm just like, I could understand why they call it millennials because we were literally at the turn of the millennia. But
We
it's
were
like,
the
why
new
not just like
millennium.
it's Gen Y, bro? Like it looks
Yeah.
like it's Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha. And it's just like,
Oh, some charts do have it listed as Gen Y.
I'm just gonna call it Gen Y.
Oh yeah, because like
that.
Gen Y / millennials, Gen Z / Zoomers. Gen Alpha
Mhm.
hasn't come up with a name for themselves yet.
Generation full of fucking idiots. I'm older than you. I can bully you.
It's true. I love how our little friend group goes from Gen Z through or Gen Alpha to millennials. We have the whole spectrum. I'm pretty sure Lest, you're probably on the edge of Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I'm
I
thinking.
think I'm a Gen Z, right?
I think you are technically, but you're
Is that no?
Close.
Because Generation Alpha is 2010.
Oh
and I
yeah,
think
I'm,
it'd still be a minor.
okay.
So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
Generation Z, and then it'd be millennial through Gen.
Yeah.
We have
See, I
yet
do
to
not
find
get a
our
lot of
we've
Gen
yet to
Z
find our
stuff.
Gen X and our baby boomers.
Do I
The
sound like a Gen Z?
greatest generation. Okay, 1990s. Calm the fuck
Plus, you
down.
sound like a millennial. I just know more about you.
Yeah, because I was telling Vex about this. I grew up with like my sister's stuff.
Culturally, you might as well be a millennial.
Yeah,
Uh,
I get like a lot of the like the '90s stuff, even the stuff that I
yeah.
watch,
Yeah.
and my
I love it.
humor
That's why you fit in
overall.
with us so well.
Greatest generation, my fat fucking ass. Hell no,
Right?
bro. Why do
I was
they
like,
get the
oh.
award? Fuck them.
Also, I have invented a delicious new cocktail I would like to share with you. It is 50% unflavored soju and 50% melon soda.
I feel like I should probably eat something now.
It's
I don't know
really
what I'm gonna
good.
eat.
Also, this soju bottle
Gen
is
Alpha
really
is
cute.
Tide Pods,
It's got
the
a fox,
Tide Pod
nice
generation.
fox on it. And it's 0 sugar, so I can get all the sugar from the soda. Oh yeah, Lest, there are other deities in D&D that could fill the same role of being like moon stuff. Like Desna is dreams and stars and travelers and luck, and they're worshipped by travelers, astronomers, gamblers, and musicians, and she's chaotic good. Whereas Sukiyo is, I think, lawful good. Yeah, Sukiyo is lawful good. And also madness, which is kind of interesting.
Moon madness.
Yeah, exactly. I really like reading through the lists. It gives me fun ideas. Also, these are only, like, the standard list. There are other, like, regions in D&D that have other lists of things. And then there's also, like, fan-made stuff. Like, the Pathfinder fandom wiki has a lot of really good info where people, like, have gone and designed oddly specific things like, oh, you don't just want a fox animal companion, you want a American gray fox as an animal companion.
Yeah.
America doesn't exist, but it's that specific species. So here's a customized, stat chart for having that as an animal companion, because it differs from a normal fox in that they are arboreal. They climb and live in trees, which would make the fox have a different set of abilities from normal foxes. Normal foxes can't climb trees, but the gray fox specializes in it. So things like that where people will have thought, I want to make this thing. I made it for my friend group. I'm going to also put it on the wiki online. And because, unlike D&D, who comes out with new versions pretty often, Pathfinder only recently came out with their second version. Like, they've been going on plain old Pathfinder for a long time.
Damn.
So there's a lot of good and bad fan-made content.
Yeah, dude, if it works, don't fix it, you know?
Yeah. It's fun.
I'm trying to fucking figure it. Like, do I want to go make myself? I can make a grilled cheese.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I might as well, dude. I'm fucking feeling it right now. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave Lust and Vex to entertain you guys for now.
Yay!
Hopefully we get more people come invite too. About this.
Yeah, I want to get other people's input
I-
too, because that's when we start coming up with how the world should work.
I think Golden might be
We can decide if we want our world to be more standard, elves and humans and dwarfs are superior, or if we want the freak force races to be more superior. You know?
I don't know, it's also like Japanese shrine aesthetic. I'm happy.
Exactly! They're so much fun. Okay, don't let me keep you. You go ahead. I'll keep chatting with Lest about ideas, and then we'll
Yeah.
tell you the good ones.
Let's see.
Yeah, there is a lot already in Pathfinder for, like, basically Japanese and different Asian culture stuff. I mean, you can be an Oni. Like, that's a specific...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can just be an Oni. They're big and muscular, and they have a specific deity for themselves, Fumeyoshi, who's neutral evil. Their focus is dishonor, envy, graves, and the undead. Their domains are death, destruction, evil, repose, and war. Subdomains is blood, daemons, not demons, souls, rage, tactics, and undead.
I saw
No
that. Yeah.
specialty weapons.
Actually, I saw that. I saw
it
there was a lot of like Japanese mythical being. I just gone through the file
Yeah.
real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole thing that they've thought about from pretty early on. Especially I think part of the reason is because Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons has always had more of a focus on European style fantasy, and so I'm under the impression that Pathfinder said, well, that's been done, so let's branch out into the other kind. Because there's so much, like, historical writings and notes on, like, Eastern style fantasy,
Yeah.
that it works. It works so well. And there's a lot of, like, subspecies, sub-races that are based with that in mind. Like, the Nagaji, the Samsarans, I think the Wyang. I can't remember which one. There's a race of, like, monkey people, but I can't remember what they're called. I thought it was the Samsaran, but Samsaran is, like, magical blue people. And I accidentally skipped ahead to the monstrous races. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's a variant lizard folk. Okay, cool. I want to try and find a list. Oh, gargoyle! Ooh, I forgot that was in here. Drider, drow spider lady, if someone wanted to be a straight up spider monster girl. Let's see here. Oh, there's the centaur I was thinking of. Just a monkey. That guy was cool. Yeah, the Wyang was one of those Far East / Middle East inspired races. Oh, Vishkanya is definitely Far East inspired. Graceful, elegant, and irrational. That was the one that I think my friend Charlotte played, where she was the deadly courtesan rogue archetype. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. The Vanara are the, like, monkey people. So think like, what was it, Wukong?
Wukong?
Yeah, the Sun King, Monkey King
Yeah.
guy. Yeah,
Sun Wukong.
basically the Vanara are based off of him.
Okay, I like kind of like how's it?
It's the Vanara, Vanara.
Yeah. I can
They're
kind of like guess
monkey-like
that because you
humanoids.
said like a group of
Good night,
monkeys. Like, okay,
Vexy.
maybe
Sweet
it is Wukong. Like,
dreams.
it is Wukong.
Good night,
It
Moles.
is, yeah, and you can kind of
And
tell by the
I'll
art
see
too. They
you
have kind
after
of yellow,
stream.
whitish, goldish fur. And they specialize in being monks. That's their main shtick.
Yeah. More
Let's
like
see here. What's some of their...
martial art.
They get to use their prehensile tail, and once they get to a certain level, they can use it to steal things.
You.
That's so cute. Oh. That's so cute. So they get extra bonuses to being in forests. And they can, like, climb trees and stuff very agilely. They can use the tail to carry objects, but not to wield weapons. But it does allow you to retrieve stowed objects carried on the person as a swift action, which is a really good bonus. Oh, you get low light vision. That's a cool one. I always liked characters with low light and dark vision as a bonus. It just makes, like, more fun when you don't have to, like, pay attention to bedtimes. I always wanted to play as Strix, but they're traditionally evil characters, and I never felt like being such a special snowflake that I was a good guy Strix. But they're basically, like, harpy bird people. They're, like, dark-skinned elves with giant crow vulture wings, kind of. Let's see. Samsaran are another cool one. I think their shtick is that they're reincarnated creatures.
I see.
Yeah, they're basically reincarnates. When they die, they reincarnate anew as a young Samsaran.
They born from rocks?
I don't know. I think they're born at random to humans or elves or whatever.
Ah.
So their parents would not be Sam Saran. Their parents would be a standard humanoid. Kind of like how tieflings work. The way that tiefling and Aasimar work, which are kind of two sides of the same coin, is that they're born to normal versions of their parent race. It's just that the demon bloodline from the tiefling or the celestial bloodline of the Aasimar is what has finally showed up in this one person. Think of it like a recessive gene. Oh, I just saw Ida said goodnight. Good night, Ida. Why are you saying you'll see Yuffie after stream? What's this? Yeah, so, like, there's a few different things in, Pathfinder, so, like, Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons kind of only has Aasimar and Tiefling as you have different blood in your bloodline, and it just came out in you, but your parents are normal. There's more different things like that. In Pathfinder, my favorite one is the Suli, where basically you had a genie back in your bloodline.
Oh.
So you're like part elemental, but you look like whatever your parent race is. So you can either look like a human or an elf or even a dwarf. But you, like, have the, like, a
genie.
different, like, elemental, kind of specialty? What did they call it? It's not a class. Manifestation, basically. And I think they simplify it down to 4. Yeah, choose an energy type. Acid, cold, electricity, or fire. You get extra spells and, like, a racial... Basically, you get a spell that's available to your race no matter what your class is. So, every Suli can use Energy Strike. And it's one of those 4 abilities. And then it's like, if you chose Acid, you get this extra ability. If you chose Fire, you get this extra ability. And then, in addition to that, it's like racial archetype. If you want to be a Magus, you could be an Elemental Knight. So you can be a special elemental version of the Magus. And you, like, have the ability to imbue your normal attacks with elemental damage instead of them just doing normal damage. Which is very handy, because some creatures, don't take melee damage, or don't take certain types. Like, skeletons can't take piercing damage. An arrow just goes right through it. A spear just gets stuck in its ribs. But if your spear is electrified, then the skeleton will take electrical damage.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, it's very handy and also just kind of fun. Especially, too, because, like, if you're clever with it and you want to make up stuff, you can be like, okay, I use my electric spear to touch the water to try and kill a bunch of fish for us for dinner. Okay, cool. Now we have fish for dinner. That's one of the things, like, is, like, you'll figure out your character, but then the more you play, the more you'll come up with different things you can do with the stuff you already decided on.
I see.
Man, I thought there were more subtypes for Goblin in this book, but it might not be in this book. I really want to try and find some. Because I think that would be fun. Especially for you, Fee. Let's try Goblin. Goblin dog. Oh yeah, I forgot goblins can ride dogs. Yuffie's gonna like that.
Dope.
Yeah, goblins can get riding dogs, and they can ride a dog like a human rides a horse.
No.
Which I think is just adorable. Let's see here. Goblin mythology states that the race was created by accident by the 4 goblin hero gods who gave the loyalty of their new creation to
Wait.
Lamashtu.
What are we on
Goblins
about?
can ride dogs like a human can ride a horse. I forgot about
fucking
that.
hilarious.
It's in the rules. Yeah, it's in the rules. They get a riding dog.
Wait, do we get one just because we're playing the game, or do we have to, like, find a dog?
No, I mean, if you're a goblin cavalier, you'll just get one, but
Yeah.
otherwise you'd have to buy one, but you could either you'll start with starting gold, and you can decide if that's a thing that you want to have spent your money on,
Mhm.
or if you convince me why your character befriended a dog and uses it as a riding dog, then I'll be like, okay, you just have that then. Because I like everyone to kind of come up with stuff that they just get to have and don't have to spend money on, as
Yeah.
long as it fits in with whatever lore you come up with.
Yeah.
No lore, no free stuff. You come up with lore, you get free stuff.
Fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
always thought that was a fun way to do it. Oh no, this is interesting. Yeah, so goblins tend to be gray in Pathfinder.
I
So
know
if
that.
you were green, if you were a green goblin, that would easily explain why you have slightly shifted around stats, or you know, that would make you the weirdo of a goblin if you were green instead of more gray. Which is, I mean, everyone, like, in my idea, everyone's a weirdo of their species, otherwise why would you have become an adventurer?
That
You're
is true.
either weirdly strong, weirdly heroic, weirdly, you know, sexy and smart, or just weird. Damn it, I
Just
thought I
weird
had
in general.
Just weird
Yeah,
in general.
always good to be weird. Now that you're back, I'm going to go get more food, because I am also hungry.
Mhm.
Speaking
I
of,
also want to
got
ask if you
food.
guys want to play anything to pass the time.
I'm down.
Because Curry's gonna be a bit before she comes. She might be a lot interested in the Pathfinder thing. I don't know about Ko. I don't know what Ko is doing right now, so.
Assuming with Curry.
Yeah, actually, that's the same thing. And Jordan, I don't know what. I think she might be busy today.
Yoren's dead.
Ah! Is she doing the yeah, what was it?
Merch
The
stuff?
convention? Oh, it's a convention
I
another day.
I think the convention is like on the 20th or something.
Hold on, maybe she's asleep.
Yeah. Yoren's dead.
No.
Bitch.
Revive. I'm gonna give.
Pio. What are you
Yeah.
gonna play in the meantime?
Oh. What games do we have together?
A bunch? I don't know. Start naming stuff, Yuffie.
Let me think. I have. I'm looking for all like the multiple company, Risk of Rain. Oh, Risk of Rain 2. Gigante, Streets of Rogue.
I have Streets of Rogue and Risk of Rain.
100% orange. Among Us and 2-player. Let's go.
Among.
Baldur's Gate, Borrow Trauma. Like we need.
Hmm.
Borderlands 3.
Oh.
Full of soup. Code Vein. Probably. Content warning. Scorekeeper. The crab game.
Crap game. As Kid would say, when Monster Hunter.
Fuck. Well, and that's if he shows up. Motherfucker's like. Sometimes he has stuff to do, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he's just here to annoy me. And they're like, Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter.
When Monhun?
When Monster Hunter.
Cuphead. Dark Souls 2, apparently I have now.
Nice.
Hop on Dark Souls 2 real quick.
Dead Island Definitive Edition.
Who goes there?
Is
Dead
that a
Island
peel?
Retro. Oh, it is PO. There you are.
It's a peel.
Yo-yo!
We thought you got busy.
New person to drill about Dungeons and Dragons ideas. Oh wait, first one.
What's up? What do you need my opinion on?
Peel is alive.
I just woke up.
Yeah,
I
we figured it.
literally.
As soon as Les told me when the convention is, I was like, yeah, she's asleep. She's fucking asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I
Nice to hear.
was just sleeping. That's all. I just
All right, yeah, we've been talking about like the whole Dungeons and Dragons thing, and we're like, I don't know, because we had what's his name come up and be like, hey, I want to play Dungeons and Dragons, and I was just like, oh, it'd be pretty cool, like to play Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot. The DM's king, take your time. And we were discussing whether or not we want to play it, and we got like a majority of people saying yes. Kind of just wanted your take and then Ko's take on it to see if you guys would be interested in it.
Yeah, are you
Since we
interested?
already have a specific day that we play anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind D&D, just that I haven't been role playing for a while, so it's gonna be a bit scuff for my side.
No worries.
It's
well,
fine,
Leslie's
I've never played the game.
it and doesn't
never
know
played
much
before.
about it, so I feel
I
like
never
we all
played
know-
before, but I do know the mechanics and all.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I sent a link to the group chat. I have a Dropbox folder full of books for the Pathfinder system.
Oh god.
So then you don't feel like you have to look at it all. You can either, look at books on your own, or you can tell me vaguely what kind of character you'd want to do, and we can narrow down how to make that character. Because there's multiple ways to make any given type of character. Like, for an example, I was like, for Dida, Dida's the female Dida. You could either make her a lizard folk, or you could make her a human were-alligator. And you could, you want her to be good at punching? Okay, do you want to make her be a monk good at punching, or a barbarian good at punching? And there's just kind of like, I'm pretty casual. I like having a system with a lot of books and a lot of rules, because I treat the rules more like guidelines. And if your lore has something that's really cool, I'm going to make it work. If you have a really cool idea of
Hi,
something,
Gustavo, how are you doing?
I'm going to make it work.
Yep.
Even if the rules don't have an explanation on how to do it, I will come up with it, which I think is kind of the whole point of role-playing games, in my opinion. And I have,
It really is.
like, how old am I? I have 18 years of experience playing and DMing Pathfinder games, specifically. So I'm comfortable with both following the rules and ignoring them. I know how to do both very well.
That's good
has,
because
he
the last
has more
time
rules.
the last time I actually do any sort of role play, it's kind of in a group where we use a bit of the D&D system. But the thing is that when people send their story, including me, to the DM, right, the GM, game master, whatever, and at first they accept it, but later on in the middle of the story they say this cannot go. I'm like, why now you ask me?
That's silly. That's a bad, and in my opinion, and the way that I grew up playing, that's just a bad DM. They just don't
really-
know
No,
how to do
it really
like
is, and the fact that a lot of people realize about that, they quickly left the group, and they found out why I left as well.
No.
It was a clusterfuck, but you know what? At least I'm right.
Yep.
But anyway, I think this will be a bit of planning kind of things on top of the other things we have already planned. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. We're talking about using Tabletop Simulator, because that's pretty easy, and I'm so used to like playing IRL and like not having all the perfect tools that Tabletop Simulator works just fine for me. And we'll just make, PDFs or Word documents of our character sheets. Or if you're me, you're gonna print it out on paper and do it by hand.
Right. Oh god.
Because that
Tutor
just
by hand.
I just like that. The feel of writing on paper with a
Oh,
pencil
paper.
and
I
figuring
would
it
like to
all
use
out.
Google document. I would like to
Yeah.
use Google document.
See, that works too. Oh, there's also like there's websites that'll let you build a character sheet with drop down menus for people who don't want to have to type anything at all except for your character's name. So that's another thing I can find if people want to use like a web builder. Sometimes they're more restrictive. They might not have like all the race options in the books, and they might not let you customize a race as easily. Whereas I was telling Yuffie, like, if he wants to be a goblin, the book says goblins get +4 to dexterity and -2 to strength and charisma. But if he's gonna play like a charismatic goblin bard sorcerer, well, maybe we don't want him to get the -2 to charisma. So instead we'll say that he gets only +2 to dex and -2 to strength, and that's it. And
Right.
and it's because he has massive titties that make people like him more, but make him a little bit clumsier and less dexterous. You know? You can either
Makes
come up
sense.
with that reason, or you can just say, because you're green, you don't blend into the environment as well as a gray goblin, therefore you're more charismatic, and because people don't think of you as a normal goblin. So there's all sorts of stuff. And then we touched on, like, do we want it to be the more generic kind of world where, like, humans and elves and dwarves are the dominant races, and if you're a weird sub-race, they might be racist against you? Or do we want to do my favorite type of custom world that I call a Freak Force world, where all of the weird races are more dominant, and cities that have, 10 different races in them are common, and if you're an elf or a human, you're more of a weirdo because you're seen as more of an exotic thing because there aren't any, like, elf or human specific societies on this continent or something like that. I like to kind of flip the script sometimes because I think it can make it more interesting, but it just kind of
Right.
depends on how the people in what the people in the party want to be and the experience they want for the game. So, like Lest was asking me, can he be a wizard something with swords who praises the moon? I'm like, yes, here's 2 ideas of deities that exist in the game that you could praise as someone who wants a moon deity.
And Palico.
Yeah, and you want a palico? We'll build you a palico as your little animal companion.
You will own a cat. That's all
to
I
be
say.
to be fair, if one
So many
person
options, it's great.
if one person has it, there has to be a community of people who have it. Let's be
Yeah, we can
Mhm.
make a
I
whole
mean-
other race, the Palico.
Yeah.
fair.
I would write a whole lore of Palico lore.
We could use Catfolk stat block and just make them small.
It's cat, but they walks on 2 legs.
Yep.
And can
They
and
can
can
talk
cook.
to.
They can cook.
Exactly.
And can communicate as well.
Yeah. They call you Meowster.
Ah, it's so cute. There's a webcomic I read. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it's really cute. And like, it's not about them, but it basically has like a tiny catfolk race that's obviously based on the Palicos from Monster Hunter. And they do the cat puns and everything, and they have whiskers that they style like little curly mustaches. And it's just adorable, but they're like very smart, so they work often as like scholars or like clerics, or like not like like an accountant. Like they'd be common as like a scholar or an accountant or a cleric type thing.
I mean, those
they're brainy
motherfuckers is
cats.
really smart in Monster Hunter. There's a whole Palico for anything. There's a
Yes.
science Palico. Science.
Yes. I love this shit. But yeah, so think of things you might want to be able to do or be in the game you're in, and we'll find a way to do it.
It's okay. I will definitely do that. But for the stat itself, I won't be asking about that until you pass through with my story and everything. Then I will put the stat in.
Bye. Gustavo, I asked what's going on. You didn't answer. You just kept crying. What's going on here?
Yeah, what is Gustavo
I wish you could talk.
crying about?
All right. I hope you have a good life.
Think about D.
They just spent their time crying, and they were just like, "Oh, goodbye."
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
me
Yeah, you're
neither.
having a bad day, but buddy, you can tell us. Probably. Sorry.
As long as it's not too lewd. I think we hit the I think the upper limits of chat lewdness. Was it last week or the week before?
Oh, I feel
There
like
was
it's every
someone
week
that-
though.
No,
I
there was
feel like it's
someone in
every
chat.
time.
It's
There
every
was
single.
someone in chat that said they were gooning right now, and started
Yes.
talking about sex toys and things. And I was like, this is the upper limits of what I think we're allowed to discuss on Twitch.
Oh
I
my
think we're
god.
at the. And most people, I think, would try and kick them out of their chat, but our group is just like, whatever.
We gooning hard, bros. Let's go.
I mean, me and Yuffie were discussing about AI art porn, and is that too far as well?
Oh yeah, how we can't fucking get off to fucking AI porn because it just feels soulless.
Yeah.
I agree. Same.
But anyway.
Which is funny because, like, hand-drawn
Mhm.
art of an AI is totally different.
Mm-hmm. No, the thing is that I could get off with words a lot, but AI art does nothing to me.
Yup, same deal. Same.
Like I've been playing like a text-based game that's about like R18 once, and that
Cold
is
tits of
very
AI.
tasteful.
Feels strong, man. More like feels wrong, man.
Feels wrong. I mean, I don't mind using the AI to make a politician pregnant, but not making it AI porn of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that the editing gonna be something that we work on, but not anytime soon, I presume.
We're talking about doing it fairly soon, within a week or two.
Okay. We also have the art channel. We also have another project laying down. I'm okay with it.
I'm far enough on my sketch that I feel like it could be considered done for the art challenge. But I'm just
I
kind of more whenever I
haven't
get to
started.
it.
I haven't started anything yet.
I just sat down and drew for like 2 or 3 hours last night.
Yeah, the thing is, I have a lot of Aussie. I don't know which one I want to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
Like really a lot. To the point that last night I showed 2 people all of my OC, almost all of my OC design, and they like it a lot. So this
I
is
can't decide, I just use Vex.
Mm.
And then I just was like, I don't know what pose to do. Let me go on Pinterest. Look up my pose references. Oh, that looks like slightly challenging, but also fun. Okay, I'll do that.
See, but the thing is, the stuff that I draw, right? I almost use no reference to draw it, including my OC design and all. So if people accuses me of or accuses me of copying a certain character, I cannot be called out for it because I literally have no mood board of any of the character that I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I just found like, for once I used just an actual photo as my reference. I suppose I can share the photo that I used as reference.
I also have a mirror on my table that I frequently use if I cannot cannot draw a certain hand.
Yeah.
So I
I
post
have
my
a
own hand in
wall
front of a
mirror.
mirror.
I love it. Well, I say wall. It's like my closet is giant sliding doors, and the doors are entirely mirror, like floor to ceiling. So I basically have like full body mirror, very handy for like looking at myself for references.
Talking about that, right? Back then ago, someone asked me about how to do the anatomy and stuff, right? So I told them to just use a mirror, use your own body as reference. Do you know what they asked me instead? No, not what they asked me. What they replied to me
Right.
instead? They said that their body is not pretty. Like, do I fucking care?
Oh my god. Yeah, that would be like me saying my body doesn't work because I'm not a Twinkie femboy like my character is. And it's like, okay, yeah, but if you just gotta look for shoulders and hips and how things angle, like you
legit.
don't Yeah.
Yeah, I was
That's
just like
the-
legitimately, I was just gonna copy and paste the fucking goblin designs of. The first one I was thinking was like a goblin with a really, really, really big sword,
Yeah.
or one that just has a grenade launcher.
You could
Grenade
have
launcher
both.
sauce
You
of
can have one
breeze.
strapped to your back, and it takes a full turn to swap between weapons.
Wait. What about a gun blade? You can have both.
Gun
Oh,
blade. That's too dexterous of me. It's whether I want destruction at a fucking what the fuck do you call it, at a terrain level, you know? Like I want to swing the sword down, and as it hits the floor, it cracks everything.
You can do both.
Reading the goblin entry in the book, and I realized that they just have a lot of sub items and subclass stuff that just is focused on fire, burning things, having fire bombs, lots of bomb specialist. So I thought that was cute.
Firebombs. Would be a miniature.
You're gonna be a terrorist. That's all I'm saying.
That's literally that. I mean, technically, that's what he is too.
You're just afraid of saying that word.
No, actually, I think worse than what I said than it is straight up saying.
Lamau. Usually I just go with like a human race and all, but I think that my starting one is I'm of course role playing as a kangaroo and also a panda. No, not a panda, a trash panda. Raccoon. That's the word.
That's so cute.
But the kangaroo one's a bit funny because her name is in Chinese, which is Daisho, which literally means kangaroo. and people found out about that 2 years after using that character.
OMG. Furry.
No. She is a furry. It's just that people didn't realize the name it means kangaroo in Chinese.
I love
You're
it.
a
Like a
panda
cat folk named
named-
Neko.
You're a panda named Kangaroo.
No. I have
No,
a
that was a
kangaroo
different
Aussie
character.
with the Chinese name kangaroo.
Think of a cat girl
Mosh.
named Neko.
Nice
well,
call.
well.
Finally, we have everybody here.
Wait, what about Kurihechan?
She's
I don't
And
know.
Dado,
she's
Magic
already,
Man.
she's already agreed to all this.
What about the rest of them?
I mean, we're
It's
trying.
Dido.
Hey, Dido.
Dado.
Dido's
Hey.
here. I'm gonna go put away.
In my car.
Oh.
Yeah, car
Fancy.
sound.
Drive safely, man.
Oh, so what's happening?
Drive safely? Drive safely? Drive safely. Ah, that was a challenge.
What do you mean challenge?
And that's
Do
a
it.
cop. That's a cop. That's a cop.
Drive safer.
No, that's not. That's just a
Drive
charger.
safer.
Never mind.
That's just a skill issue.
Oh,
if you
but
don't
he's
learn
he's
quickly.
scared. He's scaring the car in front of him though. That's funny.
Kinda fucking-
Let me see. It's a black charger, and it's driving slow. So it's scaring the guy in front of him. He's concerned.
Oh, he did it on purpose then. He's trying to spook him for the lulz.
Where?
It's just funny, you know.
That'd be funny.
So
Oh.
give a round of
Hey.
Cole.
UP, I'm behind you. UP, I'm behind you.
I know I have to switch you out because
UP, why is Dado so small?
Tiny. Dido is like a tiny bean.
Dado's so
I don't know
small.
why. I don't know why Dado is so small. That's so fucking weird. I had him bigger than this.
Maybe because it's different.
There
Ooh,
we
what's
go.
Yo,
that?
it's on the table.
Because I'm the miniature door in the room.
I see.
Here, I wonder. You know, no, I'm not gonna turn it on. Never mind. I was wondering if you guys could. I was about to turn on my AC, but my blend door's broken, so it'd make this really annoying clicking noise.
Ah.
Interesting.
Okay, I wanted to ask.
It's actually very annoying.
I've already chatted with Dido about some vague ideas, possibilities.
Like the main thing is Curry, Dado, Bex. I don't care, and like they are like okay and down with it, right? The people that I wanted to talk about was the last Yorin and Ko, because you guys haven't really put in any type of like input for it. So I just wanted to hear your input about playing Pathfinder.
What's Pathfinder?
It's a
What is that?
D&D.
Oh?
Yeah,
A
so
form?
Yes.
Yeah, well, D&D is both specifically Dungeons and Dragons Wizards of the Coast, but it's also just a catch-all phrase for tabletop fantasy roleplay game. Pathfinder is one that came out like 15 years ago from a bunch of people that left Wizards of the Coast because they didn't like the direction that official Dungeons and Dragons went, so they made their own game. And it's basically D&D, but with more different stuff. One of the things that they have a lot more of than D&D is a lot of, like, Eastern culture-inspired races and classes and, like, stuff like that. There's a way more races that you can be, there's more classes available, there's a bigger list of monsters, there's more animal companions. Basically, if you can think of it, they might already have it written in a book somewhere, which makes it easier on me as the dungeon master, whereas D&D 5th edition, the current version, has simpler rules to make it easier for players, but it means that the DM has to invent more on the fly and come up with more shit, and it can be harder because of that, to keep things consistent. So that's why I like Pathfinder, is because it has more references available, it has a more extensive wiki, multiple wiki pages, and they're very pro making their own content.
Everyone's here.
Oh, there we go.
Almost everyone here.
I had a feeling Curry would pop up as soon as Ko was
Why?
on the whole fucking. Because I'm assuming you guys were out doing stuff.
Yeah.
We ate burglars.
Am I gonna?
Is Nato coming home?
Data's here.
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving. Okay.
I'm driving.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna switch character.
Pathfinder is just a specific rule set, and it's one that I've been using for like 15 to 18 years. So I have a Dropbox drive, which goes to tell you how long I've been playing it, because it was before Google Drive was a thing.
Right.
It's a roundabout, you keep going. We don't stop. Drive better.
Please.
Why are you stopping in the roundabout?
Oh my god, Dido!
Data,
Stop
I need to
talking
make
to
you.
strangers while we're talking.
I need to make you quieter.
I'm sorry, I'm about to blow past this Lincoln. He's pissing me off.
I can't hear your step at all. Oh, you're at 50%. Go ahead. I'll make you higher. You're already at 200. Never mind.
So basically, Pathfinder is a rule set, and it has a lot of stuff pre-written. But here's the key for playing D&D with me as a DM: don't think of them as rules. Think of them as guidelines. Think of it as references that you can use to make what you want to happen. If it's not in the book, I will find a way to make it happen. If you come up with a certain bit of lore or background for your character, and I read it and I go, okay, well then your character should get this extra ability. It doesn't go with your class? Too bad, your character can do this now. Like Yuffie's example was, he can vomit on command. And so
is he a cat?
I totally let your
No,
character.
I'm not a cat,
He's talking about being up.
I just
And
can
we
do
were like,
that.
well, what if we had to pretend he's a sick child and he needed his character to vomit on someone? He said, I wonder if I can vomit on command in the game like I can in real life. And I'm like, if you got a weird skill like that in real life, you get it in the game. But everyone has to have an extra skill like that. And I was like, for example, since Ko, Curry, and Les are all at least bilingual, then they can get an extra free language in the game.
Okay, I need you to also be down.
He is loud.
I'm gonna put you all down except for Stepfix, respectfully.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, I'm so flattered.
Do it disrespectfully.
But yeah, so it's basically like, we want to play an RPG, and I want you guys to be able to do whatever you think of that you want to do. And if you need guidelines, I can help. And so you can either go the route of, I'm going to look at the book and pick a race out of the book and pick this class, or you can go, like Les said, okay, what if I want to be you know, a magic user who uses swords and praises the moon. I'm like, all right, here's 2 deities that are related to nighttime that you could choose one of them.
Right.
Here's 4 different classes that you could pick. You could be a warlock with the blade, or you could be a sorcerer who also specializes in short swords, or you could be a ranger because rangers use swords and nature magic, and they love nature, so the moon would make sense. And sorcerers and rangers both get animal friends. And then he's like, what if I want a palico? I'm like, then we'll build you a palico and you can have a little palico friend. Goblins get riding dogs. Goblins can ride dogs like humans can ride horses. You know, if you're like, well, what if I want to ride a bird? Okay, we'll get you a giant eagle or a giant vulture that you can ride. Like I played a ranger and my animal companion was a giant vulture, which is not just is like literally that's what it is in the bestiary, is giant vulture specifically. And so once I hit a certain level, I was just like, I want to ride my vulture. They're like, all right, fine, you're high enough level, your vulture lets you ride it now. And I'm like, yes, I will ride my vulture into combat. So the link that I sent to the group chat is to a Dropbox. And you just click the Pathfinder RPG. The core is the first section you'll want to look at. That has the basic player's handbook, the advanced player's handbook, the advanced race guide, and the advanced class guide. Those are the first few that you'll want to look at the index of and kind of browse to get an idea of what you might want to do. Don't worry about reading everything. Just read what interests you. If you don't have all the
everything
you need, I'll help fill the gaps for you. I just kind of browsed through that's how I went about like learning how to play and how I went about becoming a DM. And also, in my opinion, like, if one person wants to be overpowered, then we'll just make everyone overpowered, and I'll just make the enemy encounters stronger.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. We all have to be weak as shit.
No,
What?
no, the whole point
But I want to be Kirito.
Yeah, but what if I want to be two goblins in a trench coat that are badly pretending to be human?
I mean,
That's okay.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
I mean, I do have one.
You know, we're playing a game where there's no wrong answers.
Guys, Vex is speaking.
Okay,
I was saying, I mean, it's possible. Literally anything's possible in these games. There was a guy who played as a bear with a bear rogue. Just a bear, like a grizzly bear. But he had such a high skill in disguise that he convinced people that he was just like a giant or an orc. And he had such a high charisma that everybody loved him and stopped questioning, what is this, you know, bear of a man? But he was just a bear. So, yeah, if you wanted to be 2 goblins in a trench coat, we could make that happen.
Oh, Data left. It was a joke! There's no way I'd be 2 goblins in a trench coat.
No, that's me.
There's no way I'd ever do such a thing, ever.
I'm 1 goblin in a
Sure.
trench coat.
You wouldn't be 6 raccoons in a human costume.
I would never do such a thing. I am a single human, in fact.
I'll be a giant goblin and people will think I'm an orc instead.
Honestly, I got a really dumb idea for this. Like, what if instead of we making our own character, we use Yuffie characters and have them duke out?
God.
That would be really funny. I feel like they'd have like. We'd still
It's
have
like I
to
could
do
play
so
as
much
magical
to
girl,
figure out how
Yuffie?
to play their sheets. Yeah.
Yeah.
We play as Yuffie.
Speaking of magical girl, that's one of the things that doesn't exist in the rule book or the books on the website, on the Dropbox, but someone made a Wikipedia entry for being a transforming magical girl. People have done that before in Pathfinder. So like, I mean, my friend Cody once played a common writer. He used the alchemist as the base for it, because the alchemist was able to get this thing where they make a tincture to transform, and so he decided he was going to use that set of guidelines to basically build his common writer character. So he had a grasshopper tincture that transformed him into a common writer. And it like swapped his stats around. It switched his like wisdom and intelligence with like strength and dexterity. So he went from like being weak and smart to being strong and fast. And yeah, so there's like, that's the thing. Like if you think it's something that there isn't rules for, then we'll use the rules as a guideline to build what you want to be. You know, if you're like, I want to be an elf and do this thing, but the stats for the elf don't align with the class I want to do, that's okay, we'll just change the base stats. I know how to make sure things stay balanced, so if people want to customize stuff, that's easy. Also, in Pathfinder, like, there's already a lot of customized options. Like, you can straight up be an Oni in Pathfinder. They don't have Oni in D&D. And they're a subtype of Tiefling. There's 9 Tiefling subtypes, all with different stats and different visual aesthetics and, like, different custom stuff available to them. I don't even remember if that's in one of the books that I have on the Dropbox, or if it was in a different book, but it's also available on the website, because Pathfinder, unlike D&D, is very pro people sharing the information. Like, we could design our own, like, Pathfinder module and publish it, no problem. Whereas if I tried to write and illustrate a D&D module, they would cease and desist me, just by saying it's inspired by D&D. They would be like, nope, you can't do that. Oh, we think it looks too close.
I think it's better if we just do that.
Exactly. That's why, and I think, like, the idea of it has more rules listed that we can use as guidelines, so that when we're trying to make shit up on our own, it takes less time to make it up, because it might be in a book or it might be on the wiki somewhere.
Right. Also, I think the whole magical bow base would be best too.
It could be. I think they designed it as their own custom class, if I remember correctly. So that's a thing. If you like that idea, I can look up that page. But yeah, warlocks are really fun. Because they get, like, their patron, basically, that they get, like, special powers from.
Yeah,
and
and also, like,
can be a deity, or it can just be a strong dragon.
I'm also remembering, if I'm correct, like, the way that... Ooh, thank you for the follow, totally not a lich. Understandable. Oh, and thank you for the... Oh, totally not a lich. Yeah, okay, I see now. Thank you for the gifted sub from Scotty, and totally not a lich. That's funny. I didn't know that there was somebody in the community called Totally Not a Lich. But I was gonna say, what the fuck? Where was I? It's not my birthday. I don't think it's anyone's birthday.
It's not.
Happy birthday, Steffi.
Tomorrow, right?
Early birthday.
That's true.
Happy early birthday.
Definitely not my birthday. I appreciate the gifted sub.
On a random sub windows, so now I'm gonna close them.
I would not enjoy my life if I was a summer baby. I would hate it.
It used to suck because my birthday was always in the summer and not in the school year, and so I was one of the only kids that used to not get a birthday cake from teacher. Wow. And then by the time I was in high school, my birthday was during the school year because they shortened summer.
Fucking great.
What? You know, mine always landed on Labor Day. So we had no school Labor Day.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
I'm an October birthday, fall on birthday. Mine's is on winter. Winter child.
Oh, speaking of birthdays and hanging out together, I recently learned that I get insane discounts on things in Colorado, like tickets to the zoo, $3.
What the fuck do you do?
Tickets to the Museum of Natural History and the Planetarium, $1. What did I do? I'm poor. That's what I did. I'm on EBT SNAP benefits, and in the state of Colorado, that gets you discounts to like 20 or 30 different places, including Dinosaur Wild. Yeah, because it's mostly places like the zoo or public parks where the majority of the ticket fee goes towards, is like a donation to like preservation. And they're like, oh, you're poor, you can't donate, so we're just going to charge the bare minimum.
That's wild.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Oh, it's the same person, I see. That makes sense.
My birthday is like every day. Everybody should be giving me
Give you free money.
Give me money.
No, give me money. I want to make things. I need fish. Oh, my eel seems to be doing well.
Give Stefix money because it's Stefix's birthday.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the
What was I
paper
gonna say?
is.
What the fuck? What am I on? What am I? So, I mean, it looks like everybody wants to, but we still gotta decide who's gonna be because X is weird.
Oh, I mean, I'm volunteering to be the DM.
I thought I thought Suffix was already decidedly the DM, because
Yeah.
what else are we gonna
I'm
supposed to do?
do it. I'm
Well, I
happy to
mean, maybe
We'll
we
just
have,
flounder.
Like I
As
said,
gods
like,
in our new world.
Man, but he has a less reliable
I
schedule.
see a goblin here.
Well, I think he can make his schedule reliable. He's just really busy right now with his JD, his LSAT exams.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
This whole setting.
Plus, from my talking to him, I'm under the impression that he's a little bit more rules heavy of a guy.
He's
Hmm.
he's actually not surprisingly. I think
Okay.
what is it? Yeah, I think
Maybe
he goes
his
with the flow.
perspective was more than me, but yeah. I think he's experienced enough. I know for a fact that he's experienced enough to be good at it.
I don't think he's
But I'm
necessarily
not-
rules heavy, but I think what is it? Like I guess I don't know. I think StepX would
Maybe
have
he
more
knows
fluidity.
more rules off the top of his head, whereas I'm very much a fluid kind of free form. If I can't find the rule in the book, then we'll make it up, and that's
Yeah,
okay.
you said you have that like artistic expression, is what I
Yeah.
think. Whereas his creative is a little more like rigid in structure.
Yeah, and I have like a world idea, not even a world so much as a piece of a world in mind, because Yuffie, I was like, okay, what kind of adventure were you thinking? Because in my mind, there's like 3 or 4 basic categories of like environment for adventure, which is ocean boat adventures, whether it's pirates or like just traveling on a ship long distance. And there's like mountains and forests, land type adventures. There's getting sucked into another dimension like the Feywild or the Underdark. And then there's like exploring and searching out old ruins and dungeon diving and shit like that. And Yuffie was more interested in that last one.
Oh, I was so what I got from it is like one sounded like an isekai, the other one sounded like One Piece.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck
Yeah.
yeah, dude. One Piece. Let's go.
We should do
We
an
could just-
isekai
we could
One
just-
Piece.
I think there's actually a One Piece tabletop game if we ever wanted to play One Piece with fruits and everything.
God.
Oh.
Yeah, there are like some really specific, like there's a Pokemon tabletop game that I have the book for, and it's like a 20 or 40 page book, and it like explains, it gives you enough to be able to run a whole campaign basically. It's a rule set / framework, not a world, but yeah, it's pretty entertaining.
Okay.
Well, I did saw a isekai kind of D&D runs, but the way they determine the start is that they have the players to do a bit of the mini games that the DM set out, and whoever wins the most get the most stats and all.
I've heard people doing that, like, we call it a food fight. When you do that kind of like first mini session, mini game thing.
Yeah, we cannot do that because one of us physically cannot be there. Me.
Wait, what do you mean by what do you mean by food fight? What is that?
It's just kind of like what you call a tiny like one session game that you play with your characters where you don't flesh out too much. Or it's like because we sort of did something like that, because you're talking about like playing games IRL to determine bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like how I was describing, remember how I talked about my friend who like knows how to use swords IRL, and like he would compete with Ida to see who got more bonus stats to their character.
Mm-hmm.
But just think of it as a mini session, a mini game. Food fight is just the word for it. And I'm not sure why, like sometimes we make it an actual food fight. Like in our Shadowrun game, it turned into a food fight because it was like a miniature encounter in a supermarket. And it just ended up with people throwing food items at the enemy.
Oh fuck. Mario Party round,
Yeah,
if you will.
but other times the food fight can just be a, like, yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Like, think of it like a round of Mario Party. Like, it's not too deep, it's not too complicated. You're not worrying as much about your lore and where the future is gonna go, because all you're worrying about is just this one encounter to get a feel for things, or to determine something that you're trying to determine. Like, sometimes people do it to just learn the rule set. As just kind of a little practice run. So, like, if it were D&D Pathfinder, I'd be like, okay, you go into a tavern and a drunk guy picks a fight with you. How do you handle it?
Like a tutorial level.
Exactly, yes, exactly. Think of it like that. So...
I pulled out the Glock.
Non-existent
Yuffie, I
block.
seduced them.
I seduce them.
There are gunslingers in Pathfinder. You can use guns.
I distract
yes, the
them by
guns.
being
I
like,
love it.
oh no, Mr. Drunk Man.
Himself. Okay.
With the Ohio build.
I was like, oh no, I muted Dido again. Oh no, wait, he muted himself. Okay, I'm not that guy. But I will get to be all of the bad guys.
Oh no, I'm all alone. Puts hands together, making their boot look more. Oh no, who? Please, you wouldn't hurt me, would you?
Yeah, so one of the main things that I want to know, as soon as possible is, do you guys want to be weird races?
In a dark
Or do you want to focus on being more of the standard? The standard would be elf, dwarf, human, half elf,
Well,
half orc.
if I choose
Or
anything,
wanna
I'm
be
probably
the
gonna
fun
be.
stuff. If
Is there
what?
like a list of fun stuff?
I'm going for like a standard, probably. Like that's
Well,
I
fine.
feel like
Goblin would
because-
count as an unusual, and
Would it?
that's fine. It's
Yeah,
changed-
no.
yeah.
Funny.
I named all of the, because I'm talking about world structure.
Right.
Do you want people to be racist against goblins or not? Do you
Yes.
want
Yeah.
them to be racist against tengus?
Not gonna
I don't know
lie,
what
I've
that
heard
is,
weird
but
races.
maybe.
They're like crow. They're like crow people.
I'll
Yep, they are.
definitely discriminate
Without
against
me.
goblins.
I mean, you could do whatever you want. The question is, do you want it to affect the way the party functions? Do you want it
You
to
fear you're
affect
gonna be a goblin?
I mean,
Are you gonna be a problem?
possibly?
Are you
He's
gonna be
thinking
a
about
problem?
Are you gonna be a
Are
problem?
you gonna be a problem?
I think you're gonna be a problem.
It's funny if
Oh,
you
you
two
sound
are
like you want to make a
for each other.
problem.
But are you going to get frustrated if you aren't allowed into a tavern, or if you're not allowed to
No.
buy stuff in a town?
No, I'm not
Does
gonna be.
that-
I'm not gonna be frustrated.
You know, that could
The
end up
skill
being
stuff.
a little lame for some
Yeah.
people.
Oh, you know what? You know what? That's his side. That's his side quest. Fucking making people not discriminate against goblins, and in the end, he fails because fuck
Oh well,
goblins.
it wasn't even gonna happen. I don't need a. I would literally like the only reason why I want to go goblin is because I want to be a fire bomber with the grenade launcher.
That's gotta be racist.
I find it great. It's in the book.
My friend has a heavy, violent hate for elves. Those knife-eared fucks.
That's also racist.
Oh, halflings. Okay, so the core races, and then there's featured races, and then there's uncommon races. So uncommon are the ones that are typically the recipients of racism, but some may also be racist towards the featured races.
I have a
Core races.
question.
Yes, answer.
It's racist.
I don't have the answer for it.
No, I have your answer. What is it?
Is the Pathfinder game the same like character creation as the Pathfinder of the tabletop? Do you know?
Yeah,
mean?
it's these are the books for the tabletop.
Oh no but there's also a Pathfinder game. I wonder how close it was to the tabletop.
Why is there a Will
I'm
Smith
not
AI with you?
sure. Wrath of the Righteous.
What?
Yes,
I think so. Wait.
My impression
Pathfinder.
is that it's like comparing D&D
Wrath of the
to
Righteous?
Baldur's Gate, or
Okay,
D&D
so-
to what was the other one we played?
DOS.
Yeah, my impression is that comparing the Pathfinder tabletop to the digital is like comparing D&D to Baldur's Gate or DOS.
It
Where
just
it's
was
like
so
it's basically
more.
the same thing, but they had to
Yeah.
change it and simplify it for a video game.
That makes sense. I feel like it wasn't as simplified because of the. You know how like was it if you have a certain religion, like it changes your stats or something like that?
They can give you bonuses.
Yeah, it gives you bonuses or whatever, and it was very confusing because Magic Man had me like create a character in it, and I was like, what?
Yeah,
Huh?
so not everyone has to have a religion. The only extra thing like that I like to require people do is choosing a background, because it'll give you bonus stats and bonus skills that A, are useful, and B, it's not fair if only 2 people do it and no one else does it. But that's kind of easy because we're all creative. Even if you're just like, I want my character to be an orphan. Okay, then pick the street rat background. Done. Yeah. It's like, that's kind of the only, like, extra thing. I don't worry about having people pick a deity. It's not really important unless it's necessary for your class. At least that's how I play. So, like, clerics and paladins have to have a deity, and a warlock has to have a patron, but otherwise, does not matter. If I feel that someone else is too much more powerful than you, then I'll just give you a random stat boost to make it more balanced.
Okay, so there are guns in this, yeah?
Yeah, you
Not
could be
like there's gun, like I'm not talking like semi-auto or whatever. It could be black powder for all I care.
Yeah, it's mostly
They are
that.
black powder.
Okay. What about internal combustion
Game-ified.
engines?
I think it depends. So depending on like how you play it, you can have like steam engine trains, and theoretically you could say that there's cars.
I like the idea of
But-
having car.
It would be like a steam engine driven car, which is
I don't even care if it's like a one-off. I don't even care if it's like a one-off. We get it just to get to like the next town or something. I just want
Yeah.
one car.
So let me read you guys the list of classes that are in the advanced class guide for Pathfinder. The hybrid classes are like a combination of 2 different things, and that's Arcanist, Blood Rager, Brawler, Hunter, Investigator, Shaman, Scald, Slayer, Swashbuckler, and War Priest. The standard classes include Alchemist, Arcanist, Barbarian, Bard, Blood Rager, Brawler, Cavalier, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Gunslinger, Hunter, Inquisitor, Investigator, Magus, Monk, Oracle, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shaman, Scald, Slayer, Sorcerer, Summoner, Swashbuckler, War Priest, Witch, and Wizard. So there's a lot more customizability than is available in Dungeons and
Suck
Dragons.
titties? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, love
Yeah.
you. You're great,
Or like-
Para. I love you too. I hope you're having a good one.
Oh, and for those who missed the, because I think I was reading the races off before most everyone was here. I think it was just me, Yuffie, and Lest at that point. The core races include dwarves, elves, gnomes, half-elves, half-orcs, halflings, and humans. Each of those have sub-races available, so you could be a wood elf, or a moon elf, or a dark elf. And there's subtext for each of those. Featured races include the Aasimar, think of them as like celestial-blooded people, Catfolk, Dampier, which is a half-vampire, Drow, Fetchlings, which are kind of their own things that I think are shapeshifters, Goblins, Hobgoblins, Ifrits, which are like the fire things, Kobolds, Orcs, Oreads, which are rock guys in the way that Ifrits are fire guys, Ratfolk, Sylphs, which are wind guys, Tengus, which are the bird crow people with no wings, Tieflings, which are like demon-blooded, and Undines, which are like water elemental people. The uncommon races, the ones that will definitely be recipients of racism, include Changelings, the Dwerger, Gillmen, Griplies, which are little frog guys, Kitsune, which by the way can shapeshift into humans, Merfolk, literally they're mermaids, they have fishtails, Nagaji, which are scalies, Samsarans, which are like blue magic permanently reincarnated people, Strix, which are like evil harpies, Sulis, which are kind of like a tiefling, but they had a genie back in their bloodline instead of a demon, Spearfneblin, which is kind of like a weird ancient kind of dwarf that's really angry all the time, Veneras, which are monkey people like Wukong the Monkey King, Vishkanya, which are hard to describe, think of them as like sneaky assassin goth East Asian people, and then Wyangs, which are like creepy little mischievous guys with obnoxiously big noses, and they're just kind of evil little assholes, and they're scheming.
What?
And I don't know how else to describe them. And they look like skin and bones. They're just really, but they're tiny. They're like a dwarf with no muscle or fat on it, and a giant nose.
Is this regular Pathfinder? Or is this which?
This is in the advanced race guide. Just
This is
standard
witch.
Pathfinder.
This is witch bitch edition.
And there's even like a monster race list that is in addition to these that includes like the centaur. And they also have a guide. So if something you wanted to be isn't in the list, there's a little guide for how to create a new race. And I've done that before, but I don't think anyone here is gonna do that. But you're welcome to if you want my help doing that.
There's already so many.
Happy to accommodate. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, even if you think of something that's not on this list, it might be on the wiki already, because a lot of people make their own custom content and then upload it to one of the wikis. The Pathfinder wiki, tons of good custom content. Let's see. One thing that kind of differentiates Pathfinder from more modern D&D is feats.
It's too many words. Holy shit.
And you just like get them every few levels, and it's just kind of a bonus ability slash thing. So it could be something like you're lucky, you get to re-roll, you know, any dice you want, to your character can now wield two-handed weapons even though they're a wizard. They really vary a lot. Some feats are even like item creation, being able to make items. Normally only alchemists can make potions, but a warrior can take the item creation feat and be able to make stuff.
I'm like looking at it. Fucking Gripply, dude.
Yeah, aren't the Gripplies funny looking?
Hold on, let me. It's like giving me words but no pictures. I don't like.
Oh, yeah, it can take a minute for the books to load. So basically...
Oh, yeah, no, they're legit just frogs with armor.
Right, I told you! They're such funny little guys! But yeah, so I was gonna say, kind of just start with the core rulebook, and then advanced player's
Hello,
guide,
Boo Boo
and that's
Baby
most
and gang.
of what I use
Hello, Blue.
when I know what I want to do. If you know, or something like sounded particularly interesting, that's when I go look at the advanced race guide or the advanced class guide, because I'm like, okay, I want to use magic, but if like Yuffie was like, I want to use gravity magic, how do I do that? Like, then you probably want to read, you know, the specialty classes in the advanced class guide.
Yeah.
It's just a rat.
Makes that easier. Rat folk is cute. I could totally see you being a rat folk.
One of these guys is just a rat.
Yeah. Isn't it great?
You little rat man.
Folk.
Funny. And yeah, rat folk are a common one too. Like, people aren't fond of them, but they're not racist towards them in the same way that they are towards, like, an ogre.
Understandable. Yeah, they're just lower. They're just rats that.
We're the rats.
Yeah. And then there's also templates. I don't remember if they're in any of these books or if it's in a separate book, but there are templates for being a were creature, where you basically go, okay, I'm an elf and I'm gonna add the were rat template, or I'm gonna add the were alligator template, or I'm gonna add the werewolf template.
Yuffie and werepig.
I'm pretty sure that I think it's were boar is what it specifically says in the thing.
Nope, werepig.
Why
Gotta be a pig.
Why am I being a pig?
Can't be a boar. Boars are actually scary.
Oh, there.
But
That's
why though? I don't understand.
I don't know, why not?
Huh?
Mm. It just came to my mind. Don't read into it.
Dylan oink for me.
Success.
We could
Like,
do
oh,
it
what?
if you guys feel like not confident in making a character all on your own. We could do a session.
I'm
like,
pretty
if
fucking
next
confident.
Week or the week after, we wanted to have Yuffie build his character sheet on stream, and everyone could watch as we go through the steps.
Point and laugh.
Normally, it's a thing where you would all sit around and do it at the same time, But if you want like one person to do it first, so that you can watch all the steps, and then we do the rest of us, I found that would be helpful for new players, especially.
Will be a learning experience. That's it.
Exactly, yeah. Because I don't know about you guys, but I learn by like watching and doing, and it gives me more confidence to see someone else do it, and then I can kind of imitate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all words.
Maybe try downloading the handbook, and then it should once it's downloaded, it should load all the
I'll probably read it later because I just woke up. One, I haven't eaten anything, so my brain
Just wake up better.
brain is haywire. Wake up better. How about you become an alarm?
200 milligrams of caffeine and wake you up real quick.
I don't want caffeine.
Does anybody
Caffeine
wanna
made me
be a
sleepy.
Spider per?
Red
Oh,
Bull
what the
gives you
fuck is
wings.
that?
I would be a spider girl. I would be.
Spider. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got naughty.
Now, I will say one thing. The book says that, oh, this race is usually this alignment, and this race is always that alignment. I disagree. You're your own character.
It's a scary too, not gonna
maybe
lie.
the enemies or the random ones we run into will align with that. But if
How do
you
we
wanna
know
be
they're
a
enemies?
Spider girl,
They'll attack you.
won't until you talk to them. They attack you. That's the only way you know.
It literally they'll contest you.
Also, you can what is it? Detect well, there's detect thoughts, and then there's also like reading their it's not instincts. What's it called? It's intent. It's like detect intent, so you can tell if they have good intentions or bad intentions.
Right.
So that's a fun thing too.
It's like, so what is their intent? I don't know. It's pretty bad though.
Intent questionable at best.
Yeah. Oh, this is cute. So some of the goblin racial traits. And one thing I like about the advanced race guide is you can swap out one of the racial traits with something else. So like instead of your, what would it be? Instead of your dark vision, or instead of the fact that goblins are fast for their size, have a base speed of 30, you could swap out for City Scavenger. Goblins who live within boundaries of human cities survive by scavenging. Gain a +2 racial bonus on perception and survival checks, and can use survival to forage for food in a city as opposed to just in the woods. Or hard head, big teeth. Goblins are known for their balloon-like heads and enormous maws, but some have even more exaggerated large heads filled with razor-sharp teeth.
It's a Pathfinder, actually.
Gain a bite attack
How's it going,
that
Locke?
deals 1 more damage.
Oh, man.
Yeah, literally, Tengus are just like crow people.
Yeah.
Really?
Aarakocra are bird people that can fly. Tengu are the ones that
I
don't
mean,
fly.
if you want to be a spider person, Yoden, you should look at the Anati.
I don't have to look at it. I know what it is.
it's the head of a spider, and it's fucking terrifying. Thank you, Robin, for the name.
I mean, I don't have like a no. You've seen the spider one. The spider one's really cute. I don't have a scorpion one. But the scorpion one is a bit a mix up with a spider guy. So I definitely can do this.
Here we go.
Like I have an OC that's like it's a scorpion, but also a mix of spider, and he's really cute for me. But other people think he's terrifying.
If you wanted to, like, and that's the thing, if you're like, I want to be a scorpion person, okay, we'll just use the framework
nice.
of the spider person.
Mm-hmm.
That's like how I think, because it's close
I wanna
enough, and then
be-
we'll just give you a scorpion tail.
The spider from Kumo desu ka nani ka? But only the spider.
See it.
See what?
That's so cute.
Well, in any case, I'm probably gonna choose like that, either insects or furry, either of those two.
I'm probably just
Yeah.
gonna fucking, like, legitimately, like, of all the things that I'm thinking of, I'm probably just gonna go.
Yeah.
Goblins. Gotta kill the goblins.
Damn
The
god.
only type of good goblin is a dead goblin.
Let's hope none of us become the Goblin
The
Slayer.
goblins to go to their goblin families. Disgusting.
Ooh, a flesh warp.
Oh, we're gonna flesh out Goofy now.
Yeah, dude, legitimately, actually. Hold on, let me. Like, no joke. This is literally like it isn't exactly what she is, because technically, like the whole idea of flesh-eyed Goofy concept, not an actual beat. It's just what you see while you're going through it, but like this fucking thing, though. Oh look, it's a spider person. Jesus, terrifying.
Oh yeah.
Not all flesh. Sometimes a flesh warp. Wish to enhance the wonderful from inanimate matters. Someone wasn't lucky enough to avoid the mutation of wild magic entirely, but they were enough to retain their mind. Whatever cases, sentient flesh warp, while unique, often freakish, are no better and worse than anyone else.
Fascinating. Yeah.
A popit?
Yeah.
Oh god, it could be a popit. The magical doll.
That's the thing too. People have come up with like Pathfinder versions of things from other games. That's a pretty funny thing too.
But I don't even think you could do much as puppet unless it's kind of just like, you know, fuck with things enough, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like it's just like a puppet given. Magical dolls were really created to do simple labor that gain souls and now wander the world adventure. Pull that off as if I was a wizard.
I see ninja.
You see ninja?
Ninja.
Skeleton. You could be a skeleton. I forgot you could be a skeleton.
Wait, who is that? Cool.
Luna. Luna.
Luna.
Yeah, she's not in my room right now
It's
because
basically
the other cats need to eat apparently. The other cats that are such a mess. Scratching the carpet. And
I think I saw Boba.
Leave hair
I think I
everywhere.
saw Luna, but Luna was afraid.
I mean, what should we do right now?
it's very
Like everybody's in. What do we want to do?
I don't know.
my characters.
There's a lot of
Scroll.
Oh, what game should
Drawing
we
stream?
play?
Drawing stream? Drawing
Start
stream?
drawing your characters down. You get that one app where we all draw at the same
Oh,
time.
here we go. I found
Funny.
another book, Goblins of Galarian.
I want to like at least I want to be close to Goblin, but I don't want to be.
Well, it gives you more like ideas, and I think it talks about the dogs.
Well, because a lot of these that are coming out right here that are like the descriptives of goblins are kind of fucked with the abusive parents.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where is that? Fetus terrible. It means that
Fuck
from
that.
birth I'm a piece of shit.
Be half human and half goblin.
Oh,
Your
dude.
mom committed taboo.
All right. This is gonna be the thing that makes my choice. Hates reading. Oh, fucking god. I think I'm a goblin.
Excellent.
Laughing.
I clicked on this malware.
Ah.
I'll be right back.
Luna.
Our goblins are different. Goblins are dangerously stupid pyromaniacs who loathe dogs, horses, and feeling is are terrible at writing. It can steal your soul. What the fuck does that mean? And sing horrible merry songs about eating babies. They also have a subrace called monkey goblins, who use their hands and feet as prehensile rat-like tails. They live an arboreal life. They serve as the franchise's mascot and are included among the base playable races of an additional assumption that players are taking the role of a small but growingly minority of goblins who are attempting to get into more civilization. So The good goblins, the monkey goblins.
That's cute.
Monkey goblin look.
Oh, so
They legit just look like goblins if they were monkeys.
apparently, the dogs that goblins rides are not normal dogs. They are specifically goblin dogs.
Goblin.
Goblins hate horses and dogs, but they ride goblin dogs. Specifically, because I was reading about the Goblin Cavaliers. They always ride goblin dogs or wolves and sometimes more unusual things. So now I'm just picturing one riding like a giant rooster, because I think that would be hilarious.
They look ward descendant thing, you know. I'm looking like the ward from Baldur's Gate, and then like
Yep.
really close to looking like a warg. Okay, hold on, that
Yeah.
warg dog.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh, I think Blood of Fiends is the book with all of the tiefling subtypes. It's under the companion folder in the, Yep, that was it. This is it, I found it. Why does it
Yeah,
look like
I will be a spider person.
Well, that's
Are
kinda
we
left
playing?
field.
Are we playing regular Pathfinder? Or are we playing second edition?
regular Pathfinder. I don't have any second edition content.
This.
But you could probably use anything from second edition.
Yeah, this is the monkey goblin.
So is Magic the Gathering included in this shenanigans?
What?
It
No?
is. It's tabletop RPG.
Somewhat. Well, you said Wizards of the Coast. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, no. Wizards of the Coast publishes Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons.
I just didn't know. I didn't know if like they were connected because canonically, if they were connected, Fallout's a part of this too because they have Fallout
They are
Magic
not
cards.
They
connected,
do.
however, there have been unofficial sets of Magic the Gathering that had content or references to and from Dungeons and
They have
Dragons.
the Godzilla and that one.
Yeah.
And Magic the Gathering.
Yep.
Ah. So where's the races? Where's the races?
There's
Oh,
the
found it.
Advanced Guide, yeah. And then
Kind
if you
of.
find-
I'm in the beginner box.
Oh, okay. That is slightly different stuff.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm in the what?
Maybe stuff from core.
You know what? Let me. Oop.
I've never used
What's in
box,
it?
just came in the big set I got. But go to the core folder
Okay.
that have all of the basic stuff you'll want. And like
Oh,
there
we're-
are extra things for everything. Like if someone wants to be an Oni, okay, that's in a different book and I can show you that, but otherwise everything you need should be in the core folder.
Do we have to read it?
No, you don't.
Oh, thank God.
There's a lot
I'll
happening.
I'll just,
what
I'll
the-
just listen to you. That's what I'll do. I'll listen
Yeah.
to you. I'll say
Okay,
something,
where-
and if it goes against it, then I'll try something.
Okay.
'Cause you'll
Okay.
learn what you need to know when we build your character.
Yeah.
I'll be like, okay, you want to build this character, now you have to look at, the feats and pick one. Now you have to look at the list of spells and pick spells that you want. And you can say, okay, what if I just want to shoot ice? I'll be like, okay, then pick one of these two. But you are gonna have to like look at some stuff, copy paste some information, or take screenshots so that you can know when you want to cast a spell how far your range is on it, or if you have to touch somebody.
Okay.
Okay. Where I'm trying to find the races.
Okay, in the core rulebook, I'll start you off in.
Yeah, I'm in
There's
here.
an index at the top, like on the third or fourth page. So
Wait.
page 20.
Oh, core rulebook. I was just in core.
Oh yeah, you have to pick one of the books in the folder.
Core rulebook.
Yeah. So that's like the standard getting started thing. And then if you're like, I want to be this, but I want to be a little different, then I'm like, okay, advanced race guide, there you go. So, or or if there's anything that I said that sounded interesting to you. Like, if you wanted to be scaly Dida, then there's like 2 or 3 in the advanced race guide that I'd be like, okay, pick one of these and we'll use that as the basis.
Okay, I want that one. Where's that at?
Numbers, the advanced race guide, it's also in core, it's just a little further down in the list.
People stream the book, or is there like? Don't want.
You can stream the book, that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Shit, I lost it.
Oh wait, all right. So if I want to look for races, where am I going?
Let's look in the advanced race guide, because that had your good info on goblins, and I think that'll have everything you need. And that was that alchemist specialty.
Look at.
Yeah, I'll be a peacock spider bard. There we go.
I love this.
I'm wondering, could I be like a little guy who's using illusion magic but doesn't realize it, and then like the illusion is what like distracts them, and then the little guy pickpockets the guy while they're just getting distracted. So they're like a pair of pickpockets, but one of them's not real, and they don't know it.
You should use magic hand to pickpocket them. That would be really fun.
That'd be like 3 little guys.
Yeah, he'd be like a little guy. Well, mage hand is like invisible hands that can pick stuff.
Huh. Yes.
I'm looking for the.
You see, there are 2 less, 2 Yorin and 2.
That's fine. Don't worry. Just
Ignore what?
There's duplicates.
They're not gonna do
Duplicates.
It.
Duplicates.
It's okay, don't worry more.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
They're just hanging out.
It's not okay. Fix it. Whatever it is, fix it.
If people want to do be the same class, because there's so many different ways to customize a class.
Oh my goodness.
That I don't think we have to worry too much about.
I forgot I was
party,
using this.
I can make an NPC to balance it. So. Yeah.
Oh, what does that do?
Yeah, so core has the advanced race guide, advanced players guide, advanced class guide.
Wait a second.
Or rule book screen.
Yeah.
Alright, oh, page 114 goblins, hobgoblins. Okay, so auction, that's a lot. It's too bad I ain't reading. Dwarves.
Ifrits.
Boom.
Yeah, okay. Elves? Like in the
Goal or like unusual habits make characters interesting.
What is
So
this?
like, I mean, a goal can be simple, like I want to collect all the shiny stuff.
Yeah.
Or it can be complex, like I want to.
Yeah, apparently Magic Man wants to make a character.
Yes, good. That'll be great because he could fill like any gaps that are left by anyone that might be overlapping.
I want to be a.
Because I know he's good at that.
I have a very specific
Do you
idea.
have the coming back music because
I'll
you're
talk to
still
Vex
coming
about
back?
it later.
What class or
I'm still
fight-
fucking trying to find the shit.
It's
That's
like my
okay,
casual
take
thing.
time. Once you've like scrolled through the book enough times, you'll start to remember like, oh yeah, I saw that thing. I'm gonna read it now. I didn't read it before, but maybe I'll read it now.
Well, I haven't even found like the other races. Page 153 out of 578. What the fuck?
Which book? Are you in the
There
core
was-
book?
Core rule
so
book.
Loud? Hold on, I got you.
Yeah.
There is a thing that I wanted to try to do. It was a weird one.
Oh, I forgot how chonky the core rulebook is. That's so funny. Yeah, so races is gonna start on page 20 in the core rulebook. And the core rulebook has a much shorter list of classes. That giant list I read you is from the advanced class guide.
Okay, yeah, I want that. Where does that start? Because I saw the I saw dwarf, halfling.
Bottom of the folder in
Thank you.
So like PZ01121 is the advanced race guide, and right below that, PZ01129 is the advanced class guide.
Oh, well fuck, I was looking through the damn fucking book. Okay.
Goblins are a race of childlike creatures with destructive and voracious nature that make them almost universally disfine.
Dude, fuck them. Seriously.
Weak and cowardly goblins are frequently manipulated and enslaved by stronger creatures that need destructive disposal foot soldiers. Fuck those goblins that rely on their own.
People would think that you're just one of our little slaves in the party and not a full-fledged party member, and so they would be shocked when you're able to, like, speak in any even remotely intelligently, much less fight.
Curious.
Yeah, which
most
to
of the
me
races view
makes
them
for a
as
fun character.
Much less pulls out a grenade launcher.
Goblins can eat nearly anything, but prefer a diet of meat and considered a flesh of a human, and gnomes as a rare and difficult to obtain delicacy. Fuck!
Yeah, that's not really that weird.
I
You're little guys.
Tasty.
Fuck them.
While they fear the bigger races, goblins' short memories and bottomless appetite means they frequently go to war and execute raids against others.
Is this me?
I think I'm just gonna make it a random habit where my goblin just has a notebook to write things down because they always fucking forget shit.
That's a
This-
new idea. Yeah.
Writes down this was a dwarf. Was a dwarf or gnome? I remember.
Writes down party member.
Talking about goblins.
This party member's
I think,
taste.
I think it would be funny if there was for one of the characters that another character was starting to either eat or it was like racist towards, like one of the characters just like, I'm definitely human, me human, yep, that's true, I'm human, I'm definitely not a gnome or a goblin or some other delicacy of which you would prefer to have on a plate and be eaten. I would.
Decide a human and gnome are delicate.
Curry,
Wait.
what were you gonna choose?
I am just a very small elf. I would never do. I would
I
never
don't know
be
exactly
human.
what
That'd be awful.
race that is anymore.
You said
I'm
like peacock, spider, what?
Yeah, I'll be.
Peacock, spider,
Right.
bird.
It's gonna be.
Oh, it's in race.
So like
Yeah,
peacock,
advanced race
spider,
guide.
and all you see in the notebook is peacock, friend group, peacock, spider, not food. How peacock mate with spider? Don't know.
Don't know. Do I care? Maybe not. Don't remember. Wait, race guide.
Like
Race
why
guide,
do
found
why do you have
Yeah,
our
it's
names
race
and it
guide.
just says not food? And
Not
it's just
food.
like, I mean, me thinks
Found it.
obvious.
Okay.
Page number is.
Oops.
Or
I
maybe
accidentally turned on the
it
thing.
can be like one of those the the Meshi dungeon thing where you just list down what can be eaten, what cannot be eaten,
21.
what
Oh,
actually tastes
dude, that
good,
would be
what
such a
actually cannot
fucking
taste
fun.
good.
That would be such a fun
It
thing to
doesn't
do.
pop up. Okay.
Because I
nice.
can eat anything. I can literally just go about when we kill something. I'll just slice a piece of it off, taste it, and just be like, "Bleh."
Just become a chef along the way.
So you would talk about how to customize it to your character
Yeah.
to make it more sense and fit in with the power level of everyone a little
I
bit.
don't speak the language
All right,
of
give me
everyone
a second.
else.
Though. I'll
There
be
we
right
go.
back, guys. You guys entertain chat. I'm gonna
There's
go use the
my-
bathroom real quick.
You'll be able to speak at least common, I would think, because otherwise, why would you have joined this party?
I heard the word money.
It's not more. No,
Very-
it's not the
one
word of
wasn't
why. It's
enough.
why how.
Wasn't enough? Oh, well, neither for me. Do you
Either
want
or.
another one?
I don't have another one.
Where is it? 221. Wait, what? What?
Rest of my shit I have to
Writers are
open.
aberrations. What should you open?
One
a
shot's
big
not
box.
enough.
Oh, okay.
Every time I see race, like or racial traits, I'm scrolling so fast. I'm like, did that just say slur? I'm like, wait, I have to go back up.
Lizard.
Oh,
No.
that one's almost a little too lizard for
Gargoyle.
me.
Keep
Spider.
in mind, when it comes to trying to make like an OC as a character sheet, it's okay if it looks too lizard. They don't anymore. They now look more like your character. That's just the stat block we're using. So like, if you like the lizard folk stat block, then we'll just say Lady Lizard Folk.
Oh wait, so could I in theory do like half, what is this, kobold?
Yeah.
Is that the lizard person?
That's one lizardy guy.
Is there another one? I don't really like how they
Lizard
look.
folk.
Where's that
Lizard
at?
folk, but those are like full-blown reptiles, kind of. Let me see which... yeah, they're gonna be around 223.
Oh, this just has an overview of the race.
Lizard.
Cat people. Wait a minute.
Lizard.
It
Oh.
is that time
Cat
of
folk
week
is a
again
thing.
where I venture
That's a
into
good
my
one, too.
library and I retrieve.
Could I do
lizard
like
folk
half-
scroll that grants
half,
power
half?
checks. Today's
Oh, and
Could I do like
everything
half
is
lizard
yeah.
folk, half human?
Favorite half-pint
Yeah, we can
membrane
easily mix the
fire-loving
stats
machine?
together.
Hey,
And
are we
then-
gonna go by like regular lizard folklore,
kinda
or are we
like
just gonna
what
make
makes
like
sense.
Because it'd be so
Do-
fucking funny to just see like Data want to eat people because he just follows his instinct and not.
Do I get
Like,
a pet
actual
fucking?
emotion.
Do I get a pet fucking salamander too?
You can. You can. So
The
you can
goblins.
either have a race, or excuse me, you can either have a class that grants you an animal companion or a familiar, or you can just buy a pet. If you buy a pet, it can't help you in combat. It's just kind of there, and it might run away during combat to hide. But you can just have a pet lizard.
Calico.
Usually
Like, that's
hawks.
chill.
Fuck that.
In recent years, there's been a
Fuck
noticeable
So like
Calico.
one thing
improvement
for
along
like
with
lizard
goblins.
folk, like
And
would
today we will
Daida
be
have
exploring more
like
about them.
the swim specialty? Maybe not. Would she have the bonus to natural armor? Well, she doesn't have scales all over her, so maybe not. Would she have a claw attack? Probably.
Language
she
is
wouldn't
xenophobic.
Yeah. I'm
Well
afraid
then.
we're gonna say everyone knows common. I've played a session before where not everyone shares the same languages, and people ended up ignoring it. We had one person in the party that was so multilingual that they were the translator, but after a while, you just stop. You will unintentionally stop paying attention to that. So we're just gonna say everyone speaks common, and then whatever their specialty language is.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because most classes will get additional languages anyways. So
Their
it's just
society
kind of a
and
silly
their roles in Galarian history.
thing to say that
This
you're
will mainly
xenophobic and
focus
don't
on the
know
player
other
goblins,
languages.
and while it will include an overview of history, I will have a monster goblin further down the road.
Just
The main
Goblin
thing
legends
that I
state
look
that
at
the first
is
goblins sprung
we
forth from
agree
blood
how
spilled
many
by-
ability score modifiers we want to do. Do we want to do 2 positives, 1 negative? As in a +2, a +2, and a -2? Or do you want to do just 2 positives and no negatives? Or you think of it as a, like, net positive of 4, so you could have 3 +2s and 1 -2. And that's all that is like how you adjust your dice that you've rolled. I don't really care how we do it. It's just mainly for specialty races. It's a way to help make sure that we balance. So like Goblin, Yuffie's character has a net balance of 0 because he's got a +4 and 2 -2s. So I would just say fuck it, get rid of the negatives, keep his positive, to make him equal to a lizard folk, you know?
Yeah.
And like the Drider, we get rid of some of the racial bonuses, especially because some of them don't make sense to the type of spider that she picked specifically. If you're a really pretty spider, you know, you might not necessarily have the bonus to strength, but you'd probably get, you know, still have the dexterity bonus because all spiders are going to be dexterous. So that's kind of how I think about it.
Goblins are humanoids with goblinoid subtype.
Yeah, there's a lot of goblinoids. Think hobgoblins. I think orcs have the goblinoid subtype, if I remember.
Right.
It just doesn't say much about the spider people, so I'm like,
It doesn't. Yeah, it has like the
Good to know.
basic stats, but it doesn't have like background info.
Yeah.
For them. But it gives. I mean, in my opinion, it's kind of enough to go off of. Because, well, what I've read is that the Driders exist alongside the Drow, so they're usually from the Underdark. They're usually goth. They might be sensitive to light.
Hi.
And people are like, "Oh God, it's a spider person," and they kind of get freaked out a little bit. If not a lot of bit. So.
I'd freak the fuck out.
To think about. Like, instead of being size large, especially because you want to be a peacock spider, we would just make you size medium, which is like the standard like size for most races. Because peacock's the type of jumping spider, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one with the wiggly butt. Yeah. So that would be perfect for.
We'll grab another
You're an
shot.
aberrant of a normal Drider. They don't like you because instead of looking goth, you're colorful and almost beautiful, and they're all confused by you. So that's why you decided to come up on land and live in the woods, and you're friends with fae creatures. Maybe you have a connection to some random fae in the woods. Maybe you accidentally befriended the monkey people because you all like to live in the trees. Maybe you befriended some Oreads and Dryads because you like plants, you know?
That'd be funny.
Yeah, there's all sorts of little, like, when there's not enough information there, you just make it up. If anything, just see, like...
Yeah, and I have a ukulele, so
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
And a melodica.
Magical music, and then they could only see your top half, and they thought you were just a strange, beautiful elf woman until you stood
saw
up,
the
and
other
then
side
they're
of you.
like, "Oh my God, you're part spider. What's going on?" And then you can diplomacy or bluff check to convince them that it's an illusion magic.
It's a
person,
genetic
not really a
mutation from my look.
Yeah, you can just lie to people. That's fine.
You can just write it over use more weird.
Be very obviously a race that would scare people, but if you can lie and convince them that you're not that, then they'll just treat you like a normal person.
Yeah, I can dance to samba. That's why usually be scared of me.
Honestly, if you're a spider, I'm gonna
Class
give you a
type
bonus to dance. That's gonna
Yeah,
be a bonus skill you just get no matter what class. Normally that's a bard thing, because bards either choose an instrument
Just be a
or
bard.
dance.
Just be a bard.
We've got 3 bards!
That's a lot of bards.
Traveling
That'd
band
be
of
pretty
bards.
funny.
I
We're a
think...
traveling band of bards.
What? Okay, so like when you were talking about the whole goblin like weapon thing that I was talking about, what class number that does that go with? You said like alchemist and shit?
That was a separate thing. It doesn't have to be with any particular craft.
Because I kind of want to do the goblin now.
Yeah, let me find that page again.
Yeah, you can make your own bombs, right?
Exactly, but I was also thinking that like if possible, I could like make certain. I know you guys seen Overwatch, right?
The bomb
No.
launcher was simply a specialty item. That goblin. Okay, so odd-looking egg-shaped contraptions, cleverly placed fins that improve a bomb's accuracy. Goblin alchemists use these special containers to make their bombs more accurate when thrown long distance. So it would go well with a goblin alchemist. When throwing a bomb, using a bomb launcher when throwing increases the bomb's range to 30 feet. That's really good.
I don't want to go for the.
Oh, or increase the range increment up to 70 feet with the discovery of a rocket bomb.
Hey Vex, is it okay if I send you like everything I have in mind while it's in my
feel
head?
free to DM me all your
Okay.
ideas.
Okay.
I think I went to.
Yeah, so it's like, it doesn't say the item is limited. It just says this is a piece of goblin equipment, but it is designed with the goblin alchemists in mind. So it's like, the alchemists can make their own bombs, otherwise you'd have to buy them. So you could still use the bomb launcher, but because you'd have to be buying your bombs, it
Yeah.
wouldn't be as beneficial. Also,
Do
it
they
says that
have
it's
to
only been
technically?
used.
Do they have to technically just be, in a word, combustible bombs, right? Like, can I make bombs with specific damage in mind, right? Or
Yes, you can make bombs that do different things. I don't know about aid. Theoretically, you could do a bomb that is made of a potion and just have it deliver a splash potion.
so yeah,
That
that's
would
what I was
be
that's what I was thinking. But in my
Yeah,
terms,
if
I
you
was
wanted to
like,
be a support bomber.
yeah. Because like I was thinking, like, I mean, I'm sure there's a potion that kind of works well with physical fighters, kind of giving them like, I don't know, like berserk or something, and I can just shoot
There's
it into the
various
ground.
types of potions.
Is
Berserk would be more complicated. You could have potions that just give a flat-out stat boost.
Yeah, stuff like that.
X number of rounds. That
Is
would
there
be basic.
is there a possibility for being a healer that isn't like a shaman or a fucking war priest?
I was also thinking about combat
Yes,
medics.
druids could be healers. Rangers could technically be a healer as long as we start off at a high enough level. Any magic caster could probably be a healer of some sort.
Okay, so I probably won't be able to do what I want to do. That's fine.
I mean, even a bard can be a healer.
How do you make the best
Like,
non-magic healer
let me see.
possible?
The ones that
Like
could
a
be a
surgeon,
healer
or
from
maybe
the
something
basic
else.
bard,
Okay,
cleric,
somebody's
druid,
gonna say,
paladin,
"Way of mercy, monk,"
ranger,
ignore them.
sorcerer,
Someone else is
wizard.
gonna say alchemist,
And then from the
Ignore that
advanced.
too. You want rogue.
Have you looked
Take a look
the,
at this.
advanced
I
guy?
sent you the message.
You get expertise in medicine.
What the fuck is this?
Arcanist.
It's a video.
Oh, also you can multi-class. You can choose like.
No,
so
that's
you
kind
might
of
like-
base though.
You might like the idea of multi-classing and being like a hybrid class.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me see. What is the Arcanist a combination of? Arcanist is.
Hold on, this guy's onto
Sorcerer
something.
Wizard. Oh, the Blood Rager is Barbarian plus Sorcerer. It's mostly to buff yourself, though. It's mostly focused on buffing and healing yourself. Hunter is
Barbarians,
Druid
how
and
fucking selfish of them. What's up?
Investigator is a rogue alchemist. That's interesting.
Okay, Yuffie, you're actually clutch. Vex, I need your like 2 cents on this.
Okay.
Cause I'm kind of vibing with this.
Okay.
Also, his eyeballs are fucking beady, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Hey man, he's giving you a good idea here. Don't fucking don't judge the guy. Your pussy is gonna quake soon. I'm cooking. Ah shit, really? Goddamn. Fucking that one fucking lick lip.
Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Pussy quaking action. Incredible.
Yep.
Yuffie, do you have all of our reactives separated, or are they all
Yeah, they're
connected?
separate. Yeah, they're all separated.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great idea. That would work really well.
Oh, bet. We're doing that. If you can help me set that up, I'll do that.
Yeah. That's like very doable. I forgot.
Okay.
I
Also-
didn't even think about just using
Chat.
items.
I'll show you chat right now to what I sent them.
No, keep it secret. Keep
Okay.
it secret. Keep it secret.
Keep it secret.
Never
Keep
mind.
it secret.
There's a lot
Okay.
of great content out there of like shit like that people have come up with.
So
Yeah,
if we
'cause
do
see,
Pathfinder,
all of
this is
the-
like a lot more
People are gonna
valuable.
say this. No. People are gonna say that. No. You want this. I was like, oh, he's right. I did think of those other things. And not what he did. Because that's someone who's played that class and done that with that class, saying, what if you just focus all of your actions around this? And I get it, and I respect it. And you can still use the advanced class guide to build it. That's gonna make it easier to get all the specialties. You're just gonna want to go straight to page 109 to
Favorite class options. Options are available to Goblin. Favorite classes. The bonus applies each time. Alchemist gain fire resistance. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Each reward is selected. Increase fire resistance by 1. Does not stack with fire resistance gained from other sources. Does not. That's... A bard. After they told me that I can't read and no one likes me, I could just be a bard.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. A barbarian.
That is.
could
I
play
love that idea.
A bard. Cavalier druid. A gunslinger? What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, that was a thing.
Guns exist.
Oracle, ranger, and a rogue. So I feel like a rogue would be common. Feral, okay. Racial archetype. Feral, okay. Weapon and armor proficiency. A feral naturally loses. Okay, so these are like different. Fire bomber. Oh yeah, I found it.
There you go. You found it. Yeah.
A fire bomber is exceptionally good at using bombs to burn creatures and blow up things, but not quite as good as creating other types of bombs. Not good. Not quite as. Fire bomber has following class feature: weapon and armor proficiency. Fire bomber treats torches as a simple weapon. What? Fire bombardier. U or X? What does that even mean?
Oh.
At first level, a fire bomber throws a bomb that deals damage to all creatures.
Bingo bongo.
It's like an additional. Fire bombers can select the burn.
I just realized if we had internal combustion engines in this, I could legally drink and drive because it's a game.
That's hilarious.
You could also drink and drive a horse.
Whoa! What'd you say?
I said you could also just drink and drive a horse-drawn carriage.
Well, you know what? I've got a set of keys right here, and no, kidding.
Short curb.
What did you think of the screenshot of that page I sent you with that with that archetype?
Definitely need to make some changes to the armor, but I could possibly get behind it.
No, not the armor, just the text. It's got like the abilities. That's not the visual.
But I didn't really want to use any magic.
Oh, that's not magic.
He has a wand.
Ignore. No. That's not the guy. Ignore the picture. The picture has nothing to do with.
But it also says signature wand.
No. You're reading the wrong part. You're reading counterfeit mage.
Oh, okay.
Section below it, underground chemicals.
Magic. When you think I'm a wizard.
So.
Okay, I get it. I totally get how you're. The picture goes with the counterfeit mage, not with what I'm telling you to look at. But I totally get how it was confusing. No, we're talking powerful weapons, precise splash weapons. Like, it literally
Yeah, I
talks
can get
about
behind
fast
that.
fingers thing.
I can get behind
like,
that, yeah.
We suggest these to complement it, and it's like, oh, there's some of the stuff he named. So that's a really good basis to kind of build out your idea.
Here, I'm gonna DM the other chat real quick.
Yeah, you had. I love that idea. That kind of like basic background works perfectly for the character who isn't in the party right away, but joins within like 10 minutes of the game starting. Especially because realistically, we're either gonna all start in a guild hall or a tavern.
So real talk,
yes.
real talk. The one other time I played D&D, we did like maybe 2 fucking times, maybe 3.
Okay.
I jumped through every fucking window. I was like, you know what? I can't take this seriously. So I jumped through every fucking window, and I managed to get myself killed like 4 fucking times. But I didn't die. I had to do saving rolls, or someone had to save me.
See,
Didn't
what's great
fucking
is
die.
With this class, you'll probably be able to jump out a window and just survive, no problem.
It's
Which
funny,
makes
like
it
one.
even
Data the
better.
demonstrator.
You can just have that as a personality trait that you go to jump out windows and people can decide whether or not they're gonna try and stop you.
I don't want to
It's like,
do
I'm
that
fine.
anymore.
You don't have to.
that was
It
so
comes up.
like.
If you get
Oh,
locked
man.
in a room and the only way out is through a window, sometimes you
Dude,
gotta do
there
what
was
you
like there was one moment where we were on like a carriage ride and I jumped out the window and it just everyone started fucking dying. Like as
fuck?
soon as I jumped out the window, I fucking died and then we got attacked by
Oh.
thieves.
That's funny. Okay, so
Oh.
another note, guns are specialized enough that I might say you have to be a gunslinger to use them.
Can we do
Or
like
you can
half and
have
half?
one, but you're bad at it.
Oh, I don't
that's
like
the
that.
Yeah, I know, but that is
Is there any way okay.
So
is there
you
any
can do feats to specialize in it, but it'll depend on like what level we want to start at. I tend to like starting people at level 2 or 3 because it gives you a little bit more to work with and more options for building out your character. But it is more work. I can't tell
cool
you
with
how
that.
much more because that depends on your character, but I feel like that would work fine for this group of people. I don't think we have anyone here who's particularly lazy like that one Deadpool guy I described earlier. Wait.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Here, I think it might have only been Yuffie and Lest that were here for that rant.
Yes. Yes.
What
I've
rant?
PM'd a group from 3 to 9 or 11 people, and the only problem with the group of 9 to 11 was one guy whose whole thing was he wanted to play as Deadpool himself who accidentally found himself in this world, but he refused to even make a character sheet. And so his girlfriend made his first character sheet, but he decided as like a rogue bard, but he decided he didn't like that, so he wanted a new character sheet. But again, he refused to make a character sheet.
That sounds
So
kind of like
make-
Deadpool.
Other people make it. Well, and here's the thing. It would be fine if that was just in roleplay, but it slowed down the entire game because he never even learned how to roll damage for attack with the one weapon he used for every attack. He couldn't even bother to remember that it was 2d6. That's all. It's like the most easiest to remember attack damage that you can roll. He also couldn't ever remember to just roll a d20 when you decide to attack someone. Because first you roll to hit, which is why you roll a d20, and then you roll your damage. It's just a 2-step process that he refused to learn. Even after 3 game sessions, we still had to hold his hand. And this man was 35 years old.
Hey, older than me. What the fuck?
And he was not drinking.
What the fuck?
You know what?
Yeah, I may
I'll
have
drink
left
to
part
that.
out. He was just a problematic, sober asshole.
Sober asshole.
Yeah. His girlfriend was too hot for him, too. I don't know why she put up with him. I don't know what she saw in him. He must have had a big dick, is all I can figure.
Hey, how do you know she's a? How do you know she was a size queen?
Because she was furry.
Okay, never mind. I guess it's valid. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. I would see them at furry conventions. Usually
Oh,
just
Vex.
her, though. He would rarely go.
Hey Vex,
Yes,
I'm gonna
me?
send you something.
Nanji can survive by
Okay,
that.
good.
I want you to tell me what pops up, just by like
Okay.
aesthetic alone. Like what pops up when you see that.
Ooh, like what this character would be?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are like already creating your characters. I'm still reading the whole goblin
No,
thing,
he
so I
sent me
know
an
what I
anime
can do with it.
picture. He sent me an anime picture. I could see 2 very distinct routes. I could see someone who does dancing, which could be a bard or even a monk, because monks can have like a dancey style of fighting that they can specialize in. Or I see just someone who uses a big old sword.
Vex,
Which
you'll have
has
to
a
help
lot
me
of,
with
Oh,
that
guess
character
what?
sheet.
But guess what?
Yeah, I feel like big sword would fit that character really. I get samurai vibes. Yeah, that makes
It's
sense.
heavily Eastern like clothing.
Yeah,
Japanese
yeah,
clothing.
I love it. I love this. I love this idea. Honestly, yeah, picking anime characters to look at, like, art-wise, is another great way to go about it. I mean, she could even be built as a paladin that uses a giant sword, and, like...
Well, you call the
basically-
giant sword.
What do you call it?
Oh, you called it. You called the giant sword. You
Oh,
were right.
I called it as the... Yeah. Honestly, you could even technically build her as a war priest.
Hard-headed
Which
big
is
teeth.
pretty funny. I'm a fan of lady war priests with oversized weapons. I always think that that's a fun character type to play. Yeah, there's a few good... I'm trying to remember if barbarians have the option to... I'm pretty sure they can use giant weapons too. Even Blood Rager, which I believe is a barbarian combined with something. Yeah, barbarian and sorcerer combined as a Blood Rager. That might be something you're interested in, Lest. Because then you can get big sword and magic. Without having to... It's not technically a multi-class, it's a hybrid class. So... you can just be a Blood Rager, as opposed to taking multiple levels in Sorcerer and then taking levels in Barbarian. They just said, this is a new class now, we're calling it the Blood Rager.
Oh, jeez.
Blood for the blood god.
Big sword and magic, that sounds good.
Exactly, right?
You moving at 2 FPS, more than likely it's probably just my shit lagging.
Oh, they got a good health stat too.
Also, the
special
skill
skill.
hard-headed big teeth. The ability to bite people.
Right, I loved
As
that
an
one. I
attack.
also personally liked oversized ears. I'm a
Oh, yeah,
big
it's
fan
good
of
perception.
perception checks.
Wait,
yeah.
so I only get to choose like one of them?
So you swap them out for different things. Those two replace the skilled racial trait, so you would have to choose between those two.
Okay.
That said,
Hey.
you can still have big ears, it's just which bonus do you get?
Okay. Then I
Yeah.
see like fucking eat anything and that
Yeah, that's a pretty fun idea.
city scavengers eat anything. Big head, hard-headed big teeth is just fun. There's like
Well,
no
and
other
check,
reason for it.
the last line of every description says what it replaces. I don't remember if City Scavenger replaces skilled or something
They
else.
all replace skilled.
Okay.
Oversized eat.
And again, also, if everyone sees multiple racial traits that they want, then if everyone agrees you all get 2 instead of 1, then okay, everyone gets 2 instead of 1, that's fine. In my
fair
opinion,
enough.
it's just an extra way of specializing.
It looks like a
Especially
sideshow.
since,
Probably
if
check
Curry
the
wants
computer,
to
dude.
use the Drider as the base, and
okay.
you want multiple racial traits, like, okay, cool, then we don't have to power down the Drider as much, we just make sure
Oh,
you
what the
extra racial
fuck?
bonuses. Different things.
Oh, that works. What are the racial traits of the
What's
Drider?
going on here?
I
I
didn't read.
believe they're in the screen. Did I send a screenshot to the group?
Oh,
I
good
did.
point. Okay, I
So,
go
their ability
Ah,
modifiers
yes.
is you get a +2 to con and constitution
Bro,
and
I'm
wisdom.
dying, dude.
And
Motherfuckers
then
are dying.
ability score bonuses is an additional +2 to constitution, dexterity, and strength. They also get greater spell resistance
Ooh.
and natural armor. I would probably say you don't get greater spell resistance, you might
Yep,
get like
click
lesser
here, click here.
standard spell resistance, which I'm calling lesser, but it's just
You got
normal.
bone claws?
Mm.
You get the ability to
Got
climb, which
Bones
I
and
think
shit?
is important.
You guys got bones and shit?
Mm.
But yeah, I'd basically say like, you know, see how that number at the bottom is 35?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to work that down and work the others up, because standard races are like 0 to 10. Yeah, and so RP is race points. And it's
Yeah.
basically a way of calculating-
Why does 8 legs cost 4 RP?
I don't know. We can ignore that part, because I don't.
What do you
see
mean by
why...
RP?
Yeah, race points.
It's race
literally
points.
how powerful the race is.
Oh shit, okay.
Oh my gosh, the
It's a way
size
to,
being
like-
7 RP in real life.
Yeah, see, that's why I said you're not, especially if you're a jumping spider, you're not gonna be large. You're not gonna be
Yeah.
20 feet tall. You're gonna be medium, and you're gonna be the same head height as like humans or elves. Or maybe even smaller, you'll still count as medium, but you could be you could be the height of a halfling.
Yeah, I'll
You
be
know?
a height of a halfling.
Yeah, I like this idea because that's
Yeah.
a big thing. If you're size large, it means your weapons are bigger. It means your defense is higher. That's why it's so much points, is because it has a lot of stat boosts that aren't listed right there in that
Oh,
chart.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, your weapons would do almost double damage of normal characters' weapons.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be the logistics of doing of being two little guys at once? Would you have to like have would the stats be like halved, or would there be like
I would
shared
think it would
stats?
make one stat sheet because
That's so weird. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that.
I would probably give you like a special ability where you get to roll twice for certain things. It might be so. It might.
Or that-
There's two ways to do it. Option one, you just make one stat sheet.
Yeah,
because
I
they
think I
all
know what it is.
work together. Option two, you make 3 stat sheets. One
Hey.
stat sheet for them as a pair, and then a stat sheet for each of them if they get separated by themselves.
Hmm.
Hold on.
I have a
Would there be any other logistics that I need to be concerned about if I wanted to do?
More depends on the
Oh, yeah.
class past that point.
Because I wanted to see if I could have like two little guys that were pretending to be
We're-
human, and then one of them again
We're
does like
setting up.
is more like charisma based and does like distractions and stuff, while the other one goes for stealth and tries to be a bit sneaky about everything.
I'm sorry to say, Soulfall, but this is a rabbits only thing.
Sorry.
Question.
Yes.
I have a question before I forget. I'm about to forget.
Okay, go ahead, Dino.
Can I? This is going back. I feel like
Your
we've been in
stream
here
is,
for a
like,
while.
Dying.
Yes, your
Yeah, my
stream is
stream is
dying.
fucking
Actually,
dying. I know. I
I
think
thought
I
it
know
was.
why.
I thought it was my internet. It wasn't.
Oh, the lag.
Is there any way
I know how to fit-
that
I
I
know how to
could
fit- I know
do?
what's killing
Could I like short one of the skills? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd much rather be able to use a gun than heal people. So is there any way I could focus more on the gun and then go into the healing aspect later? Because I'd love to be.
Well, the stuff that it mentioned in that thing, the item, is available to anyone. You could be a gunslinger and do pretty
Dropbox.
much the same thing, and just take those extra feats to be able to do. Like, his strategy works better for a rogue, but you could technically do it as a gunslinger.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'd like to stick with the idea you had with the underground chemist.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'd like to do half and half. Can we do half and half? Like half gunslinger, half chemist? Does
Yeah,
that
we
work?
can find, like,
You
multi-class
just sound like a drug dealer.
It sounds like a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Gotta cook.
Fucking shoot. Oh, dude. That's it.
Potion
That's
seller,
it.
I
That's
need your
it.
strongest potion.
I'm gonna cause an
Yes.
issue.
I need
There's
your
a hundred.
strongest potion.
There's 100% chance I'm causing a fucking problem.
The only problem you'll run into is
No,
you
I'm
actually
causing a problem.
pause gameplay and numbers wise. Any attack you do will be weaker than the other people in the party because your gun attacks will only benefit from you being a gunslinger, whereas your potions will just have a net value. Using a healing kit will just have a net value. You will get access to more sub-skills, which is cool in my opinion, but you'll have to choose every level. Do you want to level up rogue class, or do you want to level up gunslinger class? Which means it'll take you longer to access, like, certain features. So you might want to say, I just take 2 levels of this class, and then all the rest I'm going to focus on the other class for all the benefits. So you might want to, you know, but if you want guns to be your main weapon, then you're gonna want just a couple of levels in rogue, and then the rest to be in gunslinger. But if you're focusing more on healing, and you just want to be able to use a gun on occasion, then a couple levels in gunslinger, and then the rest in rogue, would be kind of the more logical route, I think.
Do we know if they have semi-automatic? Also, do I get to
Not.
like?
It
Do I have
isn't
to?
like black powder?
Okay, so do I have to buy my own ammo, or am I able to reload? Oh wait, it's you said it's gunpowder, so I'm gonna have to use a fucking. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Okay,
I believe you can make your own ammo as.
I'm gonna need a ramrod.
Are you overwhelmed by the fact
The
that there's
book,
22
the
different
book. Go to
classes
the
choose
advanced
from
class
and counting?
guide and read about the
However,
gunslinger,
would
and
you
then come
decide
back
on
to
what
me.
class to choose from
I
your
accidentally
character
closed out of that. Let me
Well, there's now I can come back to
Make
Ko
a
and their two little
surgeon
guys.
Aye.
Oh,
little
I like your
guys.
idea of your two little guys. There, in that case, I'd want you to make two character sheets.
You're very welcome. I accept tribute in the.
You'll
I'm sorry,
probably
get
level them up both
Get
at the same time. So if I'd say if we're all level 3, both of them will each be level 3. But you can only have one of them do an action at a time, and the other can support. There are rules for like and guidelines for. Oh, it was Felix. I thought
Nice
that was
cat.
yelling at me. But basically, there's guidelines for having a character help another character perform an action. So that's basically how you're talking about wanting to do it. Is one character might be better at this thing, so the other character is going to support that character. You know, maybe character A wants to support character B in persuading someone, and then they swap positions so that character B can be the feet and support character A wielding a dagger or some shit like that. So,
Question.
yeah, there's options for that, and we would just have to decide how do we want to handle the idea of them balancing. Do you have a harness that takes
Bless
full
you.
action to put on or take off? Are they just balancing on shoulders, in which case I'd give you a negative to grapple checks and balance and things like that? So yeah, that would be kind of like, it would be a lot more make it up as we go. But if you want them to have different strengths and weaknesses, then I would have you make 2 character sheets, and you would pick one character whose stats you're using for any given situation.
It's not really a question, but whenever you're talking about the two little guys, I just started thinking of like, oh my goodness, it's a mech, but like instead of 2 little guys, it's a brother and a sister, and they're controlling this fucking what is it, trench coat. Mech.
They're controlling this mechanical trench coat, and they're both artificers.
Trench coat with like
Oh,
a
now
full
that's a
human
funny
skeleton.
idea. They're both artificers with separate sub-abilities, and they just built themselves a mech suit.
They have
but like you have that little like dynamic where they're siblings of some kind and they banter the whole fucking time. Your foot's on my head. Get your head off my foot.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Yeah, that's a pretty cute idea.
Oh my god.
Form of money, cash.
I'm just gonna look at this little thing. Oh wait, quick look at all classes in Pathfinder.
Oh yeah, turn the audio on. I love these kind of animations.
Breed true mean.
You
I was looking at Drider like lore, like whatever's like kind of canon.
I'm gonna have to share my screen.
You know, I don't necessarily want to follow it, but what?
To know
it
what
says
they
you're-
are traditionally is can be fun and helpful.
Unlike most victims of drow experiments, Driders can breed true with each other. What does that mean?
That means that they're more like donkeys than mules. Drow experiment on things because they're evil. The drow created the Drider, but 2 Drider can have Drider babies together, whereas most other weird creations that the drow experimented on are infertile.
I wonder if
That's
there's
some
the
crazy
eggs.
shit. I'm gonna search the video if you guys want to watch.
They would lay eggs. Yeah. Okay.
Be eggs.
Well, hey there. Are you just getting interested in Pathfinder 2? Are you overwhelmed by the fact that there's 22 different classes to choose from and counting? However,
Jesus.
would you decide on what class to choose for your idealistic character that you're trying to craft?
It's just too much.
Worry not, friend, because I have done you
Oh,
a
I got
favor,
an ad.
and I have
Well-
created a video
Oh,
for
well.
you that goes over every single class with a brief summary to tell you exactly what they're about.
Wait, how'd you
and
get
why
an
you might
ad
wanna choose
for?
them. You're very
Because I
welcome.
wasn't watching it
I
on
accept
Discord.
tribute in the
Oh,
form
I
of
see.
money, cash, and pictures of my OC.
Dude, the fucking,
Anyway,
The
I've
pictures
kind
of
of
fucking-
divvied up all the
oh,
classes into a bunch of different
pissed off.
smaller
The
categories,
fucking
so that way
hood-
they're kind of easier to understand. These
Whatever
categories
thing
are in no
clip
way
just
official,
broke off my
and you
fucking
probably won't
car.
find other
Holy
people using the
shit.
same terminology, but
I'm
it might
annoyed.
make it easier for you to understand. Combatants are
No.
a group.
Hold on, I want to read that. One start, very simple, straightforward. No real wrong choices. Straightforward, but it has 1 or 2 mechanics to keep in mind. Not hard, but may have a lot of choices to make or trap options to avoid. Requires more forethought and good understanding of the system to challenging and has to take on a notable drawbacks or complicated aspects. What the fuck?
Combatants are a group of martial characters that are a bit more no-nonsense in how they approach combat. Barbarians are for when you want to hit hard and be all in on muscle. A lot of people say that Dragon Ball Z characters might fit better as monks, but in my opinion, barbarians
Oh my goodness,
have more
they
of that
sell them on
flavor, getting
Amazon.
stronger when they're desperate or angry. Your instinct ultras are
They're
rare,
only
and can even
$8.
specialize
What the
in things
fuck?
like oversized weapons, give you draconic or animalistic traits, or even channel ancestral spirits to aid you in the middle of battle.
It's
Fighters
straightforward.
are the de
Get mad,
facto
kill.
Fighters. Go figure. You want to focus on weapon use and combat maneuvers? Try a fighter. They're pretty easy to pick up and are really impactful and fun. They don't have a subclass, but instead have a lot of highly modular feats that let you alter how you approach combat, and let you customize your playstyle to whatever suits you. Rangers eat good in Pathfinder 2. While they're still fighter-like with a bit of a nature theme, the modularity of the system makes it really easy to customize what kind of...
Also, I
ranger
can't
you want
make
to
a surgeon
You wanna
thief
use
because a
magic,
surgeon
animal
isn't a
convenience,
class.
Focus on nature and survival. You can pick and choose which elements suit your idea of the ranger, and whatever options you go
But you
with,
can
your
make a
ranger will
chief
feel
that's
like they
like
have a
the
unique
only
and
thing that's
specific
still is just
identity.
organs.
And with Hunt Prey, they become one of the best.
I mean, I can steal their
targeted
organs
characters
when
in
they're
the game.
dead,
And don't be
yeah.
fooled, the name Ranger refers
Yeah.
to being like a warden of the forest. It doesn't actually mean you have to use ranged weapons, and in fact, in Pathfinder 2, Rangers are effective with all types of weapons,
Become
even
the one of
two-handed and
those
strength-based
organ
ones.
harvester,
Pathfinder 2
sell
probably
it
does
on
Rangers
black
the
market.
best out of any system that
Well, I
I've
eat
played.
anything, so
Also,
probably
in
just
my
gonna be
opinion, it's
harvest
probably one of the
organs
most
anyway.
effective systems to make Aragorn.
Yeah, organs got one of those,
Champions
you
are
know,
what I like to call the team
nutrients.
dad. They tend to be very
And you
heavily
just
armored
write,
with big
you
voice
just
lines.
write what kind of
This also
nutrient they
includes
give
the
out, and then you
paladin,
show
which
it
you
to
might
your
be more
teammate, and then your
familiar
teammate
with.
was like,
Champions get a
God
bit of
damn
divine
it.
influence and a few focus spells as well, depending on what kind of god that they choose
It's like
or what
it,
cause they
it's
align
more
themselves
like a
with.
moral
But otherwise, they're
thingy.
totally
Like
martial. Your cause
you're not
determines your
wrong,
playstyle
but what
and
the
is
hell?
influenced a lot by your alignment, if you're using
The guy
it,
Yuffie's
that is,
brought back some
and grants you a unique reaction known as your divine smite, which you can use to punish
And then you
enemies when
start
they try to hurt your
explaining
party
what,
members.
what kind of
You also get a
nutrient this
unique
food give,
spiritual ally in
and
the
they
form of
whips
don't.
out,
shield,
whips
or
out a
magic.
lung.
We saw like
that are really capable at what they do. However,
it could
they're
be
a lot
like
more
they
focused on
just make
mobility.
something and
when
then
they do
just
fight,
like
at least in my
describe
own
what
opinion, they tend to
what
have a little bit more
ingredient they
style
use,
about
but
it.
they don't
Monks
specify
are
what
for when
meat
you
they
really
use,
want to play
and the whole
Bruce
thing
Lee
just
in
eat
the
a
middle
human
of
without
Valeria.
knowing about it.
Uniquely in Pathfinder 2,
Wow,
monks
wow,
are
wow,
actually
wow,
pretty
wow.
durable and are also still highly mobile.
So you
and have
can
very good
try
action
like
economy thanks to
convert
flurry
any
of
of us to
blows.
become
Like
cannibalism
fighters, they
that
don't
way.
actually have a true subclass and instead are customized based on what kind of
I think
stances
with
you
how
choose,
my
which
character's
grants
set
you
up,
unique unarmed
my character
strikes.
wouldn't care.
And these can be a lot of
Achievement
different
unlocked
things, from
cannibalism.
strength-based kicks,
Cannibalism,
attacks,
new
to stances
trait
that actually
obtained.
turn you into a
Achievement
tank. The
unlocked,
stances are so
shit
enticing that they
happens.
literally
Bro,
make
this
Oh, I
you
think I
fucking
have
archive that
Loctite.
way other classes could
This fucking guy has a pair of
I have
brass
Loctite.
knuckles.
Wait a second.
What the fuck?
easily pick them up. Swashbucklers, meanwhile, combine the combat focus of the fighter with the more slipperiness and charm of the rogue. The swashbuckler specializes in doing combat maneuvers to fake out their opponents, which then grants them bonuses to their damage, as well as a finishing blow that they can execute. If it is not enough for you to just fight, you need to do it with style, then check out a swashbuckler.
Honestly, I
You
feel
probably
like I
saw
should be
Gunslinger
go
and
for
immediately thought,
more
"Oh, hey,
support
guns."
class
So I
because
probably
I,
didn't
in
tell you why
any
you
of
might
the
wanna
role
play one.
playing
That
group
said,
or
gunslingers are not the only
no,
class that is
let's just say
capable
role
of
play,
using
not D&D.
firearms. Though they
It's
do
not
get
an
access
official
to some
D&D.
unique options
Like I
for
always in the
reloading, as
support
well as
class
maneuvers and
because
stuff that can
I'm not the
further
type
enhance
that
their
I'm not the
flexibility on
main
the
character
battlefield.
type of thing.
Gunslingers go all in
Oh,
on the gritty style of
hey,
fighting.
I do
You
that
wanna be
very
a cowboy
well.
in a fantasy world? Go Gunslinger.
It's okay, you can take that
Specialists
role.
is a group
You
that I kind
definitely
of
can
created
take
to
it.
describe characters that are more focused on utility and skill
So I'm
use,
just like
even
thinking
though they
either
can
a
do
war
respectable
priest
damage on their own. Alchemists embody the mad scientist
or war
archetype.
priest, just
They
love
sort of
money.
operate like
Probably.
item-based casters,
all
which can make
creating
them a
our
little bit
characters?
hard to understand.
I'm not
but are
doing
amazing
it.
supports in
No,
the right
I'm
ways.
drawing.
Especially since you can just
Great.
give your allies your items and stuff and let them spend their actions to use them instead of your own. Your research
But I
field
also
allows
like
you
the
to
idea of a
specialize more into
priest
bombs,
who don't
elixirs,
really
and
heal
healing,
people normally,
mutagens
so
to
they just
modify you or
punches
your
people
allies,
because that's
or
how they do
poisons
it.
to debilitate your enemies. Investigators are for when you want to play the big brain boy but don't want to be a caster. Investigators are tied with
That's
rogues and
okay.
skill focus, and they're so smart that they get a
Because I
special
like the
action that
idea
allows them to use
of
their
a
intelligence to
violent
make weapon
healer.
attacks. This also premeditates your next attack roll, which means that you get to see the result of the die before you commit to the attack. This allows them to be super optimized with their actions, deciding when to attack when it's opportunistic, and doing other things when it's not. If you saw Sherlock Sherlock and thought
In-
it was so
the fact-
cool how it slowed down time and
the
thought
fact that
about all these different
investigators
maneuvers that he
don't
could
think
do
is
to take
just
down the
wild
opponent
to
to
me.
identify the weak points.
Dude,
Yeah, that is
ability
literally
to
how
hit
the
your attack
investigator is
again
built
before you
and what
decide
it's meant to
attack
embody.
it, you look at his
Rogues,
butt.
meanwhile, are the ultimate skill monkeys, just like they were in Pathfinder 1. Well, you can absolutely play the traditional sneaky,
I have to
stabby,
pause
deathsy.
and see here. What did you say, Vex?
I was saying that investigator ability is broken. They can roll to hit before they decide if they're gonna attack.
That's
they can
fucking wild.
Yeah, because they have
Rogue
sight and are smart. And they can use their intelligence as weapon damage. Instead of like dex or strength. Yeah.
That allow them to lean into literally any ability score and make a bunch of different ideas. Ruffians, for instance, are armored sneak attackers who wear medium armor and can use any simple weapon and focus on strength rather than dexterity. Scoundrels are more charismatic and can gain benefits to feint and charisma-based skills. And Eldritch Tricksters, also known as Arcane Tricksters, can take a multi-class dedication with any caster for free and lean into the magic side of combining magic and sneak attacks. Inventors are another option for people who want to play a smart character that isn't a caster. Like
Did
the
I say how
Alchemist, they
much
also
I
turn
hate that
crafting
cards
into
are
a
made out
combat
of
skill.
fucking
But unlike
plastic?
the Alchemist, who specializes in instantaneous and consumable items like bombs and elixirs, they instead
Fucking
focus on a
annoying.
singular item, their
Bombs?
innovation.
Bombs?
You can choose to specialize in a custom modular weapon, a set of power armor, or a mechanical construct that operates
Power
like
armor.
a pet, and apply modifications to each one to customize how it
Oh,
works and what
shit.
they can do.
Guys
You can also
invent-
explode, voluntarily. Spontaneous casters are casters that can only cast spells that
So
they know,
I'm in
which makes them a
Gunslinger,
bit
but I'm
easier
not
to
seeing
learn at
anything
the expense
about
of a bit of
guns.
flexibility. They tend to have more spell
Would that
slots
be
than
in,
prepared
like,
casters. And because they don't need to prepare spells, they have a little bit more
equipment?
flexibility in how they use said slots. Even
Or
if they don't have a
armory?
suite
Would
of
that be in
quest lore.
equipment or
Bards
armory?
are very much jacks of all trades, who specialize highly in using performance and figuring out how to use it in combat and in other situations. They also get some unique abilities that make them really good at buffing up their allies, such as Inspire Courage, which gives a +1 to attack rolls, which, if you know how the system in Pathfinder 2 works, is super important, because that's also an increased chance to crit.
Ooh,
Musa
mounts.
Select gives them a few assorted perks, such as martial training, or things like unique cantrips, or
You
even
cut out,
additional
what'd you say?
spells. If you want to play
1 second.
a more support-focused, charismatic caster character, they're probably the one that you want to look at. Sorcerers are the original charisma-based caster. Fun fact, in older editions of the game, sorcerers and wizards actually were identical, the only thing that changed was how they cast their spells. However, now in Pathfinder, sorcerer magic comes from their bloodline, which gives them some unique side effects when using certain spells, as well as determines which of the 4 spell traditions they use. Some bloodlines that a sorcerer can call
Oh, okay,
upon
I
are
found
things such
some.
as aberrant,
I found
angelic,
some.
demonic, diabolic, draconic.
Yeah, it was in
elemental,
the
fey,
it was in
genie,
the
hag,
fucking
imperial, nymph,
dude, they have
phoenix,
a blunderbuss.
psychochomp,
Holy
shadow,
shit.
undead, and wormblessed, which is basically
Fuck
dragon
that
divine.
noise.
They're pretty
Musket.
accessible to pick up for a spellcaster, and their spell-like abilities give them some pretty unique flavor. Psychics are a bit more complicated than the other.
Oh, they have a
spontaneous
revolver.
casters.
That's
They're
perfect. I
occult
don't have to
casters like bards,
fucking.
but have fewer spell slots
That's
and go
fine.
all
I
in
could
on
do a
focus
revolver.
points, but not focus
Sword
spells.
cane
Psychics
pistols
don't
wild
use
as
focus
shit.
points for
That's
unique
fucking
spells, but
crazy.
rather can use them to amp up cantrips based on their
So,
subclass
are you able to
choices,
start
gaining
out with
unique
this
and potent
stuff,
effects that make their
or
cantrips
like,
even
cause some of this
stronger
stuff
than
looks
normal spell
pricey. I don't know what
slots.
GP
Their
is,
other core mechanic is to
but
unleash their psyche, which grants
1,000.
them other massive benefits for a short burst of time, then stupefying them for 2 rounds.
So I'm probably
And
just gonna
well
have
understand
like
other special psyche
I'm probably
options
just gonna
that
have
they
like
take
a
that are exceptionally potent.
I'm probably just gonna have
Psychics
like
can be
a
intelligence
coat
or
pistol.
charisma-based
That's
and
like
make for
pretty cheap.
excellent blasters or other
750. It's
support
not
characters.
one of
Plus also
these.
the
Some of these
flavor
are
of
like
it is
4,000.
They can
Fucking.
trick some components of casting, such as vocal components, for mental ones instead, and they get unique modifications that they can do to their spells that make them more psychic-y themed.
This is what I was.
Meanwhile, are also divine casters, but they have less of an interaction with
Wait,
any
you
of
said
the
ultimate
deities in the
what?
game. Oracles are similar to clerics in the fact that they have divine spells, but they are actually spontaneous casters. And while they have a domain like a cleric, they don't usually have a deity that they worship or need to worship in order to get their abilities. Their power instead comes from some esoteric, hard-to-understand curse.
I see
This gives them
Gunslinger.
several drawbacks,
Firearms,
but they can also spread
135.
these drawbacks to opponents, and even turn some of their own drawbacks into a source of power. Oracles, in all honesty, can be a bit difficult to play, but they are so interesting that you might want to give it a shot. Mages is a group of prepared casters that I kind of lumped together because I didn't really have anywhere else to put them. As prepared casters, they know a whole lot of spells but can only pick through a few at a time. This makes them very flexible, able to adapt to the situation day to day. Clerics were the original divine casters, and are still amazing at it. Depending on what domain you specialize in, you can technically make any kind of cleric you want, from a martial character to a divine caster to a support.
Yeah, it looks like the
whatever.
cheapest one.
There's several
Wait, the
bonus spell slots
pistol
per day that they
dagger.
can use
What?
to heal or harm, depending on what kind of god they worship. And new to Pathfinder 2, you can specialize as a cloistered cleric, which is
Pistol
more like a cloth-based
dagger.
spellcaster, or go war priest.
I want
and become
that
a
one.
Traditional armored cleric.
That one
type of
sounds
field
sick.
That specializes in their deity's weapon. Druids are for when you want to make a character that is all about nature. They're a tree-loving hippie. They just love plants, they live among nature, and they...
What are you, a hippie?
I'm pretty sure everybody knows
What?
that. However,
I'm
in
looking at the
Pathfinder
video.
2, druids are probably one
Oh,
of
looking
the
at
most
classes
powerful
right
classes
now.
in the game.
I was like, the
The
fuck?
modularity of the system lets you pick
Dagger
and choose which traditional
pistol, a
themes you might
combination
like
of a
to
coat
lean into,
pistol and a
as well as
blade. The
gaining an
dagger
additional
pistol can
focus
be
on one of your
used
choosing.
as both
You can specialize in
weapons.
animal
The
companions,
awkwardness of the
familiars,
configuration
derived
means
spells,
you do
wild
not
shape,
gain the
among
bonus
other
of
things.
sleight
If you
of
love
hand
animals or are simply
checks
enticed by
that
commanding
either
and
of those
summoning
standalone
opponents,
weapons
Druid is
grants.
definitely for you. Wizards,
Dagger
meanwhile, are
pistol
the
is
de facto
considered a
arcane caster,
double
and are
weapon
the
for the
original
purpose of
prepared
creating
caster.
masterwork
For a lot of people,
or
they tend to be a little
magical
bit too
versions
vanilla,
of this
but don't be
weapon.
fooled.
If this
Wizards
firearm
focus
gains
on
the broken
modifying and augmenting
condition,
their spellcasting
both the
abilities, and
firearms
giving assistance with that through the
component
tools that they create.
and the dagger
Your thesis
component
in
are
Magic
considered
School allow you to
broken.
kind of make your own
A
custom
dagger
little
pistol
subclass.
uses either
Your
a
thesis in
bullet
particular
and
gives
one
you some
dose
kind
of black
unique
powder
utility,
or a
such as the
single
ability to modify
alchemical
spell slots or
cartridge
combine
as
them, gain a
ammunition.
familiar,
This is
or
an
you can even get
early
started with
firearm.
staff crafting at an earlier level. Witches, on the other hand, are often
I'll go
seen
with
as
that.
kind of a sister class to a wizard.
That kinda-
both being intelligence-based and prepared.
That kinda
casters.
tracks.
However, uniquely, they can choose from any spell list rather than just being limited to arcane.
No,
Thematically, they also have the
like
patron,
like
which
with
is the
with
source
what
of their
I'm
power,
with
which
what
also
I'm
grants
doing,
them
Vex. That kind of
familiar, as well as access to hexes and
that,
curses which they can put on their opponents. This might feel a little similar to the Warlock of 5e.
That
The
and a
familiar is super
dagger.
important to the class,
Yeah, 'cause
and is the
daggers
source
are
of their
really
spell
easy and
crafting.
cheap to get,
So if you
so
want to play a
might as well
caster
have
that goes
them.
all in on the familiar, the Witch is definitely for you.
Okay.
Advanced
hand
classes
bonus.
have a bit more unique or esoteric mechanics and themes that don't really fit wholly into the other groups. I actually debated putting Alchemist in this list
Which
originally.
dagger?
If you can't decide
Is there
between
just
might
a
or
da-
magic,
I'm looking
the
for
Magus
it.
might be for you,
Don't it?
considering that they're a 50-50 mix of martial ability and spellcasting. Magi are what I like to call limited spellcasters, meaning they only get access to spell slots of their two
Which
highest
one does?
levels. They still are technically prepared casters, which still gives them some form of utility. Their core mechanic involves combining spell
There's
attacks
so
and
much to
weapon
go
attacks
through here.
simultaneously,
Holy shit.
imbuing spells into their weapon and unleashing both to a very
What the
potent
fuck,
effect.
Vex?
Summoners are another
Wait.
limited
Nito,
spellcaster,
did you
one
check
that revolves
the
entirely
call
around
chat?
a custom pet known as an Eidolon.
Did I
Golem,
check the
I
what?
don't know.
Yeah, Magic
Their
Man linked
summon
to you a
is
bunch of
linked to
stuff.
them and operates
Oh,
as a
shit.
proxy fighter, making them a strong force on the
Oh,
battlefield,
Magic
especially for
Man's
positioning.
listening.
And thanks to the
Here to help.
3-action system, companion controls feels
can
less
probably help you figure
overwhelming
out
and
a,
more
gunslinger.
fluid than ever.
Gunslingers get
Yo.
That's funny.
Magic
Summoner is
Man.
definitely for you.
Magic Man.
Thaumaturge, meanwhile, is a
Help
martial
a bro-
type class
help
that
me
can
out.
fool people into thinking that they're a wizard or something.
So if I decide to go goblin, I want to get that fucking bomb launcher. Do I have to be a gunslinger to use it?
What? No.
Okay, that's all.
No,
They carry a
it's-
bunch of
it's an
implements and
alchemist
knickknacks
based
that-
item, but anyone with bombs can use it.
Okay. I just
Alchemists can make bombs, so it's best used by an alchemist. But anyone could use the item to launch bombs.
Okay, understandable.
To the untrained eye,
I
it
just
seems
I
useless
just
or
clicked on this
jumpy, but in
website that
reality
Magic
can
Man
use
sent
to gain
me, and it
specific
reminds me
benefits
of
and even
Watch
exploit
Us.
the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of any opponent. Yes, even those that don't.
Did
have
anyone
a
ever
weakness,
get
they
into
will
Watch
create
Us?
them. Thaumaturges are the ultimate monster hunters.
That-
And if you wanna
wait,
play a
Vex,
character
what did you
like
say?
Geralt of Rivia or Trevor Belmont, check this class out because it's incredibly cool. So obviously I couldn't go into all the details on every class, but each one
I'd actually
honestly
be
has some
really
interesting
surprised
mechanics
if
and
Vex
things going
didn't know
for it.
what Watch Us
And this
was.
is just my opinion, but each class really feels like it has a strong identity and unique mechanics that don't infringe upon one another. With that all said, what are your favorite classes, or which ones interest you the most? Anyway, be sure to show if you like the vid, and subscribe if you, Actually, to be honest, I kind of just upload whatever I want whenever I want, so, there may or may not be more Pathfinder vids in the future. Can't promise anything. Do what you want. Okay, bye.
Pardon me. I want to go away.
Curry, when did you change your reactive?
I think Curry is still out.
Sometime in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, Curry said she'll be right back.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I drank more than I expected.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom.
I can't even look at the fucking book. I can't even look at the book because it fucking kills my fucking stream for some reason.
I told you to download it, and then it won't kill your screen.
I think
Dude,
it was the cookies. It just keep giving info.
If you just download the book. Because right now you're using bandwidth to load the pages as
Wait, that's what's
Ah.
happening? Oh, I'm closing that shit. I was wondering what was fucking my internet.
It's funny.
download instead of looking at it online.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Oh, it's easy.
I feel like if I started downloading it, it would make everything worse. I bet you my brother's up there. I bet you my brother's up there yelling right now because the internet's shit in the bed.
It shouldn't be that bad.
You can download later.
Okay. Whether the secreted away smoky basement or gleefully experimenting in a well-respected school of magic, the alchemist is often regarded as being as unstable and unpredictable and dangerous as a concoction. While some creators of an alchemist Adam's content lives sedentary lives as merchants providing tinder twigs and smoke sticks, a true alchemist rather than cast magic like a spellcaster captures his own magic potential in the liquids and extracts he creates. Infusing the chemicals with virulent power grants him impressive skills, poisons, explosives, and a manager of transformative magic. The alchemist's reputation is not softened by his exuberance. Some would say dangerous recklessness in perfecting his magic extracts and creations, infusing these substances with the magic siphoned from his aura and using his body as an experimental stock. Oh God, what? do I make my own potions out of my blood, sweat, and tears? Like literally?
Imaging this. Come.
Just fucking nut in a flask and just be like, oh yes, my explosions.
Silly two little guys in trench coat.
Common writer who
Oh
used
my
mutagens
goodness.
in order to become Grasshopper Monster Man.
Right.
Oh.
The mollified
Now it
alchemist.
makes sense, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
I almost
This is
think
how they get into taverns while still being small.
I almost think Ko's gonna
Even though
cause
they're
more
just little
problems
guys.
than I will.
In a different way. I feel like Dido, you'll cause like roleplay personality problems. Ko
What
will
do you
cause probably
mean?
roll this number well, that's what the impression I've been getting that you want to do, which is fine.
Wait, no. What do you mean by that? Explain that.
What is this?
Little guys. This is their mech. This is how they get into taverns, even though they're underage.
Like, I want to be complicated, and that's like,
I have a logistics issue.
yeah, Ko is sadistic
Okay.
and problematic. You are roleplay wise problematic.
Okay. If I can get into the character, there's no shot I'll cause that many problems.
Okay.
Okay, but maybe.
Okay.
So
But
in other words,
probably
I
not.
win most problematic on the table.
Yeah. You guys can.
I won't take me completely off the table, but I feel like I'll be reasonable.
I'm trying to think about. Oh, so wait, what classes are we choosing among all of us?
I'm doing that like half and half thing with the fucking
Gunslinger rogue thing.
Yeah, the gunslinger. It wasn't rogue, was it? It was the underground chemist. No.
That's a rogue subtype.
All right. Okay.
Underground chemist and gunslinger.
Wait. Actually, I think Curry might cause the most problems. She's a fucking spider. Who's gonna let her into the fucking bar?
She's gonna be hiding in the ceiling.
Also, is she human sized? Because that's
They'll let
fucking
me because
wild
I'm pretty.
too.
I have pretty privilege on my side.
That's there's so many fucking assumptions going
And
on
also
right
the
now.
fact that Kuri is a bard. Everyone love bards, you know.
The,
They will let bards.
the bitch that owns the bar is arachnophobic.
if the guy on top, if the little guy on top with like maxed out bluff, could they like also bluff for other characters, or is it just like them?
Curry has to get in the trench coat with Ko.
Yeah,
They can be the
just
face.
to convince someone a lie is true.
Curry's gonna make the hunchback so that it looks like fucking who's that lady from fucking Made in Abyss?
There is a webcomic where a full-size dragon wears a cloak and they just say she's a foreigner and they pass the bluff check. And so instead of recognizing that it's a dragon with a coat covering her wings, they go, "Oh, a foreigner. Well, it's important to be nice to foreigners."
Oh, they definitely said some colorful words after they left.
I have no idea what that is. I never
Look
heard
at-
it before.
You should
Spirit
have seen that
Spirit
person's
dance
crooked
medium.
teeth. That's what they were saying. They were saying some fucked up shit. Little did they know it was a dragon.
And by the way, how's everybody's art challenges doing? Let's do it next week.
Who's not in our advanced class group?
I'm
Right.
doing
Yeah.
it.
Fine, but I
I'm
don't
doing
think
it.
You know what's funny about that art challenge? Didn't do it.
I'm doing it right now. I'm finishing it.
I just have to do.
Okay.
I just have to finish coloring one of the characters.
I haven't done anything.
That's
since I
actually
started.
cheating.
You're the one who wanted
No,
it.
actually, no, I didn't. What?
I like spirit mediums, and no one ever plays mediums, so that'd be pretty cool. That is.
I don't think I
Rogues
was
that
even
have two
involved in the art
talents.
challenge.
Wait, what?
Rogues have 2 talents.
What do you mean? 8 legs and 2 arms? That sounds normal.
It leads to
Based on
overkill.
what statistics?
Dude, fucking fantasy, obviously. Duh.
Alright, bud. I don't even think it's normal in fantasy. Fucking psychopath.
I mean,
Can't be normal if the
who's
world
changing
is-
the average that much? Who's what, is there like a centipede guy?
If everything goes as planned, I'm literally only gonna be like fucking 4 feet.
You know, we have so many little guys.
Fucking
Gonna be
3.
fun.
I think I have the book that's from. Let me find where it is if I have it.
It's
Holy
okay,
shit,
if you
I just
special
realized we
things
have quite a bit of fucking short motherfuckers in this group.
I can't help it. I decided that 2 children would be the most funniest thing.
They're
Two
not
children.
You're not wait.
How else are they supposed to get into taverns, huh?
Also,
They're
two
kids?
two
Wait.
particularly small halflings.
It's
I'm very...
ridiculous.
Okay, what's Ko? Wait, what's Ko again? I'm very confused.
I was
Who
like,
wants to be 2 characters wearing a trench?
Yes, I know. What the race?
so my initial thought was like they are different types of illusionists. So one
Is
of
that-
them's like a kitsune and that specializes in like charisma and deceit and stuff. While the other one is more of like like either stealth or like a different character. That there's also like what was it? Like gnomes have like the casual illusionist or something.
I was about
both
to
of those
say,
are charisma based.
I was about to say I could only put up with one goblin.
There's no goblins.
Good.
No worry, neither of them are goblins, but the thing is that if you want to make them siblings, I'd have to see which
No,
race I
it doesn't.
choose
It doesn't.
to,
No.
opposite.
Okay, just because I say siblings doesn't mean they're actually siblings. There have been many archetypes where they're not actually related, but they
They
give
were
off
found
the
family
vibe.
in the middle of the streets and decided, hey, you know, you should be funny. Though, I guess if they were artificers, then I'd choose at least one of the characters that would be more of a tinker. So then one of them
Was Vesta jealous?
would make like
Man, I don't have that
all
book.
the things, do like the maintenance and all that other stuff. But then the other one would do like the performance aspect. And like, oh, my arms, they're like this.
Ooh, a mega spell dancer.
I don't know. I was born like this.
Hoping.
Cope, seethe. Cope, seethe.
Hope.
Cope. Let me see. What's
Bomb.
Yeah.
It's
makes
like
bombs
very,
better.
yeah, it just gets better bombs. I'm
Yeah.
always coping hard, seething.
Ooh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Cool.
Alchemists are proficient with all simple weapons and bombs. They're also proficient with light armor, but not with shield. See, if I do goblin,
Dude, fucking.
the design.
I mean, you probably have some sort of pack or belts with mini pockets.
Just like my whole attire is just bandoliers, from top to bottom. It's just a bunch of bandoliers.
Nah, his whole attire is just bungee cords.
I'm just gonna throw a bungee cord up so I can climb up.
Fucking
places.
bungee cord, dude. Tries to walk into the bar, gets fucking drop kicked. Like, fuck out of here. The bouncer discriminates.
The party of
Goblin.
the small. Yeah, actually, so wait, no, Curry would be like would be probably as tall as Dado.
She wants to be the height of a halfling because she's gonna be a jumping spider variant.
Oh,
Which
okay.
Is bitty.
It makes me think, who?
Do I want to be a goblin?
It makes
if
me
everyone's gonna
think.
be
So
short as
is
shit?
Dida gonna be as tall?
No,
as
I'll
so,
be really tall. It's just that there's going to be two of them.
So I'm curious. Should Dida be 6 foot like me, or should she be shorter?
Yes. No, she should be tall.
Okay. Wait, 6 foot is tall.
Yes. On average,
wouldn't-
yes, it is
Yes.
tall.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm 5'13".
Wait.
So wait, how tall is Yorin's character then?
That will be
Goes-
discussed later.
Ko's having a brain
What
fart.
about Les?
What do you mean? You're the one who said 13. That just.
It sounds like Lest is gonna be relatively human-sized.
So we got human-sized and then
What's
the itty
what's
bitties.
human sized? What's human sized? That's
Between,
kind of
between
generalizing.
Is she a new goblin race of goblin? No. So Curry's gonna be a spider person.
Curry's gonna be Curry.
Curry's gonna be a spider person. If I'm
Guys,
correct. I think Dado is gonna be a lizard, half lizard person.
So like it's gonna be lizard folk, but half human. Majority human, but is gonna have like attributes of the lizard folk.
First off,
So, like-
mein Goblin this dick. But
Yikes.
yeah, he's the one. They're the one who started it.
Wait, what's going on right now?
You didn't read it? Oh, this is a new goblin race, the Mind Goblin. Mind Goblin these nuts.
Are dwarf taller than halflings?
Yes.
What?
Yes, absolutely.
That's interesting.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Okay, I want to be as tall as a dwarf.
I want to be as tall as the dwarf.
You know what?
That's-
That's interesting.
You know what? We should make like the character small, right? Small and tiny, and we call the group a minor.
We need pickaxes.
We got a mine.
Gotta buy.
Or maybe a group of like small people, and then all of them parts, and then it's a minor.
I'm gonna propose that Ko's character pretends to be an adult woman because children have high-pitched voices, and they'll pass as a woman.
So are they children
better
or
than
are
as a
they
man.
small people?
Well, they're just little people. But if
Little
we
It could be
pretend-
both.
Little
children.
people.
So like, are there just gonna be a kitsune tail just fucking sticking out of the robes at all times?
No, it's.
I
gonna-
mean, it would be.
it's gonna be.
If anybody questions it, then the one on top is just going to bluff.
Okay,
Yeah,
I want to
like,
be as
look,
tall
if
as a
it's
dwarf.
kitsune, that's perfect because that aligns with like what the race would do to kitsune children.
Hey, what's up with that tail? Oh, it's okay. They're just a furry.
I would like Kitsune Guild if
They
you
were
were
the
kitsune children.
They
Hmm?
pocketed
The
the,
what?
tail of a fox that they hunted.
Beef tail?
Yeah, I would
Yep.
let you be like a member of or besties with the Thieves Guild if you're just two kitsune children.
Two kitsune children, these guns.
Because they can shapeshift into humans, so...
Though, if they could shapeshift, then why would they have a trench coat?
No, they can't shapeshift older, just race.
Asuka.
Only into a human version of themselves, basically.
Human, but still small.
Human, but still small.
Hmm.
And not children.
Where the fuck would it, like, what,
Not
like, how is this
children.
gonna work to make bombs? Have to find, like, the items to make the bombs?
You're gonna be put under the watch list if you start
your
searching
craft
for
in
it.
any town, and you'll be able to start the game with like a base amount of resources. Basically, there's this thing. I can't remember what it's called.
How
it's
does one
like
acquire
insert base
bomb?
kit. And basically, it lets you buy a kit of everything you need to do the things your race does.
I'll walk into a bar and while I'm just arguing
Like,
with the
there's
fucking bartender
druids
to give me some alcohol because they think I'm gonna make it into a fucking Molotov. Like, we're not gonna give your kind a fucking whiskey. They're like, what the fuck do you mean, man? Like, what the fuck am I gonna do with it?
Now, under ultimate equipment, there's a few pages on alchemical tools, remedies, weapons, etc. But I'm looking for a different.
Hello, Roommate. Lance. How are you doing, Lance? Oh, am I fucking disconnecting? I think my fucking stream is disconnecting. Oh, the
Yeah,
bitrate
it's
is
not
low.
for me.
Yeah.
It's
The
not for me.
viewership is great.
Thank you.
It-
I think. Yeah, I see my bitrate fucking plummeting. Or it's fucking going higher right now. Holy
Oh, you
shit.
can maybe lower the FPS or something.
Yeah, lower the FPS might work.
What do you mean lowering the FPS?
Lowering the
Lower
frames
your
per
output.
second of your stream.
How do I do that? What?
You don't know how to do that? You're an OBS, right?
Yeah, I'm an OBS.
Okay, hold on. I'll open it and find
The fucking bitrate was fine. Is it also this thing? Is it this thing that's giving me shit? I swear to God.
Find me later. The file, and then settings, and then output, and
Okay.
then where is?
Don't understand you.
Thank you, Vesta, for the
Weird.
follow. I appreciate it, even though you probably can't hear me.
Wait, I don't see the numbers.
You can just type
anywhere.
in the chat your fade out works as well.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
No, go to settings and then video, and you'll see common FPS values, and you can just select. Mine's at 30. 24 is perfectly valid. Most animations 24 FPS. And that should cut down at least a good bit.
Okay, so I go to video.
Yeah.
I can't do anything while I'm actively streaming. Fuck.
Oh, weird. Okay,
Yeah, and my FPS is at 30 already.
You could lower it to 20 or 25.
I'm just doing
That'd
videos
be-
anyway.
Nigh unnoticeable.
I mean, we're just talking. We're not really actively doing anything else.
Yeah, but like,
And not children.
where the fuck would it, like, what,
Not
like,
true.
how-
I mean, your
how
model
is-
won't be as great, but yeah.
I still hate it. Still hate it.
Oh no, those are feats. I need the items list.
I guess will you also be here while we're trying to make the characters? Like making
Me,
the
of
sheets and
course.
stuff?
Oh,
Is
yeah,
it going to be on another Rabbit Monday, or this one, or...?
Yeah, or
Should we start
anytime
now?
now and then. If you want to try starting sooner, that's fine too. Especially because, you know, 7 people trying to do it once and asking questions. Especially if one of those people is Dido asks a lot of questions and he wants to be a little extra complicated. So I might just be like, hey Magic Man, help with Dido. It's true, you said I want to be 2 things. Ko also said I want to be in a different
I want to be.
way.
You said you want to be 2 things. I said I want to be 2 people.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm perfectly cool with it. And
The only reason I'm doing 2 things is because I'm not going to be a bitch that doesn't know how to shoot a gun. The fuck is you talking about?
So, apparently anyone can shoot a gun. It's just that...
It doesn't mean you're going to hit it.
From D&D wish could play right now. I do want to, like, okay, first off, let me see this shit. Also, what is Dado screaming about? What's going on?
I don't know. I think
Okay, my
I
bitrate's
grew
going
up
fine.
with him taking like a couple levels in Gunslinger and the rest in the Rogue thing, I think that would work really well for him because he just needs to get far enough in Gunslinger to be like able to be a gunsmith.
I mean, I guess it could be damage, right? Just, you know, splash damage everywhere. Bombs there, bombs there, bombs there, bombs there.
This thing, it's a kit. It's like a starter kit of like stuff. Okay, I don't need weapons. I need the other shit. Where's the other shit? Oh, here we go. Goods.
Wait,
Here
chat.
we
I
go.
got the
Skill
perfect fucking
kits.
meme for this.
Okay, so there's like healer's kit, disguise kit, artisan's kit, alchemist kit. Thought there was one where there was like a druid starter pack. And then like a
There it is. Patterson, fire a warning shot. Sir, this is an M32 grenade launcher. Ah, potato, potato. Just fire it, Patterson. Yeah, yeah, Batman. Patterson.
While we're just doing our own thing, you guys are just gonna be like, "Hey, Yuffie, fire a warning shot." You do realize this is a bomb, right? Like, potato, potato. Just fire the shot.
Potato, potato.
Sir, this is an
A shot is a
M32
shot.
grenade launcher. Ah, potato, potato. Just fire it, Patterson.
Just fire it, Patterson.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go get ready for bed now. It's getting late.
Bye bye.
Well,
Happy birthday in 7 minutes, Stepfix.
yay!
Happy birthday, Stepfix.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday
to you.
Hey, what's that? I got a quick question. What's that word for like somebody you kind of look up to and they kind of teach you certain things about certain things?
Mentor?
Yeah, there we go. That's the word.
Skill kits, right? Alchemist kit.
Whole time I was just like, what the fuck is the word? It's not tutor.
I
Mentor.
feel like mentor is the right
Yeah,
word.
it's mentor. It's mentor. That's the one. That's the word. I was looking
Mentor
for.
is the correct word.
Outfit comes with extra pockets.
I'm mentally, whatever the word is. I'm trying to look for a better word of use. Ah, my bitrate went down. What the fuck is up with my bitrate, dude?
Is someone downloading in your house?
Oh shit, maybe I'm downloading.
Downloading.
You
Hold
wouldn't
on.
download
But
it.
like,
now.
but like my
In the background? Actually, check if Steam is updating anything in the background.
Yeah, that also.
It could very well be a thing.
no, everything is basically done on Steam. There's nothing that's Steam.
Maybe check your task manager, see who is fucking out there.
What am I looking for? GPU usage?
GPU and Wi-Fi, both of that.
Network. Well, I mean, technically OBS is taking
Here
about.
we go.
Oh wait, the OBS went down. I
Ultimate
think
equipment.
I know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Can you fix it?
It might have to do with me opening my internet.
Your browser?
Yeah, my browser in general. Because if I
We're using using Opera. That's weird. Maybe
Yeah,
you
I'm
should
using-
lower your Opera GPU thingy.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, how do
I like star. Let's go away. I just wanna. There we go.
I'm not using much of my RAM. My bitrate's back. It was only.
Okay, good. All the important ones are starred.
Try that. Low CPU means your browser speed.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh no, I can't watch my porn on stream. Ooh. Let me see.
I was waiting for everyone to get their stuff done first, then I would be asking Vex what I would want.
It's gonna be a while for me to finish because I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I want to do like a fucking alchemist goblin or what. Because if I do, like, I kind of do want to roleplay the character itself, and I feel like if I just do a goblin, I'm gonna be speaking like me no know how to do this.
So if someone's an alchemist, they just get an alchemy and they get the like alchemist kit. I'm gonna have everyone start with the insert name of your class kit. Which is a set of items specialized to your class. So for example, the alchemist kit includes an alchemy crafting kit, which lets you make all your alchemist shit, a backpack, a bedroll, a belt pouch, a flint and steel, ink, an ink pen, an iron pot, a mess kit, soap, 10 torches, 5 days trail rations, and a water skin. It doesn't contain a formula book because alchemists begin play with the book and don't have to buy it.
Huh.
I'm
probably gonna make my goblin a short stack because obviously.
Yeah. And so like for gunsmith, like
You have to raise your pitch a few octaves.
So there's like a gunslinger's kit that's similar, but it's like backpack, bedroll, belt pouch, flint and steel, a gunsmith's kit, which contains all the tools a person needs to create, repair, and restore firearms, except for the necessary raw materials. But the raw materials, we just kind of set a price that you pay, you know, when we get to town for you to restore stuff.
Right.
That's how I go about it. I don't pay too close attention to material, because I've always been a spellcaster, and spellcasters have a lot of raw materials to worry about usually, so I just handle it in the form of kits and sets of goods.
Right.
So the Ultimate Equipment book has pretty much all that stuff in lists. And then it also has like 3 sections on alchemical remedies, tools, and weapons. So that'll be something you might want to browse, is the Ultimate Equipment book, Yuffie. It also contains information on animals and transports. So if anyone wants a random pet that isn't helpful, then look there.
Is this these kits like in a one of the folders or something?
It's under the book Ultimate Equipment, under the core section.
Ultimate equipment.
Might be the very last one.
Ah, found it. Yay!
So, question.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll ask this later. It's fine.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna check.
My nose is fucking
one more
clogged.
thing. Because the main reason you want gunsmith or gunslinger is for the gunsmithing ability and the proficiency. So I'm trying to determine if you need 1 or 2 levels in gunslinger to accomplish that goal.
You ever play a lancer? What, like a monster hunter?
It looks like you only need 1 level in gunslinger to accomplish the goal of getting access to gunslinger things. Past that, the next major, like, ability with the class comes at 3rd or 5th level.
Let me find out that that's a fucking joke. Everything's a D. Let me see. I'm looking for a good reference point.
Yeah, so I think you'd be fine with 1 level in gunslinger. rest you could do in that underground chemist thing.
Wait, what time's your birthday, Vex?
I mean now.
Right now.
6th.
Right now.
Right now.
I thought we were going off of time.
Haha, not for me. Haha, it ain't your birthday yet, Vex.
I was about to say it's been
Now
fucking.
12:02
It's
my
fucking
time.
1 o'clock. It's fucking 1 o'clock right now.
Now 12:02 my time. It's officially
Okay, well, happy fucking
Yay!
birthday.
Happy birthday to
fucking
you.
birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Starbucks. Happy birthday to you.
A really good short stack.
Yay!
I'm gonna
Let's
not
go.
sing because if I start singing, it's gonna turn into karaoke. 100%.
Is that
Like
a bad
actually
thing?
200%.
Monday karaoke.
200%.
Rabbit
It's
Monday
gonna turn
karaoke.
into karaoke.
Rabbit Monday karaoke.
Rabbit Monday karaoke.
Rabbit Monday karaoke.
Rabbit.
Curry would actually kill all of us.
You're right. She was a slave, and the first thing we do is
Unironically.
not invite her.
Wait, did I say Curry? Ko, I hope one day you join Curry and Lest in coming to visit me. There are karaoke places IRL near me where I think we could.
Dude.
You know, that sure would beat working during that time, so maybe, yeah.
No, next time Cody
Sure,
needs to
it's a
come out there.
rebel
I'll
at that
teach
point,
I'll
though.
teach Lest and Ko how to drive a manual.
Well, hey, if you don't
How
wanna
many
drive,
heads tall do
sort
I
out
want to be?
flight
That's real-
stuff. I don't know if planes are any less scary than long car rides to you, though.
I don't know how long is gonna be the plane ride or the car ride.
Hey, Kyle,
Plane
I'm gonna
probably
use you as a
hour,
reference.
maybe
How
less.
tall is one of your guys?
One of my guys, let's see, we said the height was, let's see, how tall are usually Kitsunes, and then I get like 75%
Shorter
of
than
that.
average humans. I know that.
Let me look it
Your
up.
brother's a kitsune.
Let's see, the rulebook ultimate advanced race guide.
I think Gundam Mech
Kitsune.
or TTRPG. You know what, I'm gonna go for like probably.
You say that as if you don't have a goblin already.
I do have a
That has
goblin, but the
a
goblin is
height.
technically only three heads high. It's technically a
I
chibi.
mean, that could be whatever height you want it to be.
Yeah, but I'm trying to like get like a specific kind of like build, you know.
Yeah.
There you go. I found this. Let's see.
Even more scrap, OC.
So that they're just medium sized. I don't know what that means.
Medium. It usually means between 4.5 and like 7 feet tall.
7 feet is fucking medium.
Medium.
Large is 10 to 20 feet tall. So
Fuck!
yes. Yeah, that's why I said Curry's not gonna be large.
Jesus. Holy fuck.
I am so glad I brought this up while I was at work so that we could do this.
Oh, I guess human children are small size, so I guess
Yeah.
that would mean that Kitsune children would also be small.
Yeah, and I think there's charts near the end of the book that talks about like height for different characters.
Is Yuffie drawing right now? Is that what's
Uncommon
happening?
race height. Here we go. Kitsune, male average 4'10", plus 2.
Yorina, you drawing.
I am drawing.
Minimum 5 foot, maximum.
But I'm
6
eating right now.
The females are 4'5". With the 2d8 modifier.
It was like.
Is there not one for child?
There's not, but somewhere there is a adult child.
Adult child.
Adult
Yo,
child.
are we talking about
That's not really how that works.
Fuck off.
Adult child. That I.
Okay, so kitsune reach adulthood at 15 years of age.
They're too
Sorry,
small.
I'm reading.
Well, I don't really like what's going on here, to be
Seems
honest.
human. So yeah, I would say follow logic of humans. Children are not listed on the chart. It starts at adulthood and then goes into middle age, old age, and venerable.
I guess there's some moral problems of getting children to go fight battles against
Yeah,
teens and
basically,
stuff.
So,
I guess in total their height should be that of a like tall, medium-sized person, I guess. So if I find the tall
6 foot. And
Okay.
Oh, also, if you're having, because is one standing on shoulders or is one sitting on shoulders?
You know, it'd probably be one or the other, I guess.
It'd probably be sitting, in which case the quote adult height would be 1.5 times the height of one of the children. So the children could each be, 3'6" or 4 foot tall, and the adult could then be 6 foot or 6'4".
I guess that makes sense.
So wait, is one of them a child and one of them's an adult?
No, they're both small. It's just that one of them is sitting on the other. So then, as a result, their total height is like 1.5.
It'd only be waist up.
Yeah,
So
remember,
The
it's-
other's head is
single
gonna be
Kyoko.
in front of the one's stomach. So to make they could both be 4 foot, and then they could stack up to look like a 6 foot person.
Yeah.
And you could make them like both 13 and just short, and be like, we wanted to go adventuring early, or we're orphans and we need to raise money for our siblings.
They're all dying.
They have a whole lot of
Tired of being in juvie, so we lied about our age.
We lied about our
We're old
age.
enough, so
They were chewy, but they're bullied the thieves.
Could be like a kitsune took a form of a child. That could work. Like Sengoku Yoko. It's just a kitsune in a child form, literally just battling.
Well, no,
Katawara.
kitsune don't have they only shapeshift into a human version of themselves.
Oh, yeah.
It's like very specific. Here, I'll find the little description and read it because it's cute in my opinion. Let's go great. Kitsune or foxfolk are vulpine shapeshifters known for their love of both trickery and art. Kitsune possess 2 forms, that of an attractive human of
Trickery and
slender build
dickery.
with salient eyes, and their true form of an anthropomorphic fox. Despite an irrepressible penchant for deception, Kitsune prize loyalty and make true companions. They delight in the arts, particularly riddles and storytelling, and settle in ancestral clans, taking their wisdom from both the living and the spirits. Quick-witted and nimble, they make excellent bards and rogues. It is not uncommon for one to pursue sorcery, while those few born with white fur and pale eyes usually become oracles.
Oh, fancy. Honestly, that's hilarious to think that they lied. Right. They lie about their age twice. It's just...
Yes, they both do. Now that's the thing, I do like the idea of them being twins or childhood friends. I mean, they'd have to be some sort of weirdly close in order to do this.
Are they allowed to have like a twin telepathy in that case? If they're twins?
You could easily say that they, like, can communicate things more efficiently than... Like, can communicate complex ideas more efficiently than a normal character could. Because normally they say it takes, like, a standard action to explain an idea to another character in the middle of combat, to, like, ask someone to do something. Like, it has to be something really basic if it's a swift action, but if you're coming up with a plan that you need help with, then you have to take a standard action to explain it. But you could just say, like, no, we have twin thought, we just get each other so we don't have to take any action at all to explain shit.
I feel like it should be treated
We just
like
know.
a hive mind.
Hikoya, I think of
We
this
just get each
character.
other.
Treat it like a pseudo hive mind in a way.
Hive mind keeps in it.
Intuition, you know?
Remind me of that
No, we'll
kitsune
call
character.
it twin tuition.
Intuition.
Oh yes.
But she's literally like a fox demon that battles a lot of stuff. But she looks like a child. But she's not a child.
I think it's just funnier if they were just children that were somehow good enough to be associated with the Thieves Guild.
Oh, I was talking about the character that I thought of.
Oh, okay. Is there a different, or was there like an anime character that was also? Oh, the one that you posted.
Yeah, that was I put it. Yeah.
So small. So small. Oh man. So then I would also have to like come up with their skills individually, assuming that they don't have the same things. Or would it be for like balancing? They would have like the same like pool of skills with more or less.
Yeah, I would say that it would depend on what classes you want them to be. But they would have basically separate stats for rolling an ability or skill. So like if one of us is a spellcaster, easiest would be they're both spellcasters, they could have different pools of spells that they cast from, but only the one on top who can see is able to cast, so they swap who's on top and bottom.
You probably take a turn to swap.
With a rogue, they would have a hard time doing like their rogue abilities if, you know, their feat is a sorcerer. But if it's like a rogue warrior combination, then you could probably still do some stuff, but like, you know, how are you gonna sneak? One of you is sneaky.
Though it's like hypothetically, if they decided to just drop the trench coat for like they're not in a tavern, they don't need to pretend to be an adult anymore, so they don't have the trench coat. Would that be a different thing?
They would just still be two separate sheets, and you could choose to have them do separate attacks. But you wouldn't get whatever support bonus they would get for like doing a thing together.
You could just have a party of two, just two separate people.
Yeah, you're kind of just.
But there's like a balancing issue though.
It's kind of like role-playing a druid with an animal companion.
Except they're both the animal companion and they're both the druid at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm about to-
So, Summoner and Eidolon might be an even more apt way of putting it, because the Eidolon is like as powerful, if not more. The Eidolon does all the fighting for the Summoner, because the Summoner's only ability is creating the Eidolon. In essence.
I'm about to head to bed.
Alright.
Because I need to be up early in the morning, but Vex, I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna message you later because I want to get some of this stuff figured out off stream because it'll probably take me a while.
Yeah. And
Would there be a specific schedule that would work for you?
What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
have a day job. I am doing stuff Tuesday evening. I'm gone Thursday to the aquarium.
Is there a schedule that works for you?
Pretty
I'm
much.
around at times.
I'm around
Typically
at
when I'm awake.
I wake up at PM.
Typically when I wake up or like after I eat.
Get up.
You should probably message me not when I'm asleep.
That's normally encouraged.
Sometimes I sleep in. I did that the other day. That was wild. I showed up at the gym at like fucking 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. That shit sucked.
Why? Is it full or?
Different people are there. Last time I showed up at 2 o'clock, I got made fun of by an old guy for having pink hair. And I thought, damn, that's fucking wild. You drive a shitty Mercedes.
Yeah. That is wild.
Anyways, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna head to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye, good night.
Good night.
Waffle iron? You can buy a waffle iron?
There's so many things you can buy.
You can buy a waffle iron.
Yeah.
Make some waffles.
Careful.
You can have stilts.
I feel like I already explained that every time I eat, I cough a lot.
Yorin hurt waffle and start dying.
Keep some water beside you.
No, the water doesn't work because the thing that what my throat does whenever I eat something, it will produce a lot more mucus than usual. So after I done eating and now I drink down the water, the mucus accumulate and they make me cough.
Because I produce a lot of fucking mucus whenever.
For me, it's just food in general.
We all have problems.
I had less problems.
Like me.
I wish I had
have
less
a
problems.
stomach ache, probably from all the sugar from this melon soda.
Everybody
You know,
should make an effort to have less problems at all times.
Okay.
You know, if it's not because of my depression, I could be a politician right now.
Oh.
If more depression.
Relatable.
I'm not old enough to be a politician.
1, 2, 3. I'll make a forehead time.
It's okay, I can just topple the Bafuku and then become the number 1.
Bafuku.
Like the old people already be standing there for far too long. They need to step down.
Yes.
And does it work? Does it work when they're up there? No. They need to go down. I may be on the watch list for saying that.
Oh, no.
This is a simple Pathfinder padlock. It can be opened with the simple Pathfinder padlock.
Oh, that guy. This is a master lock. It can be opened with the master lock.
Okay,
You are using the
just because
256080 high security padlock. It can be opened with the 20580 security padlock.
Oh yeah, because padlocks of equal strength can just kind of rip each other open.
Yeah.
Oh, he just whack it.
Yeah, using the kinetic energy, it just opens. Stuff is so cool. Is there anything you recommend that we prepare beforehand?
Wait, how fast is this gonna be?
You've got a lot of ideas now. So I'm gonna say the next step is probably familiarizing yourself with the character sheet and the process of making it. When you look at the character sheet, you'll see things you don't recognize. So then look at your race or your class information and figure out, like, oh, that's what this is and that's where it's gonna go on here. So that then you have a new set of questions to ask me, like, where do I put this? Because a lot of it is just, okay, this number is here, let me write it down there. Some of it might be like, I can't find this, and I'll be like, that's under your class and not your race.
I'm gonna be honest, I missed the first half. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I was saying, look at the character ref sheet, just to familiarize yourself with what goes into it and what it looks like. And then there'll be some information that you can just copy from the race page. And then there'll be other information that you just kind of transpose, copy from the class information. And then there's other things that are more specific. So, like, you can roll your stats now or later. There's a specific way that I go about rolling stats. And I mainly just ask that everyone use the same method because it makes it more balanced. I don't care if your dice are physical or digital, but my rule is roll 4d6 and pick 3 and add those together, and that's one stat. So
Oh god, can I write this down somewhere?
Yeah!
1 second.
This back, Jesus. I think I made him small by accident.
Okay.
Also, a bit of out of topic, and it's kind of cute. I mentioned on Instagram that I'll be cosplaying a certain guy, and someone totally is a stranger want to do a couple cosplay with me with the character that I kind of ship the guy with.
Right. My god.
A total stranger, but we'll see how it goes.
Hopefully it goes well.
There you
I
go.
hope.
I wrote in the
I hope
chat
it's not.
for
I
all
hope
the
it's not
people.
minor though. I really hope that.
You meet him on the internet?
Yeah. It's on
Best of luck.
Instagram.
Best of luck.
Best of luck.
I do not want to be called like a Minecraft YouTuber.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh lord.
Maybe this is why I don't want to be a Minecraft streamer.
Hold on, give me a second.
Reroll any. What's question? Ones.
Oh, why did it put exclamation point? I don't know why it put
did.
Ones. Bekaister.
doing a couple of examples so that it's like
Hey, do you guys know anything about jury duty and how to fucking like I'm having jury duty in Los Angeles, but I don't live there anymore. Fuck am I supposed to-
Oh, you let them know you don't live there anymore. There should be a part on. Did you get a letter?
Well, technically, my family got the letter.
Okay, on the letter, there should be like a link to a website or a phone number you can call to inform them that you don't live there anymore. Yeah, it depends on. If it's LA, I'm willing to bet it's a website, which is way better than Georgia, which is a phone number.
I'd rather talk to a fucking person and tell them that I don't live in that area anymore, man.
Or it's probably both, but with the phone number, you may have to deal with like longer wait times and shit. Like it may be more tedious. But yeah, just like find that. They might ask for, depending on where you live, sometimes they just say, "What's your name?" Other times they're like, "Give us this information off of the letter you received."
So where's the Rule 34 drawings webpage, Kappa?
What the fuck do you mean? Excuse me.
Then with that number, do I just do I choose which stat I'm rolling for beforehand, or do I do it after
You
you've
get
rolled
all
it?
6 of your numbers, and then you decide which stat on the page you want to assign the numbers to.
Stat.
Or
After
is it on TV and art? What the fuck are you? What are
Rolling.
you going at?
What I do is, like, I write it on a sticky
is
note or
Wednesday,
something
my
on the
dude.
side,
Not
because
Wednesday, my
after you roll the 6 numbers, keep in mind that you'll have your racial bonus traits. So for Kitsune, it's +2 Dex, +2 Charisma, -2 Strength. So you apply those numbers after you decide where your stuff is gonna go. So I always keep those numbers in mind, and I'm like, okay, I want dexterity to be my highest, but I have a 17 and an 18 that I rolled. So I'll assign the 17 to dexterity, because then I get +2, and that's 19. So that's just how I think. Oh, important note about how stats work. And so 10 or higher, technically 12 or higher, you get a stat bonus to whatever action or thing you're rolling that uses that stat. So for example, your AC, your armor class, gets a bonus based on your dexterity. So if you have a dexterity of 12, you get a +1. 10 and 11 is 0, 12 and 13 is +1, 14 and 15 is +2, 16 and 17 is +3, and so on. You don't need to know those numbers unless you want to keep it in mind while deciding where your dice rolls go. Some people pay attention to that, some people just wait until later to worry about it, and there's, I'll grab a chart that'll just be easier than looking in the book for, how it works, so that way you just copy the number down.
Eyebrows for beans are.
hold on.
By the way, for the art challenge thing, is it unfair if I do background?
Oh no, I think everyone
Your
should
art,
do
Jordan. It's like
do
you're not.
as much as
It's not a
you
competition.
Oh wait,
There's no
competition
prizes
background.
here.
There isn't. You're not kidding.
No,
I'm just asking. I'm not being
background
competitive here.
Pathfinder. And I was like, huh?
Background. Man, I never do
If you
backgrounds. I
wanna
should do backgrounds.
You wanna do the background? Do the background.
There's plenty of like Goody Hedgehogs did like a colored sketch, I believe, or I did like the full coloring because I wanted to get better at rendering. Hmm.
Fucking up. Massive.
Why is there just... Where's the thing?
I'm just left
How's this
randomly.
body outline look? Chat, is this short stacky enough?
Yes, it is. You can use the transform tool to make it
SP.
wider.
MS Paint, the best program.
Great. This is not the things I'm looking for.
By the way, Yuffie, do you want to go, like try to fix the Psy program? Yuffie?
What's up?
You wanna try to fix the Psy program because whatever you're having is pretty weird.
What am I having?
The issue you're having the other day is pretty weird. With your issue with Psy.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, I remember. Hold on. Let me bring up Psy again.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I don't know why.
Like if I swear to God, dude. Like I'm like right now in my head, I'm just like I remember doing this shit. Now it's telling me that I haven't. Now it's getting me mad at the fact that Los Angeles is available to do.
Yeah, that would drive me nuts.
Fuck off, dude. You the fuck alone.
At least you guys getting like a letter that is an actual thing, but in Malaysia, someone did a scam call of that.
Wow.
Oh, they've done scam phone calls of it too.
So-
There's a big scam in the US where they're like, oh, you have this legal problem, but you can resolve it by paying us via gift card.
Did no government
People
take gift
fall
card?
for it, and when I worked at Office Depot, we weren't allowed to tell people that we thought they were falling for a classic scam. The manager said that because apparently at one point someone got offended by being told that they were being scammed, and they complained to corporate, and even though it was true, it didn't matter. So the way you get around it is you loudly inform one of your fellow employees about a scam you read about online. And you describe what's happening to the customer in front of you.
Right.
But for us, yeah, we know that it's a scam because if a government want to have anything to do with you officially, they have to send you a letter. They won't have time to call you. That's how we know.
Well, that's the thing. People just fall for it. Here. Like, people will hand out any information because they were told that they're an official. They're just gullible as shit.
There's one time my dad actually got one of those scam call, right? But he knew that after like a few seconds talking to them, so he proceeded to curse at them in 3 different languages, and I feel bad for the caller now.
Excellent. That's what they deserve.
He was speaking loudly from me, like I'm like, Dad, language.
That's funny.
Okay.
I mean, he does curse a lot in the car anyway. I learned a lot of curse word because of him. And then he cannot like ask me about it as well because my mom will refute it and say, you're the one who say it a lot in front of her. You're doing great, sweetie.
Oh God, what is this?
I think the arm is too long though.
Art.
No, I'm looking at the ability score and modifier thing.
Yeah, you'll understand what it is when you start working on his character sheet. You'll
Well-
just see ability modifier or dex modifier in random places on the sheet, and you just copy the little number over.
Okay.
Okay,
Also,
so
I'm on this.
Okay, you open. You click on the others, right? And you the tab
Stabilizer ain't
above.
fucking working.
No. You look for the tab above, right? There's like this one thing called the other. Did you find that one?
Yeah, it's other.
And then you go for the options. And then you check. Did you use the pen tablet option? Which one did you choose?
For tools, no.
Wait, let me give you.
It doesn't show me anything about that.
Oh, you're having no pressure
Yeah.
sensitivity showing up.
Yeah. This is the option that I was presented. Did it appear on yours or not?
On my options, no.
No option.
There's no options with that.
You clicked other, right?
Yeah.
At the
Okay.
top?
So if I click other, I see keyboard shortcuts, options, system ID, and version. Nothing else.
And then if you click on the options, like what did it show you?
Shows me workspace usage, digital support, and tool.
That's weird because it's supposed to have like a sub option on the side. Let me check.
It's funny because I remember not having pressure sensitivity when I first started.
I do have the pressure sensitivity.
You guys are using pressure sensitive?
Hold on.
Minus 3 is 14 again.
Like for now, if you use any of the stabilizer up there, it won't work, right?
Yeah.
So you have digitizer support, right? Under options, workspace usage, digitizer support, and tools.
Yes.
Go to digitizer support.
On there.
Okay, what is the number next to click detection pressure?
Click detection pressure is at 0% on mine.
Okay, and coordinate mode, pen is checked, right?
Yeah, I put pen just right now.
At one point, having Windows Ink turned on made mine not work. Sometimes, some people, you have to have it on, others, you have to have it off, and I don't know why.
Mine is have to off it.
Okay, so check Windows, if you have Windows Ink turned on.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, pen and Windows Ink settings. I don't remember exactly how to change it, but if you know what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm sure
it's not enabled.
Okay. Let me see what else. Okay, you have the Huion itself. What kind of Huion do you have?
God. The model is HS610.
Oh, 13, 17.
Okay, have you tried uninstalling all the Huion drivers and then reinstalling it?
Yes.
Yeah, it says uninstall the drivers, then close the drawing software, then reinstall the drivers.
Already did that before.
Driver. But does it work in the driver test area at least? When you're in the Huion app, does the pressure test let you draw with pressure? Yeah, check that. That might be a good thing to check. Because that'll tell us if it's the driver or not.
Let me. Wow. Okay. It doesn't.
It doesn't? It's not working in the driver? Then that means it is in fact a driver issue, not a side issue.
Man, I already did this shit. Or
Well,
I'll figure it
I
out
guess
later.
you gotta do it again, and maybe with a different driver.
it.
You might need to try one version older or something stupid like that. Or did you use the Windows 32-bit or the Windows 64-bit? You know?
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So you can mess with off screen, but hopefully that gives you some ideas of new things you can try to do.
Yeah.
I feel that the fact that Ko has gone silent is a good job to mean I gave them enough to work on for a few minutes.
So currently my conundrum is that for whatever reason, I feel like the things that I rolled for the two different characters was very different, since I had like two 17s for one, and like a 10 and then like the other thing. While most of them was 14s for the other character. I'm wondering, like, can I just even them out, or do I like reroll the highest for the other one? Because I don't want them. I'm not sure. I feel like it's too different.
Add up all 6 numbers and see how close together those final numbers are.
Okay. Smart idea.
Yeah, because if they're within, 5 of each other, then you've got a good stat spread. You can also just screenshot and send me
That's fucking rude.
what you've rolled as a set of test stats.
14 plus 14
Hello, DPS. How are you doing?
14 plus 15.
Okay, let me see. He just draws boobs so naturally. It's just like, bam, one boob.
Yeah, I guess they are within 3 of each other, so I guess. Yeah.
So then you have really well-balanced stats between the two characters. It's just you have very different spreads.
Hmm.
So that's when you take into account what your racial modifiers are. That plus 2 to, what was it, Dex and Charisma or something like that? I got it right, it's Dex and Charisma. That's when you take into account those numbers. If you're worried about those 10s, if you put them somewhere you're not going to use them, like maybe you put it in, strength, because you're not going to use strength at all. Well, not strength, you have -2 strength, so you might not want to use strength, but...
Maybe not strength, even though one of them is carrying the other.
Yeah.
That's besides the point.
One could have only 10 wisdom. Wisdom and intelligence are easy ones that you usually only need one or the other to be good at your given class. So you just pick one to have your lowest.
So presumably, like both of them are going to be the same class. They're both going to be. Would they be both rogues? If you're saying that one of them like pickpockets with a mage hand, would that be?
So you don't have to be a rogue to be a mage hand pickpocket. You can be any magic user pretty much, mostly wizards and sorcerers. But also bards can use mage hand. It's like a very accessible standard magic spell. It's not divine, so it's not clerics, and it's not nature, so it's not druids and rangers, but it's everybody else. So like, yeah, if you like that idea, like Magus or any other spellcaster really could be find if I even still have the it's the race book. That right. Couldn't use it either. It's core. Class. There we go.
Okay.
Might even just be able to look at the list of... Well, no, because I don't think it says who can learn it. I think it just says it's this category of spell. What else do you want your characters to be able to do?
I want either one or both of them to be able to do like illusion magic.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it might also be something that's under Kitsune, but I'm not sure. I'll double check.
That's a good point. You might have one of those racial archetypes.
Let's see.
There's the trickster rogue. That's the only one listed under Kitsune, is the Kitsune trickster rogue archetype. minor arcane powers of charm and persuasion. Oh.
Ooh, what was that? Oh, that was my pen.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, rogue talents. Okay, here we go. So it looks like... It says that's in the core rule book. When I come over to the core rule book, find the page on rogues.
Okay. Oh, the design is gonna be a little weird on this one. The details is what I want more. Basic doing.
That's how
It's
it goes.
okay. The most important part is you doing it.
Exactly.
You know, the hardest step is always the first stroke. Not saying about the stroke as in the illness, but you know.
Yeah, so you probably just want them both to be rogues, because rogues can take talent to be able to cast minor magic, and you get spell.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'll just put that on this thing.
Yeah, so we'll look at that a little bit. Make a note of that, but then we'll get the specific details you need to write down. Because I don't even remember what level you get your first rogue talent at. Level 2. So you will, if we're all starting at level 3, then you'll start with one rogue talent, and that's the perfect one to pick. Minor. Okay, so either minor magic, you either have the ability to cast a 0-level spell from the Sorcerer Wizard list 3 times a day as a spell-like ability, or you get a 1st-level spell that you can cast twice a day. And then it says, requirements of what, if there's any stat requirements, for minor magic, you have to have an intelligence of at least 10. For the major magic skill, you have to have an intelligence of at least 11. I'm pretty sure Mage Hand is a level 0 spell. I will double check that for you.
Okay. Yep, it's a 0-level spell, which means it's a cantrip. Now, if you were a magic user, like a wizard or a sorcerer or a bard, you could use it an unlimited number of times per day. But I think being a rogue will suit the characters better, especially if you have both of them be the Kitsune Trickster. I think that would fit really well, and you could get slightly different sub-abilities, you could either have them both have access to Mage Hand, so that you can use it a total of 6 times a day, or you can have one of them gets Mage Hand, and one of them gets Illusion Ghost Sounds.
Ooh,
It makes up sounds. Or, Light, object shines like a torch. Or Ray of Frost, deal 1d3 cold damage. There's a lot of 0-level spells. Some of them are, buffing or debuff spells, and there's a couple minor attack spells.
When I hear buffing skills, I just always imagine Transtats Anarchy in the background. Ganbare, 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 dekite.
Resistance, subject gains +1 on saving throws. That's a good little buff spell. There's also Detect Magic and Detect Poison. Prestidigitation performs a minor trick. What is that? Nobody knows. You just it's like making cards float in the air, or blowing on a candle to make it light itself. You know, it's just make up little things so that you can convince people you're magical. For a rogue,
look what I can do.
people that they're actually a wizard, actually.
A rogue pretending to be a
I
wizard.
want to give one of yours prestidigitation so that your, pair of rogues can successfully convince random townsfolk that they are in fact skilled wizards.
That sounds funny. I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Why be an actual wizard when I can pretend to be one?
Basically, yeah, I think that's the idea behind the Kitsune Trickster. And you get more rogue talents the more you level up, which means you could take minor magic again and pick multiple abilities.
Again.
Yeah, you can
Do it again.
do that. That's totally a thing you can do.
That sounds fun.
Like, sometimes it doesn't benefit you to double up on things because it won't stack, but when it comes to, like, that type of rogue talent, it does add up.
The fact that I'm
Rogue talents come.
fucking
Rogue talents are listed
Making
in the
me hate
core
myself.
rulebook,
Mhm.
and sometimes there are, like, extra ones in the advanced class guide. It recommends under the Kitsune page. It also has a few Kitsune-specific rogue talents listed. Looks like False Friend, Obfuscate Story, and Steal the Story. So you're better at lying and making shit up, which is pretty cute. But then, like, it recommends rogue talents. The following rogue talents complement the Kitsune Trickster archetype. Major Magic and Minor Magic. The 3 Kitsune ones, False Friend, Obfuscate Story, and Steal the Story. And then Charmer, Coax Information, Honeyed Words from the Advanced Player's Guide, and then Convincing Lie is an ultimate combat. That's the things I love about these Pathfinder books. They put parentheses to tell you where to find the other information that it talks about. Yeah, it's got like... What, page 5, Pathfinder Player Companion, Dragon Empire's Primer. I wonder if I have that one. Because that's got Fox, Shapeswift, Kitsune, Shape Changer, and Vulpine Pounce things. Which we can Google, but I like books because they have pictures.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how I managed to do this, but I managed to draw the outline of her hair.
Yay.
Oh god.
Yeah, who needs fancy programs? Paint, MS Paint has you covered.
Exactly. Oh, Dragon Empire.
Oh god, I'll fix the inner hair detail later. The outer hair is fine.
Back. No, that's the Dragon Empire's Gazetteer. So yeah, that'll be the sort of thing you just have to look up. And that's fine, because it's pretty much all online anyways. You don't need this now, this other thing that I'm sending, but you will need it later.
Ooh, fancy.
It's basically just got like charts for like how many spells you have unlocked based on, you know, your level, what your, you know, modifier is, random shit that you might need to copy onto your stat sheet. Carry capacity based on your strength score. I always ignore carry capacity. I do it logic based. You know, a goblin can't haul an entire set of dragon bones.
What do you
but
mean?
They sure would like to.
There's
I
a
sure
lot of
fucking would
stuff
love
that
to.
I will let them haul. You know, maybe
Yeah,
a full
organs
set
to
of bare
carry.
bones. So yeah. Like anyone who casts spells might need to copy some of the spell information, except for Rogue, because it's like just set how it works. But yeah.
Yes. I hope I have my meat.
And whatever you do the equivalent of using pencil and not pen, because like once we review stuff, I will say, okay, you get a +2 to this stat because it makes sense because I say so. And a lot of it is gonna be to balance out Curry being a spider. But also, I'm just kind of a fan of, yeah, let everyone have extra stuff and be a little extra strong. Also, because when I figure out where backgrounds are, that will give you, like, other references. Matter of fact, about it, didn't read the entire...
Such a genius.
Don't understand you.
Thank you for the
Weird.
follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Virgin 69. Will you marry me? It depends. Virgin
How much money you got? Hope it's an advanced guy.
Goblin with tits, bro.
Is it
We're investing. Okay, back to very.
No, that's a different thing. That's racial traits and regional traits.
Sorry if I'm not paying too much attention to you. Trying to focus a little bit on this drawing right here.
It's
You're
okay.
good. Me and Co are kind of talking like D&D ideas while you draw, so it's a good combination.
I'm trying to finish this challenge by today so I can start working on commissions.
I'm also
got
drawing
what?
and not paying attention.
So, like, bonus traits is a thing that I might have y'all look at. Under the Advanced Player's Guide, there's a traits section. When you scroll past, you know, half-elf and gnome and human, you get to regional traits, which are kind of stuff based on where you grew up. And
So
then
that
there's
was-
region traits. And those, and so all that stuff like that is, like, gonna be a bonus. So if you want to pick a religion, you can pick an associated trait to go with it. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a bigger list of traits. That's what I think that's what I was thinking of when I thought of backgrounds. I think D&D calls them backgrounds.
Is traits under?
It's on the Advanced Player's Guide under traits.
Cool.
Crazy.
Like,
Wow.
It's
Hold on a
very near
minute.
the end of the book. It's like page 190. No, I'm looking at the
I
wrong.
hope you're having a good one, Virgin. We're currently just looking at D&D stuff. Well, not D&D, Pathfinder stuff, technically. Right now, I'm basically making my character for Pathfinder. Basically, a very weird version of a goblin, because apparently goblins in Pathfinder are bald. I'm not.
They don't have to be. Yeah, you're not. You know, maybe
let's
that
see,
could be part of
spells,
the allure is you
descriptions,
don't know why you
descriptions.
have hair, and maybe it turns out you're secretly part halfling.
Maybe.
326.
Work out that. Mostly goblin.
Check out that link I sent you, Ko. That is a easier to browse list of traits.
Cool.
And it has them separated into like basic. Oh no, it has them separated nicely. So there's combat traits, faith traits, magic
Oh,
traits.
thank you for the video. I appreciate it. Who knows? I don't spend all this time in one place. Baby girl.
Social traits.
Social
Is
traits.
that BBG mean baby girl?
Child
Is that what it
traits
means?
and bully.
I think I might be older than you.
And then there's the regional stuff further down. I'll probably say either pick a regional or a religion, and then also pick, you know, an extra, like, trait off of the other list that's further up there.
I mean, there's just one that's called Child of the Streets.
Yeah, that sounds, I mean, honestly, yeah. Well, there's also, okay, here's the other thing. There are 2 on the Kitsune page, I just noticed. Alternate racial traits.
Oh, so then those would be on
Fast
the advanced race guide here. Alternate race traits is...
Yeah, it's like the first labeled section. Alternate
Oh,
racial
okay, I see.
Fast shifter and gregarious.
Oh.
You gotta back that thing up gregariously.
Let me see.
Standard action. This is Kitsune magic. What's Kitsune magic?
Just the magic that you're...
Kitsune magic.
It's under the Kitsune racial traits, that whole box. One of the things is Kitsune
Yeah,
magic.
adds +1 to DC to any saving throws against... You know what? What does DC mean again?
Defense check.
Defense check, I see. Any saving throws
So
against
that's
chances
not
of
really
cast.
useful to a rogue because you're not casting enchantments on the regular.
Hmm.
Now, it's handy that the dancing lights is the more useful part of it, to be honest. 'cause that's
See.
a free cantrip.
Kitsune with the charisma score of 11 or higher, gain the following spell-like ability 3/day dancing lights.
Yeah, so it's the equivalent of picking minor magic for your rogue.
Even among your own kind, you get to make your friends stand out whenever you successfully use diplomacy to win over diplomacy. The creature takes a -2 penalty to resist any of your charisma-based skill checks for the next 24 hours. This trait releases agile. Agile is Kitsune receives a +2 racial bonus in acrobatics check.
That might be a good swap to make, is to swap gregarious for agile. Because if you're 2 guys stacked together...
Yeah, the one on the bottom is just doing this.
Yeah. That, like, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of things where you're gonna just make it the same for both of them. And I think that's a valid one to just make the same for both, because you're not gonna... Because you're 2 of you, if you try to make an acrobatics check, you're gonna expose whatever you really are, and then you're in a whole different situation.
So you're just gonna so instead of
You
like
got a
going
new
for
problem
acrobatics.
besides doing a backflip.
Yeah.
Like if you could do 1 agile and 1 gregarious.
But then you'd have one person doing a backflip and then the other one just falls over.
Exactly. Like, alternately, we say, okay, you need to be better because Curry's so strong, so you get both gregarious and agile on both of them because they have to use the agile ability for one to sit on the other's shoulders.
I feel like it's like that would be maybe.
Because Curry's got like a really high
the racial points you said it's called?
Yeah. It's it's RP race points. She's got a very high total.
Is that something that you can find on the race guide?
I don't see a number for Kitsune, but they're about equivalent to lizard folk, I'd say, which is an 8. And to give you an idea, Curry is a 35.
Oh, okay. I guess that wouldn't be so bad.
That's why I'm like, we can double up on some of those kinds of abilities, especially if they make sense for your character. Like, I feel like you have to be a little extra acrobatic to be able to
just
on the top of the other's shoulders. And
like
you
it'll...
also have to be diplomatic and able to convince people easily.
I feel that then in that case, then maybe they only get like the plus if they're not on the same, like they're not in the trench coat. Like otherwise, then it wouldn't really count because they're still focusing on balancing. And then when they're outside the trench coat, then they can take advantage of it.
That's the thing. The balance is using acrobatics.
Oh, okay. So then it'd be like a plus and then a
The
minus?
gregarious bonus only works when they're in the trench coat because it convinces people that they're an adult. Otherwise, they're being gregarious doesn't work, you know, as well.
So like it's traded about, so that's like a trade.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So they get that ability, you know, in one way, but not necessarily the other. And that's a fun way we can play with that stuff too.
That's cool.
Because you don't really need fast shifter. It doesn't sound like you'll be using that very often. It seems like Kitsune Magic would be a little more fun for you. Especially because you could just use dancing lights to distract someone while you shapeshift.
I guess so.
Does this look like a face you can trust, by the way, chat?
Yeah.
This is the face of a trustworthy person.
The tips of her hair are gonna be like slowly glowing due to just her being in an explosions constantly. Like as if it's like burnt tips, basically.
I like that. Good idea.
Following options are available to Kitsune. At GM's discretion, other appropriate races may also make use of some of these.
Yes.
Feats? What's a feat?
So,
the
feats
two
are something
things at the
you
bottom
get
of your
every
legs.
few levels. It should say on the like section for Rogue under the advanced class guide. Let me make sure it's on there and not just in the core rule book. Because it'll just be easier if I have the little chart for you. Explain. Because I'm like, every few levels. Don't remember if it's every 3 or 4. Could be either. Also, D&D made feats optional instead of a thing you just get. They changed it to where now you either get to level up one of your stats or you get a feat. And I think that's bullshit. You should just get both.
Just be better.
Just do better. And then you do them at different times too. You don't get them at the same time.
Congratulations, you leveled up. Be better.
Yeah, okay, I think it is in the core rule book.
Okay, I'll find the core rule book. Downloading it was a good choice. I understand why you said to do that now.
Yeah, right?
I just opened it up. That's pretty easy. Ooh, this is a lot of information. I need to go to table of contents.
Oh, this is in the wrong.
It's Wait.
There we go. Here we go.
Alright. Feast your eyes on the head of a goblin.
It's cute.
Yes.
Goblin with their goblin ears and their goblin face and their goblin arms.
The two hair clips are
disgusting goblins.
the two hair clips are pieces of metal that she's gotten from just scrap metal.
I love it.
It's cute.
It just so happens to be enough to push her hair back at her eyes because if she doesn't, she can't see shit.
By default,
DMing you
blind.
instead of
By default, she knows. Because their hair is always in the...
Well, let's see here. So
I
some
forgot.
feats just by like default. Man, I'm like, where is it? Where's the when you get feats? I think it's every. Oh, you know what? Bet I know where.
First level, base stack bonus, fart save, favorite enemy, track, wild, oh, that's ranger.
The chart.
Skills. Okay. Is it this table?
Trying to find where it says when you get feats. It's like such a basic thing that I can't remember how to do now.
There's just a different set of things.
Step 4. Select feats, types of feats. Yeah, I know that much. But where is the when you pick them?
Alright, look.
Oh yeah, that's a list of how we do it all. I thought there was a chart that says when you get them. I think you're just supposed to know you get them every number levels.
Is that so?
I'm like, let me copy paste charts to my friends instead of having to remember.
Yeah.
Each character possesses a number of feats which allow them to perform some special action or other capability. Each character begins play with at least one feat. And new feats are rewarded as they level. Okay, but when?
See ultimate magic? Then I can look up minor magic? Question mark?
Venus ability allows you to circumvent rules and restrictions. Receive a number of feats based off the hit die. Oh, it's when you get a new hit die. Maybe. Okay. Based on your class and intelligence, you receive a number of feats. Then you spend those points. Oh, based on class and level. So it isn't raw, it's based on class? Magic Man would be listening, being like, how do you not know this? I'm like, I forgot!
Watch, you're criticizing me. I can hear it in your judgmental eyes.
Don't judge me, I'm imagining being judged by the smart man.
Truly a magic man.
Magic man.
Oh, you're so clever!
What was I doing?
Yeah, so it looks like you'll get your starting feat, but otherwise you have like ones kind of pre-built into or like lists. So like I'm pretty sure Uncanny Dodge, I believe, is a feat. You'll get it as rogue, as just kind of a skill that they have access to. But others can take it as a feat.
Oh, one party is types. Let's look at that. Click.
Okay, let me see.
Oh yeah, and a lot of these are just links I can click, which is nice. So yeah, I guess since you get like rogue talents like every other level is probably why you don't just straight up get feats.
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay, and I often play Ranger and we get combat style feats. Every 2nd, 6th, 10th, every 4 levels. Ranger gets combat style feat, and that's why, that must be why I'm remembering it. Oh yeah, and then like humans, I think, get an extra bonus feat.
For being human.
For being human and therefore boring.
Boring.
You're so boring, we had to make you more interesting.
Yeah. Oh, monks have the just bonus feat. They just get a shit ton of bonus feats regularly.
They just get bonus feet.
Yeah.
So I'm just imagining just a multi-legged monk.
But again, it's like, if you come up with lore, there might be a thing where I'm like, okay, you get this feat because you wrote your lore good.
Hmm.
And it is...
I see, so you get bonus points for for writing lore
Yeah,
good.
Good
the more
boy, they're like
creative
good
you
boy
are,
points.
and the more detailed your lore, the more, like, buffs, basically, I'll give you.
I'll
That's
give you
why
the
I would
best
recommend
fucking
it.
lore of the land.
Yeah.
Get bonus points for extra lore.
The bastards of Erebus. Sounds so...
I want to know where the fuck I'm supposed to put these fucking, like, I want to have her just have like a little bit of chub, but not like too much, because I want her to have the eat everything.
Oh yeah, so like how do you suggest that without her looking, like how do you make the lines delicate? You're gonna want a smaller line width then. To do like, instead of abs, you might draw the belly button horizontal instead of vertical. That's one way to suggest a rounder belly.
Yeah. Most of that
and
way
then you
going to a fucking
like the lines to look like she has a little tummy. Things like that. You might even make the upper arms thicker, because that's like a place where characters tend to gain weight. So like
Yeah.
the bottom of the arm, you might like make it look like the arm is wider by pushing it closer to the body.
Like I'm making it so like most of the weights going into her fucking thigh.
Yeah.
It's like now you'll
Well,
like
since you're doing raster art, you won't have to erase the blue and pink. You'll just be able to select it.
yeah. What I'm gonna do is this is basically I don't know if you saw me how I cleaned the face up basically, where all I basically did was get the fucking paint tool, the paint bucket, and outline this one, and then just go pink. That gets rid of the pink lines.
Yeah, trying to pink white. Yeah, exactly that. That's how you do it.
Where would I find the description for pair of digitation on which part of the guide? What is it called?
Prestidigitation. I think presto,
Precipitate.
presti, and then digitation.
Prestidigitation. There we go.
Yeah.
That's how you spell it. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably listed in a couple books, definitely in the core rule book, possibly also some later books, but some stuff like that, if they consider it basic enough, then it won't even be listed in advanced books.
That's
Ultimate Magic will also have a more extensive list of 0-level spells that you can look at. Because the way I tend to play is pretty much every play session, I'll let y'all level up. By the end of the session. And if you did a lot, you might get 2 levels, but I tend to do
If you've been a good little kid.
1 level. Or in my mind, it's kind of like you get a level every 3 hours of gameplay, and that includes us being chatty Cathy's and not getting much done.
Yeah.
So if for some reason we end up sitting around for 6.5 hours, you get 2 levels.
Yay!
So...
So I would put this on.
I used to do the, like, get EXP numbers and do all the math, but then you would have some people would get more than others, and then I'd have to be like, okay, well, you got EXP for successfully hunting, and no one else hunted, so now you're 2 levels above everyone else. Is that fair? I don't know. Someone else had to make the fire. Are we gonna say that doesn't merit any EXP? You know, they shared the workload equally, they all gained experience. So in my opinion, that's why I just say you gain experience every, like, set number of hours of play or every play session.
Yeah.
Since this experience goes into everything, including intelligence, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like, if you think of the different stats as different things people can get good at, you know. There will be that chart I sent you, Ko. Some of that stuff will just be numbers you copy onto your character sheet, like the base attack bonus and Fort Ref Will.
That was the chart
Slots to
in...
copy. The one I DM'd you.
Oh, you DM'd me something, wow!
Oh yeah, I DM'd you the chart.
Yay!
Yeah, and then you sent it to... Oh, we sent it to each other!
Whoops.
That's funny. Yeah, you sent it to the group, I sent it to you. Yeah, so a lot of those numbers there, you'll just copy onto your sheet, and then they'll go up as you get stronger.
So then, do I do it based on the first level?
You'll be level 3. I'll have every character be level 3.
So these character level, so I'll just put level 3?
Yeah.
Right here. Level 3. 80. But cards, player, alignment. I had not thought of that.
You'll probably be... It sounds like something chaotic.
Probably.
You might just be chaotic neutral.
Okay, I'll just put that for now.
Yeah. You can... If you decide that you are more lawful, you can do that. If you decide you're not as chaotic as you thought you would be, you know, then you can be true neutral. Or if you're... Or you can be, like, neutral good, if you're, like, if you've got a good heart deep in there, or chaotic good. Because you haven't described being particularly evil.
Other than the whole pickpocketing thing and the Thieves Guild or whatever.
Yeah, but that's not evil. That's
not
like
evil?
neutral. That's more... Yeah, being a thief is more like a neutral thing. Evil is like being a serial killer.
Okay, now let's put them as
you a
good for
serial
now. I think
killer,
they're good.
Cole?
They're
That's
good
gonna be my
guys.
defense.
Blood sacrifices to curse everyone who is
Yeah.
feed for someone, that would be evil.
If that's the bar for evil, then I'm pretty sure they're on the good side.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like in my opinion, a lot of stuff is neutral. And a lot of stuff that people might think is evil is actually just chaotic. Chaotic is acting on your own set. Like, so there's lawful and chaotic. Lawful means you follow the rules of the region wherever you are. So, like, if you're a lawful ranger, you go into a human city, you're following human laws. You go to a drow city, you're following drow laws. The drows say you have to murder this person because we said so. You're like, well, I guess that's the law, and you're lawful. Whereas if you're in a human city and you murder someone, you might be considered chaotic. So, like, what your alignment is can depend loosely on what your race is. But in your case, like, it's gonna be pretty standard. It's not like you're a drow where lawful means something different to a drow than it does to the rest of the world. Because drow are evil by default. So their idea of following the law, they're like, I think they're lawful evil, or maybe that's just one of the more common alignments.
Right.
I've had people complain that I didn't roleplay chaotic neutral, I roleplayed chaotic good. And they're like, you should change your sheet because you're actually being too good, and you said
You're too much of a good person to be neutral.
And I'm like, I'm following my own rules.
And your rules are too nice.
Counts. Basically, yeah. Yeah, it's like, are you doing things yourself, or are you paying attention to the law and trying to follow the law? That's what determines lawful versus chaotic, like, as a very loose description. And then good and evil is a little different, but I basically put it on the scale of, you know, how much do they want to, and are they going to murder people?
Fair enough.
Especially because you can totally have a Robin Hood. You can have a chaotic good thief who is just a Robin Hood type.
Yeah, a good little guy. Just a little guy.
Yeah. You could also have them have slightly different alignments. If you ever want to roleplay them bickering with each other, but you might get You might get tired, or you might just say that one of them is mute and uses sign language or something.
Or one of them just fucking dies, you know? You get really, really tired of it.
Yeah.
They can't go to the bar
Honestly, you
anymore.
could.
How did they go to the bar? How did they go to the tavern that way? How did they go to the tavern?
This is after tavern.
They can't go to the tavern anymore if they
You're no
can't.
longer disguised as an adult human. You're now disguised as a single halfling.
That's too sad.
It is sad, but you never know what's gonna happen in a game.
No.
Yeah, I always try to fudge things to make sure you survive at least 3 sessions.
And then the
and
last
also,
session,
don't
he
forget
summons a
that
smasher.
a combination of reincarnation and also just straight up revival magic is a thing in D&D. You could just go on an adventure, a 1-session quest where y'all have to get a stone to give to the cleric to revive your guy. So that's also an option, which is part of why I'm like, you might as well make 2 full character sheets.
It's fair. Just in case they get separated, I guess.
Exactly.
I understand now. Just in case
the other thing.
something horrible, something terrible happens.
You never know what's gonna happen in a dungeon. There might be weird magic things that happen. That you're like, oh shit, we didn't plan for this. Well, you are planning for it, and it might not come up, but it's better to be prepared. Plus, I feel like thinking about all that stuff will make you like think about how to roleplay it a little bit more. So,
outfit's gonna be a little weird on this one.
that is okay. Let's see here. I was trying to open a book again, and I forgot when I was opening.
Is there anything in particular I should put for like homeland or deity?
You don't really
Like
need
a list?
to.
Okay, I just put no.
There is a list. Do you want to like think about that basically? Because it can help you decide, like,
yeah.
remember those traits and how some of them were regional or faith-based traits?
So
you could do, like, you could pick a deity and go faith-based. I did have a list of deities. I will find it again for you.
Thank you.
It was a nice, simple list I was reading off to Lest earlier. So I feel like that'll be...
Kitsune.
Looking at some of these things that have the, what was it, like the charisma and like the examples of the characters' charisma. And then you have things like human with +0, and then you have the Great Worm Dragon, Great Worm Gold Dragon with +11.
Yeah.
Why even bother being a human when you'd be a Great Worm Dragon?
There you go. So that page will take you
Oh,
to the
wiki.
wiki, which has like a nice, concise list of like the deity, their particular alignment, what their basic portfolio of stuff they do is, who tends to worship them, domains, subdomains, and then they often have like a specialty weapon. So if you use that weapon, you get like a +1 or something. And almost all of them, you should be able to just click on the name to get more information. I just noticed Sun Wukong himself is on the list. That's pretty funny to me. There is no click on it.
Deity. I see.
Yes, like Kofusaku could even fit you. It's not like super specific, but
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I was saying even just someone like Kofusachi could suit you. I bet there's one for the Kitsune though. I'm gonna look for a second. Desna would also suit you. Travelers, astronomers, gamblers, and musicians. Let's see here. Oh, there's one that's more for rogues. It's like murderers and spies. That's a different kind of rogue.
Ow, rude. Fuck. Hi, Harlan. What's the orange and yellow thing? Legas. It's Toucan Peak's tentacle hair. It's not hair. I'm a bestie. It's a goblin. It's a fucking goblin. My
Yeah,
fucking
it's
D&D character, the goblin alchemist who likes making bombs.
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 Yeah, I don't know that
Bomba.
there's any. I'm looking to see if there's any that look. So the list of faith traits here doesn't seem to be. Oh, you don't need a patron deity. So you don't really need one for that unless you want to look for the any deity specific bonuses. But I don't worry about it unless you're a paladin or a cleric. Those are the only times it really matters. Because like, a paladin loses their paladin abilities if they go against the will of their deity. And you can like argue with your deity if you're a paladin or a cleric.
Motherfucker, you made me do things I didn't want to do.
Oh, it was like that one skit where it's like, well, I mean, if I'm not doing good, then my god would revive the man. Has that ever happened before?
There is one for the kitsune. I can't read.
No, but it means that I'm doing a good job.
Daikitsu. Agriculture, craftsmanship, kitsune, and rice is their main portfolio.
Rice.
I know, right?
Rice.
Sounds like Daikitsu is yours. Their
Yeah, I'll
domains
put that
include animal, artifice, community, plant, and weather. Their subdomains include construct, family, fur, growth, home, and seasons. Very, we love culture. Doesn't exactly fit your characters, but fits the kitsune as a whole.
That makes sense. They just like rice a lot and they don't understand anything else.
Yeah.
It's fun.
That's honestly great. There's also, I mean, you could also go silly with it. The one right above Daikitsu on the list, Caden Kylene. Freedom, ale, wine, and bravery. You know, they want to go on adventure, and so they're into this guy now.
They want to go on adventure. They changed their religion for this.
Yeah, basically. Like, that's how you can think about it. Or are they there for adventure, or are they there just because they want to travel the world? In which
I want to apologize for my behavior before. I mean, you don't have to apologize for the behavior. It's fine. I recently broke my hand on the machine. Jesus. Okay. Hurts. Casually represents the tip.
Excellent. Good.
No reason.
I mean, I could probably still go Daikitsu if only because of the, what was it, like the subdomain of family and then like the other one of like community and like artifice.
Yeah, you're right, that does fit really well, since you're doing
I mean, you're still...
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Let's leave it at that for now and just keep the other thing.
You can actually, did you click on the name?
Alright, chat. How are we liking
click
this?
on the
Much
name.
more info there, but
I see.
like
see.
the emblem.
It's amazing.
The everyday subjects of rice. Rice.
So you ignored the signs not to put your hair in the mech waifu? Yeah, exactly. It's what happens, you know, when you're messing with bombs. You just kind of scorch your hair, and now you have like a little fizzle. The tips of your hair, almost an unending flame that really doesn't need anything.
Inspired would be like a faith one that would make a lot of sense for the Daikitsu.
What again?
I'm just looking at the faith traits from one of the other websites I linked earlier. And there's
Also, by the way, they don't have hands or feet because I don't know how to fucking draw them. So good luck with this. We're gonna go handless.
draw circles, just a circle.
More circles.
Yoran's cartoons where the hands are just circles with lines on them. Just do that.
Circles with lines on them.
They literally are. It's very helpful.
I know. I do that all the time. What do you think?
Love it.
Mittens.
If you see the comic commission I made for Yuffie, most of them has those kind of hands.
One in Dowdy, one finger outie.
And then there's this one legendary commission that I had. Wait, let me go share it to you guys. I don't think I don't think I shared this to anyone. Wait, what was that client?
Was what?
Oh, I realized that was a response to fucking Gustavo. That's
Oh, I found it. So someone legit commissioned me this for exact word by word they wanted the character like this.
Oh, cute. So they want that style of art?
Yeah. It's
I love
they
that.
they pay for chibi instead of the silly comic.
Okay.
Is that-
I'm not gonna say anything about it.
So what, did they pay you more or less than what you expected?
No, this one is labeled as a chibi commission instead of the silly comic one, because I thought this style, like they wanted me to do this style. I thought they wanted a silly comic, but it turns out it's a chibi. I'm like, okay, you pay more than.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. Make a
Great idea with the hair. I really like that. That'll be really fun to draw.
It's really fun.
And then if she ever gets if her hair ever gets wet, then it's just like black, crispy
yeah, exactly.
tips on the hair.
Exactly. Original dark gray hair and black tips. Hyper realistic hands or meme hands? Meme hands.
Yeah.
Right. The thing is I made her body out to just be the regular body type that she is, but it kind of messes it up because I need to put clothes on her. Damn it. You know, in fact, I know exactly what I'm gonna fucking make with.
Oh, and here's the equivalent to circles for hands. There's a feet equivalent for it that I am taking a quick screenshot and sending to you so that you can have just a shape. That is how I would do feet to go with that if I were you. It's a trapezoid, but it's a really tall, skinny trapezoid. Hands
Fancy trapezoid.
Yep.
Yorn circle hands, trapezoid feet.
Yes.
A match made in heaven.
Exactly. Now me, I do geometric shapes for hands also when I'm keeping it simple, but that's a thing that I think I got from webcomics I used to read growing up. So that's just a thing that I've always done.
Don't forget the 3 lines on the hands. That's important.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, maybe one thumb stick out like Doraemon's.
4 fingers instead. I mean, I'll give her 3 fingers. 4. I can bite you in. I can bite you in one buttock. No, not allowed. You're not allowed to bite me into the cherry.
It's 3 lines because it's 4 fingers and the thumb is hidden.
You're doing 2 lines.
Okay. That's also good.
We're just gonna fucking straight up.
Wait, hold on. That would
back
be
down
really
there.
cute if your goblin had a thumb and 3 fingers instead of a thumb and 4 fingers. Weird hands are fun.
Yeah, it's 3 fingers.
I like that. There's a webcomic I read where all of the characters have 3 fingers and a thumb. It's like angels and demons. I think it's called Monsters and Girls.
Isn't The Simpsons also do that?
Yeah, it's a fun little detail. You don't notice it at first until it acknowledges that that's just a thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's just the
You
artist
nailed
style.
it. Yeah, it's just a choice they made for
Mhm.
non-human characters. I love it.
I mean, that's what I like about most of the comics one, because they just don't follow the rules. They make their own rules.
But then at the same, it's like they break the rules. It's not even don't follow. It's that they've learned the rules so they can break them, because you can still see where the knuckle is, and
Mhm.
they look right. They just have a different number of fingers, and that's one of my favorite things in art. Is when people like use logic brain to decide how they want to draw something. Kind of like how Yuffie was talking about like realistic magic. It's like, yeah, you want it to follow like a set logic.
They want there to be rules. Boring. Because then after that, breaking it, it kind of like it just makes it. Well, that's why when I was talking about like the sword fighting thing, well, it does gravity magic. Because technically, there's a way what you can do is you equip just gravity magic to yourself, so you're able to lift the sword up. But because the gravity magic essentially makes things a little less, way less, you can't really. It requires you to put more force down onto the sword to be able to actually use it effectively, right? So what you do is instead is you reach it to a high point, and then as you're bringing it down, you cancel your gravity magic, and it just slams down immediately because it's just too heavy for you to use. And also, what you're aiming it at is more than likely going to get crushed by it. Like those kind of realistic rules.
Yeah. Or like the that girl in Kaiju number 9 with the giant axe, and then she can speed up one of her strikes by having explosions shoot out the back of the axe.
Yeah, I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking goblin. And no one's gonna.
Good.
You know how to get up. Where would this place be taking place initially?
That's another thing we have to discuss, is like, how do we want to kick things off? I'm a fan of start off in a tavern, especially because like Daito's like idea is that his character will be either some sort of server or like hostess or something that requires her to wear a maid dress or uniform type setup. And I'm like, cool, yeah, we can have you meet at the local insert type of establishment where you order food and drink here. And like, I'm thinking we'll just give the basic, like, you can either decide, so ideally some of you will pair off and decide your characters know each other in advance, and are maybe already there hanging out. Or we'll do like, there's a sign-up board where this person wants you to escort them to this place for this adventure. And you know, you've bitten off more than you can chew, or and then they go missing and you have to find your way out on your own. Or,
oh no!
You know, there's a bunch of different ways it can go.
So I'm gonna have straps attached to the thigh area where really like quote unquote pauldrons are gonna be hanging from.
Good.
And what it basically is it's scrap metal grabbed from somewhere in like lucky enough shape to be able to kind of like cover her. Would that still technically be light armor?
Yeah.
Okay, because like everything else is technically just a leather armor. The only thing is there's like, I guess you could call it light reinforcements, but it's really
and, like,
shittily made.
Pieces that are sitting there, we would count as like light or medium armor. Especially if you're like, one of these is aluminum. I'm like, okay, that's literally light.
Well, it could be any kind of metal. Like if we need to make it aluminum, we'll make it aluminum. The whole thing is
about,
supposed to be a glass
the
barrier.
type of metal doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, we could use that logic, but in the end, all you know is that it's metal, but it's light.
Yeah. So so in canon, which youth is a MILF?
We're not allowed to talk about that one yet, are we?
I'm pretty sure
There
we
is
are.
one who I don't know if is public yet.
Oh yeah, no, he hasn't.
Well, okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you talking literally a MILF, or are you talking aesthetically?
Literally, I think we're going for literally.
You think Hurlin is asking literally?
I'm thinking.
I don't think any of them are literally. You have a DILF character,
I do have a DILF character. I do, and literally has a child. It is a DILF.
Yeah.
I don't think I have a female model that has a child.
It would be funny if you just picked one like Sea Bunny Yuffie and just decided that they're a MILF.
Right? But it's not like.
She doesn't look like an anime MILF, but if she has a child, it's like, well, this one's technically a MILF.
This one works. Sure, why not? This works.
This is a silly question, but are Thieves Guild just in every single town, everywhere?
Yes, pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's so.
Yeah, it's just kind of, it's an organization, slash run like any other guild, where they just have locations everywhere, pretty much. So you'll be able to find a fence to trade stolen goods in any major and lots of minor cities.
Because like the idea is like they were introduced to the Thieves Guild by some sort of mentor, and then now they're like just in that town because of like the Thieves Guild for like commission or something. And they decided that their target was one of the other characters.
I like that. Yeah, in my we're not following like one of the worlds of Pathfinder. So in my mind, it's like in one of the many like homebrew worlds that I've come up with. I have some worlds that have maps and stuff that if I show you and you like the idea, then it's like, okay, we can use this map as a reference for knowing what's coastal and what's inland.
Yeah.
But like, those kind of bigger details don't really matter until you're starting a second campaign with the same squad of characters. But in my world, basically, humans and Kitsune run the Thieves Guild side by side. And that's just how. And there are a little bit of everyone else in it, but it's kind of like, 30 to 40% humans. 40% Kitsune, 40 to 50% Kitsune, and then the last 20 to 30% is a mix of every other race that exists.
You mean
I think that was in response to the type of metal or something. Oh, stream is delayed a long time. Yeah.
It's delayed like 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, the bitrate kind of fucked over a lot of things, so it's kind of like.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I currently see you drawing the hip pauldrons. You have the right pauldron drawn, and it looks like you're moving to the left now. Yep, you're now starting the left.
I guess like.
Yeah. It could also be black, or it can be reddish.
Magic core. It's class. Is there a list where I can find all types of cantrips?
So I think
3 to 5 minute delay.
Ultimate Magic has it?
Fucking wild though. Holy shit. I don't even think I could fix that.
Ultimate Magic, and then I just search cantrips, question mark?
Cantrips are level 0 spells. So there should just be a page where the level 0 spells start. Or maybe it's just... because it's the wizard list. Wizard and sorcerer share the same spell list. Oh, here we go. Spell lists 196. I just want the... here we go. Take me to the page... 96. Well, 197 and then we scroll down till we find wizard or sorcerer. why is it starting at first level? Where's the thing?
I kind of want the same. I'll call it a little more
Oh, this is lame.
top.
It says cantrips there too. Why does it say cantrips so many times in the books without actually listing the cantrips?
Doesn't want you to know.
No.
I thought surely.
Okay, on the wiki they have like all the spells that make it broken.
That's a great idea. Yeah, just use the wiki I sent you. Pathfinder.fandom, and I bet you're right. There's probably a cantrips page, and it's probably. Oh my god, there's not a cantrips page. I'm googling it. I will find a good one.
Thank you. This is fun.
There was a better D20 PFSRD. That is the other website that is good. Okay, I will send you this link. So yeah, the Pathfinder wiki is good, but the D20 PFSRD is arguably better.
This one? This one.
Yeah, that level I sent you. There's a whole list of 0 level sorcerer / wizard spells, parentheses, cantrips.
Wow, wow.
I keep getting distracted that I forgot I'm still in the call.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll be silent this whole time. Like the person that wanted to like do a couple cosplay with me DM me on Insta. I just keep chatting with them.
Yeah.
It was cute.
Oh, and creature and character are used interchangeably in spell descriptions, just so you and hit dice equals character level or effects. And heck, you can even look at the level 1 spells, because that would just be a different trait. That would just be taking major magic instead of minor magic.
Right, I can use 2 of those if I got my major magic instead.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Well, you could do. I mean, you could even have one take minor magic and one take major magic.
Oh.
And also, this is worth noting: Unseen Servant is a spell under major magic, and it's kind of like a variant of Mage Hand, but it can theoretically do more because Mage Hand is limited to 5 pound. It's like 5 pound telekinesis. Unseen Servant, it just says an invisible force obeys your commands. An invisible, mindless, shapeless force that performs simple tasks at your command. It can run and fetch things, open unstuck doors, and hold chairs, as well as clean and mend. It can perform only one activity at a time, but it repeats the same activity, so you could have it sweep. You know, in the way that that Sorcerer Mickey has a broom that sweeps itself. Is the broom enchanted, or is there an unseen servant sweeping with that broom?
Whoa. When it says mending, does that mean that's the same mending as the level 0 spell slot?
Let's see here.
Because that's also the thing. That says makes minor repairs on an object?
I would think so, yeah. Yeah, I would assume that counts as the same thing.
Oh.
It's a higher level spell.
Nah,
Mending is a
definitely.
cantrip, but Unseen Servant is a level 1 spell. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like technically more versatile.
Mm-hmm. But you can use it less, so then.
Yeah, you can only get it twice per day for every time you take the trait, as opposed to minor magic you can use 3 times per day for many times you take the trait.
And then you take the trait, meaning.
So you have your little rogue list,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a rogue talent.
Okay.
I keep saying trait, but I meant talent. So
I see,
every
I see.
other level, 2, 4, 6, 8, etc., you get to pick a new talent for each of your guys. Ones that are particularly good or specialized, I might say, okay, they both have to take it. But for major and minor magic, I would say they can each get a slightly different one. You know?
Ooh. So many talents.
Yeah, there's a lot of rogue talents, and it's one of those things where they do add more in those later books. So like, you have the Kitsune specific ones, you have like generic ones just listed in the core rule book. I'm pretty sure the advanced class guide has yet another set available. The only reason I use the books as a first form of reference because that's gonna give us the best like balance and most reliable info, so we don't have to go, okay, which wiki did we get this off of? That's also why I'm like, if you grab something from Wikipedia, just screenshot it and send it to me in the DM so we both have a reference of what you were using. That way, like, I can look at it too in case I want to plan something around the way your character is. Because that's kind of my job as a DM. If it turns out we have a party with no tank, well, I'm going to design the encounters with that in mind. But there's also, like, my thought too is if there's a huge gap like that and Magic Man doesn't join, then I'll simply make an OC and say that the guy you're escorting is a tank who needs backup. And he's real dumb, so he's not good at doing anything by himself.
My dumbass is thinking is like, don't worry, Vex. I'll just spec into Paladin quickly. God's light throws thermite.
I'll bomb them.
Smite throws a grenade.
Smite undead throws grenade at skeletons. Don't smite everywhere.
Oh, dude, that sounds like
hilarious.
It sounds like the funniest thing. I feel like just doing that as a fucking way of just having like my goblin just take issue with certain people. She doesn't like paladins, so she just makes fun of them. Smite throws a grenade.
Yes, I like this idea.
Or like every time she uses a flashbang grenade, she just yells fucking like holy light or something. You know that one move that they have that blinds people?
Yeah.
Yeah, that exact one, except it's a fucking stun grenade.
I mean, you can just use like a throw a gasoline and then call it holy water.
Yeah, I was actually gonna think of that one too.
You can also just throw water at them and claim that it's holy water and see if they're convinced.
Roll for.
Because then you roll a bluff check. And if you get a 20, then they take damage because they think it's holy water.
That's fucking wild.
Because, well, they believed hard enough that it turned the water holy.
It turned the water holy just by thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, how else does holy water become holy? I mean, it's just belief, right?
Exactly.
The power of your belief has turned this water into something that can kill you.
Alright, chat.
Kind of like non-believers can use holy water as long as it's made by a cleric. Believers can kind of will holy water into existence.
I gotta get you guys. Easy. There we go. I've done it. I've finished the character.
Lag. I just keep bucketed the shoulders from my perspective.
Oh god. I can't fix that. Yeah, I'm finished already.
Figured. based on the way you're talking.
Love it.
But hey, you did good though.
You know what? I could just fucking send it.
Don't forget to save.
Okay, so then the number. Okay, so then based on the number, I put them into the ability score, and then.
There we go.
Let's see.
Yes, remember you have your ability score modifiers on the Kitsune page.
And have the Kitsune one, yeah, right.
Oh, that's good.
And the Kitsune
I'll pay somebody to do
modifiers
the rest
change like your 15 and your 17, and then after those
You look so
ability
bloodthirsty.
stats have been adjusted, then you'll be able to
Well,
plus
she's
your
a goblin with explosives, so
modifier
I mean,
off of the
you're not.
list.
You're kind of right about it.
So I put the racial traits into the ability score one, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah, and then you just calculate your modifier off of that.
Honestly, she looks more mischievous to me than than bloodthirsty.
Actually,
the main
I
thing,
forgot.
I also forgot the ears, by the way. A tank required to help party, hands to a World War II FV.
That's the face you see before death.
214 Conqueror. Oh my god, like an actual fucking tank. Oh, dude, that's what I forgot. I forgot her fucking ear. Alright, I think it's getting to the point where it's showing up, but I already sent it to you guys, so you guys can.
It's cute.
It is. I
About
like
the
it.
ears. A little angry.
Hey, you remembered.
There's goblin ears, and they're goblin faces, and they're goblin eyes. They're goblin chainmail.
Funny because it's just threaded up leather that she made herself.
They're goblin armor. They're goblins.
Where's the organs?
They're there.
Now I shall.
Goblins don't need many organs, you know? They just need stomach.
I mean, collective
collected.
organs.
Collective organs? I need to give her a giant backpack. To be honest with you. I don't have a giant.
It's like comically lush backpack.
A comically large backpack with a bunch of supplies that she uses and a bandolier for her grenades that she's.
Yeah, there's a couple of intestines in there.
She looks a little dopey with her ears now. Because I kind of just threw the mod. The whole thing looks kind of dopey.
But I can't wait.
Those down there. Let's see. Found that. And then. Is there like a guide on how I should be separating this based on my class?
If you're gonna call a character Great Howard, you're gonna fucking. I'm probably gonna.
How you should what?
Oh, is there any sort of like guide or rules to do it to separate the stats based on my class?
Not really. I'm just having you make a character sheet for each of them, basically.
I'm gonna post it on
So
fucking.
you're like pretending they're two separate characters for making the sake of the sheet, but then you have them work together for
Yeah,
rolling.
yeah.
So you'll choose like if you're gonna roll a persuasion check, you'll roll
For the one on the top?
let me find the thing. Yeah, actually, I think I know what you're asking now. I just talked myself through it. Okay, Pathfinder assist.
I want to put. I know that. Because now I need to decide which one is like a jack of all trades and which one's mini maxing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's Redrift.
So like they run it as a skill. They say
But it's
it's
be a
a skill,
reminder
but
to
this
art.
is basically
If Yuffie can do it with MS
what you're
Paint,
doing.
you can do art.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Look at that fucking MS Paint art. Just posted it on fucking Twitter. We're balling. We're smoothing. We're grooving.
Yeah, you don't even need AI art for that. You can draw.
Exactly.
If you can, so can you?
With enough time, I'll be making short stacks in no time.
You'll be able to. Don't worry about it.
So that pretty much, yeah, that quick little blurb pretty much explains it. As well as I have an explanation for you. It's very logic based. You know, if I say you don't get the bonus, you can convince me why you think you should get the bonus.
Look at her.
You can help someone
her
choose success on the
big
skill check by
ears.
making the same kind of skill check.
Look at her big ears and her giant mouth.
That's
She
her higher
eats
rate,
everything
yeah,
and
yeah.
listens to the woods.
Like the way it rolls is like, oh yeah.
You can definitely listen to someone shit talking from miles away.
Exactly. Heard you talking shit. God's
Heard you
fury
talking shit,
throws
pulls out a
a
bomb.
throws a cluster bomb.
Hey, fellas, heard you.
Right.
Heard you were talking some shit over there.
I'm kind of trying to figure out how I'm gonna try to voice her, and I don't know whether I want to do regular goblin speak because I think alchemist does require some amount of intelligence. So I kind of want to give her like maybe some kind of good grammar.
I'm trying to remember if it's intelligence or wisdom. Wisdom is the one that makes people talk smart. Intelligence is the one that makes you function smart.
So then I'll put the one wisdom has to be on the top, and then wisdom and charisma is on top, and then charisma is the head, and then the legs is going to be gonna have to be
Life.
the
But
other
if you
one?
live in a fantasy world where
Um,
magic is real, what are all
Okay, I
those
wanna read this cute
scientists
little blurb
doing?
to you
Well,
about
they're
those
still
things.
there and
Picture an
they're
apple.
pissed.
Think
An
of strength
alchemist
as
is
your
a
ability to
scientist who
crush the
uses
apple in your
chemicals to
hands.
produce
Think of
fantastical but
dexterity as your
non-magical
ability to
effects. Their
dodge
key
the apple
attribute
when
is
you throw.
intelligence, and they use
Think
medium
of
armor and
constitution
alchemy.
as your
Okay,
ability
they use
to pop
medium
an apple
armor.
and not vomit, or how many apples you can be pelted with before you get knocked out. Think of intelligence as what you know about the apple. Is the apple indigenous or rare? Think of wisdom as what you can see about the apple. Is it red or yellow? Does it have a bruise? And lastly, think of charisma as how well you can sell an apple. Hey, do you want this golden apple of immortality? I painted it red. It could be yours for 1 platinum piece.
Platinum.
So it looks like the key attributes are they have intelligence, medium armor, and alchemical bombs.
And
Chemical bombs.
rogues
While a
need-
wizard might wake up and prepare
And do
a
rogues
spell
need
like lightning
dexterity?
bolts,
They make
which can
dexterity
then
checks?
cast and use up
Generally
throughout the
dexterity
day. An
based.
alchemist would wake up and craft an
they're
item
also
like
cool
bottled
in that they
lightning,
can
which they
benefit
could then
from
throw
pretty
and
much
use up
any
throughout the day.
stat
But if the two are so
except
similar in practice, then what is the point of an alchemist?
Okay, then we'll
The
just
main
just
benefit
ignore
is that
strength.
alchemical
Cool.
items
Sounds like
really
a
are
good
items,
idea.
not just
Yeah, you
magic
don't really
spells that
need
seem like
strength.
items. So anything
No.
immune to magic or hating magic
So it
or
makes
using
sense to
weird
use your
magic
lowest
rules is
numbers on that.
unaffected by them. They
Okay,
also have the
nice.
benefits of any other item.
That's
If you
fair.
come across a giant pile of greater acid flasks, you could use
Then
those
I don't need to
acid
worry about
flasks. You
constitution,
also distribute your alchemical items to other characters. If
Constitution
your
is
friend
your
is
hit
dying and a
points
cleric
and how
wants to heal them,
much
the cleric needs to
get,
spend their actions to do so. While you could just hand them an elixir of life in
you get an
advance and
extra
let
hit
them
die.
heal them dang self.
okay.
Alchemical items usually
So
also
I'll make
grant
the
item bonuses.
lowest
instead
one
of
strength,
status
which means that
bonuses.
they're
That
gonna
means
be
these
minus
two
2.
bonuses can stack. If a spellcaster casts a spell that grants you a bonus to your athletics, you could also drink a bestial mutagen to turn into a weird beast man and gain a bonus to your athletics on top of that bonus. The most normal way an alchemist can use alchemical items is by buying or
And
crafting them. An
minus 2
alchemist
is
automatically
8.
starts with the alchemical crafting
So
feat.
each
They
thing.
also start with a formula book that contains
I'll
2
make
formulas
the
for level
next
1
lowest
alchemical items, as well as 4
constitution.
formulas from the feat, and 2 bonus formulas from a research
12.
field, which I'll explain later. Remember, crafting in Pathfinder is based around 2 numbers, a crafting DC and your goal to day ratio. You can get both of these
Goal
numbers
to
from a
day
table based on the
ratio.
item
yo.
level of the thing you're trying
Okay,
to
yeah, so
craft,
you get
your
one
level, and your
extra
crafting
hit die
proficiency,
per
which starts
level,
at trained. Then
and
you
what
pay
your
half
hit
the
die
price of
is
the item and spend
determined
1
by
day
your
working on it,
class.
and then make your crafting
like,
check. If you succeed, you can
monks
pay
have
for
a
the rest
hit
of the item
die
and
of
get it, or you can
D10.
reduce the cost by working longer with your gold to day ratio. Most alchemical items are consumable, which means you can craft 4 at a time.
This works for any item you have the formula for, otherwise it takes 2 days instead of 1.
Bombs are martial weapons that are thrown with a range of 20 feet, although you don't add your strength to the damage. Most bombs also deal splash
wrong?
damage, which deals a specified amount of damage to every creature within 5 feet of the target, including the target, on a critical success, success, or failure. Alchemist's Fire deals 1d8 fire damage, 1 persistent fire damage, and 1 splash damage, while Bottled Lightning deals 1d6 electricity damage, 1 splash damage, and makes the target off guard
What's that?
until its next turn. Frost Vials, the target takes a 5-foot speed penalty until its next turn. A Glue Bomb takes this to the extreme by giving a 10-foot speed penalty for 1 minute.
Yes, there's different
Elixirs
types
are
of
just
bombs!
like potions, but non-magical, and can be drunk or fed
Yeah.
to a willing
I
target
told
with
you,
1
remember
action.
you can
The
make a
Elixir
bomb
of Life
that
deals
can
1d6
do
damage and grants
2
a
types
save
of
bonus.
damage.
A Cheetah's Elixir grants a move speed bonus, and Antidotes and Anti-Plagues grant bonuses to
Also, we're not
avoiding
Pathfinder
poisoning and
2E.
disease, respectively. Mutagens
This is
mutate the
Pathfinder 2nd
consumer in
edition.
some way,
Damn it.
granting
I don't know if it's any different or not. It might be, but I don't know. The only ones I could tell you off the top of my head if they were different would be Druid and Ranger. But it's been long enough and I've played enough Wizards of the Coast since then that I'm like, I don't trust myself to remember the difference. Okay, yeah, Ko, you get a D8 as a hit die.
Do I put that under? Can I put that down
I
some?
think at the top of the character sheet there should be a spot that says hit die. Let me see if it says it.
G-Sape Slime Yuffie. My god. I love that meme.
Hello everyone, and welcome back down here to the Gamers Den with me, your host, Jordan, your master of lore and storyteller extraordinaire. And today is the final episode for the Alchemist build guide, and that is just the Alchemist tactics. What are we doing
Just
with
put a
our
parentheses on
Junkrat-styled
character
explosive
level,
throwing
this is D8.
Alchemist? And
D8.
really, it's pretty simple if you
Sounds
haven't figured
good.
it out already. The goal
Thank
is to be throwing your
And then
bombs.
maybe we'll find the
throwing
spot on the sheet for it later.
your bombs
Okay.
as much as possible, staying at a
Understood.
range. Now, given the shorter range option that the bombs provide, you know, you're not exactly going to be throwing these a couple 100 feet in most cases.
What? Am I dying? I just refreshed my fucking video, Jesus.
You're fine, you're fine.
That's weird.
Field, making it so
If it's fine on my end, it's fine for everyone else as well. If not, that would be
you're
weird.
still going to be in danger from ranged attackers, but you have your own ways of mitigating them. Specifically, especially once you get to higher levels, you're able to use your different bomb admixtures to trap people in force cages, force the enemy to have to break up their formations, and not only that, but your extracts, and especially being able to reuse potions over and over ad infinitum, is going to be so handy for you. And the ability to buff your allies. Buffing your allies so that way they can keep in the way or tear through the enemy faster will do a lot to keep you alive and keep people away from you. Certainly, you will be a much more high-value target. Dropping you means dropping a significant chunk of your party's damage output. And now I am joined by my most adorable co-host, Nora, journeyman storyteller and initiate to the 7th Circles of Lore.
You start
Nora,
with
go
8
ahead and say
health plus
hello
whatever
to
your
everybody.
constitution modifier
You say hi?
is. So Code,
No.
that means your little guys will have
That's
separate
okay.
health.
You don't have to. Anyways,
Imagine someone come and try to knock off the kneecap.
given how your
Where would they
bombs
aim?
scale in damage as you level up and get further along, they will
Knock off your kneecap.
become your greatest source of damage output.
So you might roll a
But
D8
they
and
are a
only get a
limited
1 for one
resource,
character,
and
but you
especially
get 8 for
early
the other
on.
guy.
Early on, you're going to want to make
Is
use
it-
of flasks full of acid.
I'm already causing logistics
Taking your
issues.
daggers and then throwing throwing those daggers.
Hey, I mean
at
that's
your
not.
opponents
I mean that.
because
That's why I had
with
you
the
make
throw
2
anything
sheets
feat,
because
you
that
Have
might
a
have
good
the
one,
class
Asker. Thank you
feature.
for coming by.
Night Asker.
The
Or
Alchemist,
if you want,
you
I will
add
let
your
you.
intelligence modifier to your damage for thrown
that?
weapons.
But
So
I feel like
you
you'd
can
rather
get
have
a good deal of
one
damage
guy
out
get
of
a
those
1 and
daggers,
the other
out
get
of
an
those
8, and
flasks
both
of
of them
acid,
get a 1.
anything like that
Hmm.
very early
Yeah,
on.
yeah, I guess
Not
it's
only
probably-
that,
Third option
being an
is
alchemist, you can craft.
you combine the
you can
2
put
die you
together
roll, 1 and 8, and then you split up 9 between the 2 of them however you want, so 1 could get 4 and 1 could get 5. So we'll pick
That almost feels a little bit too overpowered if I did that though.
Well, here's what you need to know. While other classes specialize in hitting stuff, shooting stuff, and magic.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
The alchemist likes to solve its problems with the power
No,
of
we can still hear you.
specifically chemistry. The alchemist.
We can still
craft
hear
the
them, but
alchemical
they cannot
items.
hear us.
Edge.
Vex.
Oh no. Alright, let me... I think I'm basically getting that time.
Okay. I have you on speaker now, but it looks like the feedback is low enough to where
It doesn't overlap, don't worry.
Okay, so Ko, did you follow what I was saying about hit die?
So, you said something about, that the reason that we have the 2 character sheets is because that way one of them could roll a 1, and the other one could roll hypothetically an 8, and then that way it would be, more even than otherwise. Yes.
Yeah, because I like that idea. Another option, if you want, is since they're twins, I would let you roll 2 dice. You'd roll 2d8, add it together, and then divide it between the 2 of them how you feel like. So if you rolled a 1 and an 8, you could combine that to a 9, and then give one of them 4 and the other 5.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I'll just have you pick. Do you roll them separately, or do you want to roll, add, and divide? And you just pick one, and you just stick with that through the game. You can pick one after we start the game, or while you're designing your character. I don't care if you pick the same thing, but once we start the game is when, like, we gotta be more consistent.
So like,
Almost
I kind of want to get a good like grasp of what the plan is going to be for all of this. Is there something that? What are we gonna do to get ready for all of this?
What am I gonna do, or what are other people gonna do?
Well, all of us technically, because we all have to do something, right?
Well, I'm gonna dig up my old notes on a specific campaign that I never got to properly run that I think would be fun for everyone's character type and allow different people to use their different like abilities pretty well.
Right.
And I even have like a map and everything of this little area. Some places, like if we're in a town, we're not gonna worry about a specific map. But if it's like a dungeon where I'm having you pay attention to 5 and 10 feet in distance enemy is, then we're gonna have a map. When I say map, I mean on a grid. Like,
Okay.
we might have a picture of a town that is technically a map, but it doesn't need to have a grid on it unless we're in combat.
Right.
So I'm basically gonna get those kind of resources together. There are like built-into tables, so we'll need to make sure we get everyone tabletop simulator. So however we're throwing in, since it seems that there are 4 of us that need it.
I can buy it.
Or 5. There might even be 5 of us. But anyway, you can get a discount for buying a 4-pack.
Just listening.
So like 1 copy is 20, a 4-pack is 60. So that
sounds like a deal.
Oh my god. So who's gonna change the reality?
I will change this reality right now.
Oh god.
Oh lord.
I'll thank you.
I will allow it as a
Yay! Yay!
Somebody's playing Lies of P and then somebody's playing Genshin.
But yeah,
Tabletop or
I'll be able to browse through Tabletop Simulator whenever we get it. and see. But I know they have a bunch. They have a built-in RPG kit that has random tokens and pictures and 3D models of stuff, so that we can make, you know, a little area on the table in Tabletop Simulator. And I will get started on designing like a couple of maps that I could click load for like whatever dungeon, like combat area we have, whether it's a forest or a cave or something. I'll make sure I've got something pre-built before we start playing so that I can just click load. And otherwise, it might just be pictures I download off the internet of a town, or it might be a drawing I did ages ago that I sent.
How do I give the other 3 copies to people?
I don't know.
I think you'd have to go to your
Oh, maybe your like inventory.
Yeah, you get your inventory and stuff. Go to you access where like all your same place where your cards would.
Is, but
And
I
then
don't
you'll see a couple games like
view inventory at the very bottom of that checklist. It should be somewhere on that page.
So, can you walk me through that again for me?
Click view at the top of Steam.
View.
In the drop down menu, there should be a button that says inventory.
Inventory. Clicked inventory. Found this. Send the gift.
Yeah.
Through Steam.
So that's as far as I can take you.
Okay.
That's all I got for you.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Real question here. A succubus, a jackalope, or a
cat?
Pussy?
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 Give me the pussy!
What are you asking?
Wait, a jackalope, a succubus, or a pussy?
I mean, God, those first 2 are like 2 of my favorite things. God, that's really hard. I think I gotta go jackalope.
And we got 1 for jackalope. What else we got?
Yeah.
Cat?
Like, I love succubus, but I love jackalope is more unique, and I love horns and horny jokes. You can make a horny
Understandable.
joke or succubus.
Understandable.
Yeah. It's just different
So
styles.
1 cat, 1 jackalope. What do we got? What else we got?
If I have no religion, ties, of morality, I would go for succubus.
Wait, what was the question again? I just kind of said cat.
Okay, just choose. I'm just saying to choose succubus, a cat, or a jackalope.
Yuffie, I can see Yuffie being more succubus.